American Trade Unionism, Principles and Organization Strategy and Tactics. 1. American Trade Unionism, Principles and Organization Strategy and Tactics. 2.19363.3. The Great Steel Strike. 4.4. The Basis of American Syndicalism. 5.5. The Trade Union Educational League. 6.6. The Post-War Attack on Labor. 7.7. Dual Unionism. 8.8. Industrial Unionism. 9.78. 10.9. The Movement for Amalgamation and a Labor Party. 11.10. Organize the Unorganized. 12. Part 2. 13.2. The Trade Unions and the Coolidge Prosperity Period. 14.12. Business Unionism. 15.13. Wrecking the Labor Bank. 16.14. Corruption and Autocratic Control in the Unions. 17.15. Labor and Politics. 18.16. The Work of the Trade Union Educational League. 19.17. The Question of the Unorganized. 20.18. The Trend Toward Independent Unionism. 21.19. The Trade Union Unity League. 22.20. The Organization of Negro Workers. 23.21. Demoralization and Decay. 24. Part 3. 25.22. The A. F. of L. and the Economic Crisis. 26.193627.25. The Renaissance of the American Trade Union Movement. 28.26. Steel Strike Strategy. 29.17. Organizational Problems of Industrial Unionism. 30.28. The Railroad Unions. 31.1958. 32. 29. The Communists and the Trade Unions. 33. Part 4. 34. 30. The Trade Unions and the War. 35. 3°3. 36. 31. The Political Maturing of Labor. 37. 32. Trade Unions in the Soviet Union. 38. 328. 39. Ibid. Page 639. 40. 33. The New World Federation of Labor. 41. MS. 42. 43. 44. 45. 36. The Peril of Red Baiting. 37. The Trade Unions and Socialism. 38. Summary and Conclusions. References. 46. Index. 47. 379. American Trade Unionism, Principles and Organization Strategy and Tactics. William Z. Foster. This book was produced in EPUB format by the Internet Archive. The book pages were scanned and converted to EPUB format automatically. This process relies on optical character recognition and is somewhat susceptible to errors. The book may not offer the correct reading sequence, and there may be weird characters, non-words, and incorrect guesses at structure. Some page numbers and headers or footers may remain from the scanned page. The process which identifies images might have found stray marks on the page which are not actually images from the book. The hidden page numbering which may be available to your reader corresponds to the numbered pages in the print edition, but is not an exact match. Page numbers will increment at the same rate as the corresponding print edition, but we may have started numbering before the print book's visible page numbers. The Internet Archive is working to improve the scanning process and resulting books, but in the meantime, we hope that this book will be useful to you. The Internet Archive was founded in 1996 to build an Internet library and to promote universal access to all knowledge. The archive's purposes include offering permanent access for researchers, historians, scholars, people with disabilities, and the general public to historical collections that exist in digital format. The Internet Archive includes text, audio, moving images, and software as well as archived web pages, and provides specialized services for information access for the blind and other persons with disabilities. Created with ABI 2 EPUB v.1.7.6. Copyright 1947 by International Publishers Co. *6s. Inc. Printed in the U.S.A. Preface 7. Part 1. 1. Early Days 9. 2. The Packing House Campaign 21. 3. The Great Steel Strike 33. 4. The Basis of American Syndicalism 50. 5. The Trade Union Educational League 54. 6. The Post-War Attack on Labor 57. 7. Dual Unionism 62. 8. Industrial Unionism 75. 9. The Movement for Amalgamation and a Labor Party 81. 10. Organized the Unorganized 83. Part 2. 11. The Trade Unions and the Coolidge Prosperity Period 88. 12. Business Unionism 91. 13. Wrecking the Labor Banks 111. 14. Corruption and Autocratic Control in the Unions 119. 15. Labor and Politics 136. 16. The Work of the Trade Union Educational League 143. 17. The Question of the Unorganized 154. 18. The Trend Toward Independent Unionism 174. 19. The Trade Union Unity League 177. 20. The Organization of Negro Workers 181. 21. Demoralization and Decay 183. Part 3. 22. The A.F. of L. and the Economic Crisis 186. 23. The New Deal 194. 24. Industrial Unionism 202. 25. The Renaissance of the American Trade Union Movement 211. 26. Steel Strike Strategy 219. 27. Organizational Problems of Industrial Unionism 244. 28. The Railroad Unions 260. 29. The Communists and the Trade Unions 280. Part 4. 30. The Trade Unions and the War 289. 31. The Political Maturing of Labor 316. 32. Trade Unions in the Soviet Union 319. 33. The New World Federation of Labor 333. 34. Wage and Fob Strategy 337. 35. The Historic Necessity of Trade Union Unity 350. 36. The Peril of Red Baiting 353. 37. The Trade Unions and Socialism 358. 38. Summary and Conclusions 363. References 375. Index 377. This book consists of selections from my writings on trade unionism published in one form or another during the past 35 years. The period covered in these writings runs back, roughly, half a century. While not a formal history of trade unionism during this time, the book nevertheless throws much light on the major developments in the trade union movement. It particularly highlights the long struggle of the left-wing and progressive forces for improved trade union organization, policies, and leadership. The period in question has been one of stormy and significant economic and political developments. American industry has expanded prodigiously and also has become highly monopolized. World capitalism has matured and entered into its final stage of imperialism and decline. 2 world wars, fascism, mass pauperization, and endless class struggle have been expressions of this development of capitalism. The writings in this volume show how the American working class has reacted to this vital expansion and the decline of the world capitalist system. While there have been other compilations of writings on trade unionism, I believe this is the first time that the policies, tactics, and role of the left wing during the past 3 or 4 decades have been recorded in a single volume. Written in the midst of the struggle, the material assembled here is itself part of the living record of the American trade union movement. For this reason, aside from omissions dictated by limitations of space, I have made no changes in the original text other than those of a minor and stylistic nature. To facilitate the use of this book, it has been divided into 4 parts corresponding broadly to periods of development in our country's history and in the trade union movement. Such a chronological arrangement, it seems to me, has the advantage of bringing historical perspective and development to the study and evaluation of the major issues, policies, and problems of the trade union movement. By referring to the index, the reader can single out for study the separate 8. Questions and individual topics as registered in the different periods covered by this book. Each selection is identified by the year in which it was written, while the source of the various items will be found in the reference list at the end of the book. A number of selections, such as the chapter on the Packing House Campaign of 1917 and the Steel Strike of 1918, were taken from my book From Bryan to Stalin published in 1936 instead of from writings produced directly in connection with the events. The choice of the more succinct summaries provided by this later book was dictated entirely by the limitations of space. In this manner, the extensive body of trade union material in the earlier volume, From Bryan to Stalin, now out of print, has been utilized and preserved in the present book. For the same reason, the reader will find excerpts from my book Misleaders of Labor published in 1927 instead of from writings produced during the period under consideration. The bulk of the chapters, however, consist of pamphlets or articles written in the course of events under discussion. The last chapter, Summary and Conclusions, was written especially for this book. WZF. I was born in Taunton, Massachusetts, near Boston, February 25, 1881. From the age of 7 to 10 one went to school, selling newspapers the while. But at 10, so meager was the family income, I had to quit school and go to work. My first job, in 1891, was with a sculptor. This was the first of my 26 years' experience as a worker, an experience which took me into many industries, including chemical, lumber, metal, meatpacking, agriculture, marine transport, railroad, building construction, etc., all over the country from New York to California, and from Florida to Washington. I stayed 2 years with the sculptor, but the wages he paid were so low, from $51.50 per week for the first year to $2 for the second, that I quit him. I got a job at $3 a week at the local type foundry of McKellar, Smith & Jordan, where I worked some 2.5 years and learned much of the type founder's trade. I began to follow with great interest and sympathy the many strikes and other struggles of the workers in this period. The first strike in which I actually participated was that of the Philadelphia street carmen in 1894, when I was 14 years old. The strike lasted only about a week, but it was very bitterly fought. I, together with other strikers and sympathizing workers, was clubbed and ridden down by mounted police at 15th and Market Streets in a vicious charge of these thugs against a peaceful parade of strikers. It was my baptism in the class struggle, and it exerted a profound influence upon my general outlook. The decade when I was a growing lad, from the middle 80s to the middle 90s, was one of active struggle by the workers. In point of militancy, it was unequaled for the next 25 years. This was the heyday upon the Knights of Labor, and the foundation period of the American Federation of Labor. Some of the greatest strikes in the history of the United States took place during this time. This decade of extreme working class militancy was started off by the Great 8-Hour Strike movement of 1886 centering in Chicago, which greatly stimulated the trade unions everywhere, and which resulted in the legal lynching of its militant leaders, Parsons, Spies, Fisher, Engel, and Ling. Soon this historic struggle was followed by another almost equally famous, the Homestead Strike of 1892, when the steel workers, fighting a losing battle against the growing steel trust, drove away the Pinkerton thugs in armed struggle and seized the local steel mills, rifles in hand. Then, in May 1894, in the midst of the great industrial crisis of that time, the powerful strike of the American Railway Union took place, led by Eugene V. Debs, which was crushed by a combination of violence by the federal government and treachery by A.F. of L. and railroad craft union officials. Meanwhile, in the Rocky Mountain states, among the metal miners, the Western Federation of Miners, with William D. Haywood as its leading spirit, a whole series of the most spectacular and hard-fought strikes in American labor history were developing, many of them being armed conflicts of the workers against company thugs and state troops. And another famous movement of this period was Coxey's National March of the Unemployed. Upon Washington, a movement that profoundly stirred the working class, stricken as it was by the huge wage cuts and unemployment caused by the prevailing economic crisis. While the workers were thus resisting American capitalism so militantly, the small farmers of the Middle West were also in a high state of political discontent. There was also much discontent among the urban petty bourgeoisie, or small manufacturers, merchants, etc. They were feeling the crushing power of the growing trusts and monopolies. Already they had succeeded in having the Sherman antitrust law passed in 1890 in a vain attempt to stifle the growth of monopoly. Their cup of unrest was also filled to overflowing by the deep industrial crisis of this period. It was upon this general background of discontent of the workers, farmers and city middle class that the Bryan Democratic Party came. The Pinkerton Detective Agency was the most vicious strike-breaking and labor spy agency in the United States during the last half of the 19th century. Paine of 1896 developed. It originated in the Populist Party of the Farmers, and the farmers remained the backbone of the movement, although large numbers of workers and city middle-class elements also participated in it. I was profoundly stirred by all these great events. Especially was I interested and aroused by the bitter strikes of the period. It is true that I knew of 1886 only from the older workers, but it was then still a strong tradition among them, and I eagerly absorbed it. The American Railway Union strike of 1894 I remember quite distinctly, and I read with close attention the newspaper reports of the fierce strikes of the Rocky Mountain metal miners and also of the many struggles of the coal miners in the anthracite districts of Pennsylvania. My sense of solidarity with the workers was actively aroused. I followed with bated breath the march of Coxey's army, and on my way to work I used to linger around Coxey's Philadelphia recruiting office at 13th and Filbert Streets to read the displayed bulletins from all over the country as to the progress of the various detachments of the Army of Unemployed. When the movement came to its absurd anticlimax by Coxey's being arrested for walking on the Capitol lawn, it was for me a personal tragedy. But the greatest effect of all upon my awakening class feeling was produced by the great Homestead strike of steel workers. I was only 11 years old at the time, but I remember how I shared my father's indignation at the sending of the Philadelphia National Guard regiments to Pittsburgh. Forces were at work which were rapidly developing my native proletarian instinct into genuine class consciousness. It was fast outgrowing the petty bourgeois limits of the Bryan movement, and was on the way to a revolutionary outlook. My experience in industry was broadening. By the end of 1900 I had added to my previous jobs 3 years' work in the fertilizer industry, working in plants in Reading, Pennsylvania, and Jacksonville, Florida, where I had become a steamfitter, stationary engineer, and an expert fertilizer mixer. I had also worked in Florida peonage lumber camps, put in 2 months as a brakeman on the Pennsylvania and Reading Railroad, and spent 6 months as a trolley car motorman on the 3rd Avenue line in New York City. It was at the latter occupation that I joined my first union, the street carmen. Conditions were abominable on the New York cars, the men being completely unorganized and the company arbitrarily dictating wage and working conditions. I decided to try to change all this. The result was that I was discharged for trying to organize the street carmen. This whole process of disillusionment with capitalist economics, government, and religion was preparing me for my transformation into a socialist, which came with dramatic suddenness in the summer of 1900. Began to read socialist literature in earnest and to become better acquainted with the movement. In the fall of 1900 I was working in a fertilizer plant at Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, near Reading, when the elections came on. Eugene V. Debs and Job Harriman were the socialist candidates. Although only 19 years old and too young to vote myself, I walked 6 miles with another worker, my brother-in-law, George McVeigh, to help him cast his vote for the socialist ticket. The same year I joined the Socialist Party, then just being formed out of the split-off from the Socialist Labor Party. From 1901 to 1904 my revolutionary development suffered a rude interruption. The 2.5 years I had worked with lead in the type foundry as a child worker had undermined my health. The 3 years following in the fertilizer industry, where we usually toiled totally unprotected, in dense clouds of poisonous dusts, broke me down so that the doctors pronounced me a consumptive. I was in a fair way to go to an untimely grave, grinding out profits for employers, as vast armies of workers had done before me. So I quit my job, pulled up stakes and headed for the west. I hoboed my way. Arrived in Oregon, I worked for a few months on the local docks and in neighboring logging camps and railroad construction jobs. Then, early in the winter of 1901 I shipped out of Portland on an old square-rigged sailing vessel. She was the Pegasus, a British four-masted bark, and bound around Cape Horn for Cape Town, South Africa, with a cargo of wheat. Thus opened my life as a deep-water sailor, my most interesting and unforgettable experience as a worker. During this time I sailed 1.5 times around the world. All told, the voyage, counting considerable stays on the South African, Australian and South American coasts, lasted almost 3 years and covered some 50,000 miles. It gave me a real taste of hunger, hardship, low wages, and danger, and it exposed me to the rawest and most callous exploitation. It helped very much to steel me in my growing revolutionary convictions. The Socialist Labor Party was organized in 1876, fusing the various socialist groups into a single party. The Socialist Party was formed in 1901, as a result of a split in the S.L.P. The new party also included other socialist groupings in the Middle West. My last ship, the County of Cardigan, paid off at North Shields, England, and I took a steamer for Philadelphia. There I joined the Atlantic Coast Seamen's Union, intending to work as a sailor on the coast. But again I listened to the siren song of the West. Once more I hoboed it to Oregon, arriving early in November 1904, just in time to vote for Debs for president. From 1904 to 1907 I worked in the Portland area and began to take an active part in the Socialist Party. I paid up my dues in the local branch and began to read the party literature. During these 3 years I worked in many local industries characteristic of the Pacific Northwest: farming, logging, sawmills, building, metal mining, railroad construction, railroad train service, etc. I became a pretty typical Western floating worker. I had secured a job as fireman on the Oregon Railroad and Navigation Company on the Portland Umatilla Division. After 6 months of this grueling work I made an application to join the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Engineers, having decided to work up to an engineer. But then came the sharp industrial crisis of 1907, which swept me out of work and wrecked my plans. During these several years my revolutionary understanding and enthusiasm were rising. I was a very ardent supporter of the Socialist Party, which was then torn by a bitter and growing internal struggle in the Pacific Coast states. Domination of the S.P. by middle-class elements condemned the party to a policy of opportunism. The revolutionary worker members of the party deeply resented this petty bourgeois control and opportunist regime. I took an active interest in this factional struggle and at once found myself in the left wing of the party. All my experience and reading in the class struggle had tended to make a militant of me. I had learned the elementary lesson that the class struggle is indeed a fight. I was profoundly convinced that the reformist plan of gradually turning capitalism into socialism by a series of reforms was futile. So I joined definitely with the proletarian elements, who wanted to make of the Socialist Party a revolutionary organization. The industrial crisis of 1907 uprooted me important and job-seeking. I made my way to Seat. Here I worked mostly as a building laborer and in local sawmills during 1907 to 2009. When I arrived in Seed vs. P, internal fight was already acute. The state organization was in the hands of typical opportunist groups. The majority of the party membership favored the left opposition. The fight, centering around the main question of proletarian versus petty bourgeois control of the party, developed, with many ramifications, into a struggle for power. The situation climaxed in the party state convention held in Everett early in 1909. The left wing refused to participate in the convention, withdrew its delegates, held its own convention, and elected a state secretary. There were thus two socialist parties in Washington. Whereupon, the opportunist-controlled National Executive Committee of the Socialist Party pronounced the left-wing convention illegal, recognized the right-wing state secretary, and gave the left-wingers the option of rejoining as individuals. Few ever went back to the Socialist Party. At first we tried to keep going our version of the Socialist Party. But this policy could not continue, because there was a great disinclination to use the hated name of the Socialist Party. We had, therefore, to cast about for a new form of mobilizing our forces. With the 1909 split on our hands in Washington, we had to make a decision as to our next step organizationally. Most of us, like left-wingers generally in that period, were saturated with the semi-syndicalist theories of Daniel de Leon. But we finally decided not to join the Socialist Labor Party of which de Leon was the leader. Its crass sectarianism repelled us. We felt de Leon's dogmatic utopianism rather than analyzed it. We decided to form a new party, and we did. After much travail, the new party was launched in Seattle on February 25, 1910. It called itself the Wage Workers' Party. The organization was short-lived. The W.W.P. was a sort of hybrid between the Socialist Labor Party and the Industrial Workers of the World I.W.W. formed in 1905. There was no place in the class struggle for such an organization as the W.W.P., so it died as soon as it was born. The period from its formation to its collapse was only a few months. It got out only one issue of its paper, The Wage Worker. One of the active spirits in this movement was Joe Manley, later an active communist trade union leader. The W.W.P. was important in that it was one of the earliest crystallizations of the S.P. left wing, a forerunner of the big fight of 1912 and the eventual national S.P. split of 1919. It was a local skirmish in the worldwide fight of the revolutionary elements inside the S.P. against the reformist leadership. I was not greatly enthused over the formation of the Wage Workers' Party, and even while it was being launched I was turning my attention to the industrial workers upon the world. Specifically, I went from Seat to Spokane in the fall of 1909 to report the free speech fight there for Titus Workingman's paper, formerly the Seattle Socialist. Immediately upon my arrival in Spokane I joined actively in this struggle. I heartily endorsed the splendid fighting spirit of the I.W.W., which contrasted sharply with the wishy-washy S.P. I was arrested and served 2 months. While in jail I joined the I.W.W. Upon my release I was placed at the head of the committee which negotiated the settlement of the struggle. This settlement resulted in an almost complete victory for the I.W.W. It was chiefly discussed with the petty bourgeois leaders and policies of the S.P. that had made me join the I.W.W. It was an easy step for me to conclude from the paralyzing reformism of the S.P. that political action in general was fruitless and that the way to working class emancipation was through militant trade union action, culminating in the general strike. This conclusion was a serious error, confounding political action as such with S.P. opportunism, and thus casting aside the political weapons of the working class. It took me many years to correct this basic mistake. I was also drawn to the syndicalist point of view by the influence of the militant I.W.W., and likewise as a result of the spectacular success of the General Confederation of Labor C.G.T. of France. This syndicalist organization was at that UME conducting a whole series of local and national general strikes that were stirring the workers in every country. I decided to go to France and study French syndicalism at first hand. So, early in 1910, with $100 in my pocket, I hoboed my way to New York and soon landed in Paris. I stayed 6 months in France and intensely studied the labor movement, gaining a speaking and reading knowledge of French. I was deeply impressed by a basic feature of French syndicalism, new to me and quite contrary to I.W.W. policy. This was the policy of militant workers fighting for their policies within conservative unions, rather than withdrawing from them and trying to construct new, ideal, industrial unions on the outside. It seemed to me that this tactic and the whole theory of the militant minority were highly intelligent and far superior to the I.W.W. policy of building dual industrial unions, and also to its naive theory that there were no leaders in the organization, all the members being leaders. I resolved to raise these two questions in the I.W.W. when I returned to the United States, and the sequel showed that they were to play a very large part in my future labor activities. From France I went to Germany, where I also stayed 6 months, incidentally learning the German language. My experience in Germany fortified my syndicalist opinions. The manifestly non-revolutionary Social Democratic Party and the conservative mass unions and cooperatives under its control convinced me further of the necessity of a revolutionary syndicalist policy. Furthermore, the sectarian isolation of the German Syndicalist Union convinced me that by withdrawing from old unions on the I.W.W. plan, they were simply turning the mass trade unions over to the deadly control of Carl Legion *, and that good tactics required working within the mass unions. I was led to conclude that the policy of dual unionism was wrong not only in Germany, but also in the United States. My scheduled 6-month stay in Germany coming to an end, I was hastily picking up a reading knowledge of Italian and Spanish preparatory to spending 6 months each in Italy and Spain, when Vincent St. John, General Secretary of the I.W.W., cabled me to represent that organization at the meeting of the International Trade Union Secretariat, forerunner of the Amsterdam International, to be held in Budapest, Hungary, August 10 to 12, 1911. On my way, I attended the National Congress of the German Trade Unions in Dresden, and saw Legion's ironclad bureaucracy in action. As I was broke, I had to walk 150 miles of the way from Nuremberg to Dresden. At Budapest I received another cable from St. John to come home immediately to attend the forthcoming I.W.W. convention, which I did. I arrived in Chicago in time for the 6th convention of the I.W.W., which was held in September 1911, and I at once took up the question of winning the I.W.W. for a policy of working within the conservative trade unions. I began an active campaign in favor of this fundamental change of policy, and won the support of Jack Johnstone, Joe Manley, J. Fox, Sam Hammersmark, and a few other militants. The existing situation in the I.W.W. was favorable to our agitation. The glowing hopes of the 1905 convention had not materialized. The organization had gradually dwindled in numbers and influence. The convention had only 31 delegates. Ideologically, the I.W.W. had narrowed down pretty much to a small group of hard-boiled anti-political, anti-religious sectarians. Debs had quit it, and Carl Legion was the reformist leader of the trade unions in Germany. De Leon likewise, both having split off when the I.W.W. rejected political action. Pessimism was rampant in the organization, and the question, "Why don't the I.W.W. grow?" was a live issue. Meanwhile, however, an important event was developing that soon effectively crippled our budding agitation in the I.W.W. This was the famous I.W.W. Lawrence strike in January 1912 of 23,000 textile workers. It was hard fought, well led, and resulted in a real victory for the workers. I.W.W. stocks went skyward again everywhere, and it grew rapidly. Within a short period afterward, the organization conducted a whole series of important strikes in Paterson, Akron, Little Falls, Lytton, in the Mesaba Iron Range, the Washington lumber districts, etc. This sudden wave of strikes, many of which won concessions, brought the I.W.W. to what Professor Paul Brissenden calls its crest of power. Pessimism vanished, and the I.W.W. militants were jubilant. St. John declared enthusiastically, "The victory in the Lawrence Mills means the start that will only end with the downfall of the capitalist system." In such a situation, our proposal to have the I.W.W. forces merge with the old trade unions fell flat. A new wave of dual unionist sentiment spread in all sections of the left wing. Only a few of us looked upon the current spurt of the I.W.W. correctly as but a flash in the pan. The revival of the I.W.W. dual union sentiment caused a change in our tactics. Our newly formed groups began to split off from the I.W.W. and to join the A.F.L. to work there. The first to take this course was Local Syndicalist League No. 1, in Nelson, British Columbia, which had been formed by Jack Johnstone. It was only a short while afterward until we had similar groups within the A.F.L. in Kansas City, Omaha, Chicago, Minneapolis, Vancouver, B.C., St. Louis, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Skat, Tacoma, Denver, and several other cities in the Middle West and West. As for myself, I paid my last dues to I.W.W. in February 1912. I was working as a railroader, and I joined the A.F.L. Union of my craft, the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen of America, in Chicago. The few forces with which the new movement began its work came, as we have seen, almost entirely from the I.W.W. We had practically no contact with the left wing of the Socialist Party, which, in reality, however, the I.W.W. reached a higher membership total in 1917, when it officially claimed 130,000 members. A late American trade unionism was thoroughly saturated with I.W.W. dual union sentiment. Our new movement was too weak to call a national conference or convention. In agreement with the Audian groups, the Chicago Local League acted as the national center. It selected an executive board and elected me as national secretary. The organization was named the Syndicalist League of North America, this title being chosen because the league included groups in Canada and hoped to extend its activities also into Mexico. The Syndicalist League of North America lasted 2 years, from 1912 to 1914. This was a period of growing struggle by the workers, under the impact of the prevalent industrial crisis. The A.F.L. unions grew rapidly and conducted several important strikes. The I.W.W. grew and led many struggles. The S.P. increased its membership from 41,479 in 1909 to 118,045, and in 1912 its vote was 900,000, the largest in its history. And all this in spite of Theodore Roosevelt's efforts to demoralize the toiling masses with his Bull Moose campaign *. Despite its considerable activities, the S.L.of.N.A. did not succeed in becoming a mass organization. Also, it never penetrated the industrial East, being almost entirely located in the territory west of Chicago, the traditional I.W.W. stronghold. It was composed chiefly of skilled workers, mostly native-born. No accurate statistics were kept, but its actual membership of militants was estimated at not to exceed 2,000, although the unions led by these militants easily counted 10 to 20 times that many workers. The League's influence, especially in view of its considerable press, was far greater than its small membership would indicate. After 2 years of life, the S.L.of.N.A. fell into decline. In the summer of 1914, its national center was liquidated, and the movement crumbled away into disconnected groups of militants working here and there in the trade union movement. The S.L.of.N.A. program exhibited the basic flaw of the syndicalist movement in general. That is, it constituted a great oversimplification of the workers' revolutionary problem in both theory and practice. In 1912, Theodore Roosevelt, failing to get presidential renomination on the Republican ticket, organized the Progressive Party, which campaigned for a third term for him on a liberal program, and which denounced both the Republican and Democratic parties as machine-controlled. Roosevelt, however, was an aggressive representative of growing American imperialism. Despite its short life, the S.L.of.N.A. left its mark upon the left wing, however, and it must occupy an important position in American revolutionary history. It stands as the first organized effort of revolutionary workers to wrest the leadership of the trade unions away from their reactionary leaders. In this it represented a great step forward over the crude dual unionism to which the left wing was then wedded. The only earlier serious efforts by revolutionaries to win leadership in the trade unions was that of Spies, et al., in Chicago in 1886, and by the revolutionary pioneers in the early days of the S.L.P. But this was in the period before the left wing became afflicted with its long sickness of dual industrial unionism. The League led the first serious assault upon this paralyzing policy. The failure of the S.L.of.N.A. to establish itself permanently in the labor movement was a facer to our small group of syndicalists. It did not, however, shake our conviction that the prevalent left-wing policy of dual unionism was wrong and very harmful. So, hardly had the S.L.of.N.A. collapsed than we began to move to establish a new national organization. This effort crystallized in a conference held in St. Louis, January 17, 1915, consisting of a dozen delegates from Chicago, St. Louis, Omaha, and Kansas City. At this conference we set up the International Trade Union Educational League. Chicago was chosen as national headquarters. A small national board, with representatives from our 4 main points, was selected, and I was picked as secretary. The I.T.U.E.L. was born a few months after the beginning of the World War, in the midst of the 1914-15 industrial crisis, and just on the eve of the Great War boom. It was a time of rapidly rising cost of living and of spreading discontent among the workers. The workers were in a militant mood, but their organizations were giving them no fighting lead and there were few struggles. The A.F.L. unions were stagnant in the industrial crisis. The I.W.W. had declined after its upshoot of 2 years before, and the S.P. was still suffering heavily from the big split of 1912. Objectively, the situation was favorable for I.T.U.E.L. work, which translated itself chiefly into efforts to organize the unorganized. But the ITUEL never succeeded in developing into a national movement. I made a 7,000-mile agitation tour through the West in winter time, hoboing it as usual, trying to build the movement. Here and there local militants endeavored to set up groups, but without avail. The ITUEL secured less spread nationally than even the SLNA. It finally simmered itself down pretty much into a local league in Chicago, a group, however, which was fated to play an important role in the general labor movement. The reasons for the failure of the ITUEL to grow were pretty much the same as in the case of the SLNA. There were the usual syndicalist weaknesses. Then there was the traditional left-wing opposition to participation in the conservative trade unions. Although the IWW was in a slump, dual unionism remained the unchallengeable and undiscussable gospel of the IWW, the SLP, and the left wing of the SP. The dual union theory was at the time drawing sustenance from resentment against the deepening corruption in the AFL and its impotence in trustified industry, as well as from the rapid growth of the amalgamated clothing workers, an independent union split off from the United Garment Workers. Another factor that drove a wedge between the ITUEL and the body of the left-wing forces was the right opportunist conception of syndicalism that we had developed. This clashed violently with the leftist, sectarian conceptions prevalent generally in the left wing and tended to further isolate our forces from the general revolutionary movement. The Chicago group of the ITUEL, numbering about 100, was noteworthy because it was instrumental in setting on foot many militant movements, and it was a prime factor in eventually making the Chicago Federation of Labor the most progressive labor council in the United States at that time. The Chicago FL displayed its progressivism through its initiative in starting the Great Stockyards and Steel Industry Organizing campaigns of 1917 to 19, its activity in the Labor Party movement, its support of the Mooney Billings case, etc. Through 1915 and 1916 we continued building up a strong ITUEL delegation in the Chicago Federation of Labor. Our policy included a united front on many questions with the leading group in the CFL, headed by President John Fitzpatrick. Although we considered John Fitzpatrick devoid of theoretical knowledge of the class struggle, we believed him to be an honest and courageous man who made the best right he knew how for the workers. The ITUEL Chicago group took an energetic part in all the local strikes of the period. We came into sharp collision with the growing gangster control of the unions, making bitter enemies of the Murphy and O'Donnell gangs and other forerunners of the lurid A1 Capone era. The ITUEL also branched out nationally with its agitation. We sent many articles to the trade union journals embodying our viewpoint, and we circularized thousands of local unions, pushing a distribution of our pamphlet, Trade Unionism, The Road to Freedom. A very important action of the Chicago ITUEL was to secure the adoption by the CFL of a proposal to form a Chicago Railroad Council, to be made up of locals of all railroad unions. The heads of the railroad craft unions fought this as a dangerous rank-and-file movement. In 1920 this council led a national strike of 250,000 railroad shop workers. 1936. 2. The Packing House Campaign. When the United States entered the First World War in 1917, I was working as a car inspector on the Sioux Line in Chicago, for at the expiration of my year's term as business agent of the Railway Carmen, some time previous, I had refused the unanimous nomination of our 13 locals for a second term and had gone back to work on the road. While I inspected freight cars, one puzzled over what I might do to get some real organization work started. I felt quite helpless, I must say. Our ITUEL was gone, and there was I working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and consequently unable even to attend the meetings of the Chicago Federation of Labor, to which I was a delegate. Finally, however, one day as I was walking to work, and I remember well that it was July 11, 1917, it struck me suddenly that perhaps we could get a campaign started to organize the workers in the great Chicago packing houses, whom the AFL had grossly neglected during many years. Except for the Teamsters, they were then totally unorganized, their contendants were frightful, and the demand for workers was strong, a splendid opportunity for an organizing campaign. Perhaps the progressive CFL could be induced to give its support. No sooner thought than done. That very night I took the matter up with the Chicago District Council of the Railway Carmen, which was led by former ITUEL militants. Our craft is a prominent one in the packing house situation because the refrigerator car, which we build, is the basis of that industry, so the council readily endorsed my proposal. On the 13th, I was one of our committee to the meeting of the half-dead Local 87 of the bankrupt butcher workmen. We secured its reluctant endorsement, and on the 15th the two unions introduced a resolution into the Chicago Federation of Labor calling for a joint organization campaign of all trades in the local packing industry. The C.F. of L. unanimously adopted our resolution. Thus, only 4 days after the plan was born, the campaign to organize the workers of the Great Packing Trust had got underway. From the outset, Joe Manley, Jack Johnstone, and other left-wing trade unionists were very active in this movement. On July 23, we formed the Stockyards Labor Council of a dozen local unions with jurisdiction over packing house workers, including butcher workmen, railway carmen, machinists, electricians, coopers, carpenters, office workers, steam fitters, engineers, firemen, etc. I was elected secretary and Martin Murphy, a rank-and-file butcher, president. Our working plan was that of a federation. We rejected the traditional left-wing policy of launching a new, one big industrial union, as such a dual union would have split our forces and wrecked our movement at the outset. We decided to move towards industrial unionism by setting up an industrial federation and by locking the various component craft unions so firmly together under one council, one executive board, one set of business agents, etc., as to create a firm front in the whole industry. The workers accepted this industrial plan readily, as their big 1904 strike had been completely smashed because of disunity and union scabbing among the several craft unions organized in the two separate, jangling councils. We infused our whole movement with the spirit of industrial unionism. At the first meeting of the Stockyards Labor Council, we decided to base our movement primarily upon the unskilled masses, that is, the foreign-born Negroes, who made up a majority of the workers. The Negroes, of whom there were 12,000 among the 60,000 Chicago packing house workers, presented a thorny problem. Many of the skilled crafts, despite our best efforts, barred them, although the main union, the butcher workmen, admitted them. To complicate matters, we faced the open hostility of the Negro middle-class elements. The Packing House Campaign 23. Embittered by A.F. of L. discrimination. When we began our organization work, we proceeded upon the policy of taking the Negroes into the big mass butcher workmen local unions, and we thought that we had thereby solved the problem. But at once the Negro leaders raised a shout that we were placing the Negroes into white unions where they would be a helpless minority, and they demanded separate Negro unions. We naively agreed to this demand, whereupon, almost overnight, the cry of Jim Crow went along State Street with devastating effect. We eventually found a solution, however, by adopting the neighborhood principle, that is, by building mass unions in both Negro and white districts and having them open alike to Negroes and whites. This killed the Jim Crow issue and forced the corrupt elements among the Negro middle-class elements, agents of the packers, to come out openly against our organizing campaign generally and to advocate a policy of scabbing. Such a proposal was easy for us to beat, however, and the sequel showed that we finally won over the majority of the Negroes and built up the largest Negro trade union membership ever organized in any American city. But let me come back to the sequence of my story. Where were we to get organizers and money for our campaign? The A.F. of L. National Office gave us not a penny, and its local general organizer, Flood, was cynical and contemptuous. The ultra-reactionary butcher workmen officials, with a moribund union, looked upon us as upstarts and dangerous rivals, and extended us nothing but hostility. The preliminary work was done mostly on a voluntary basis by Jack Johnstone, myself, and other former I.T.U.E.L. militants. The C.F. of L. was friendly, but its initial financial help consisted in paying only the expenses of our first mass meeting. Upon the recommendation of the C.F. of L. and Railway Carmen's District Council, however, I was most reluctantly appointed by the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen of America General President Ryan as an organizer for a 90-day period, after we got well started and our movement looked promising. The C.F. of L. also put on Jack Johnstone as a paid organizer. Eventually, the Illinois Federation of Labor also gave us a couple of Negro organizers, and we scared up the help of occasional. This finished for me 10 years as a railroad worker, with service on many roads: Southern Pacific, Northern Pacific, Seaboard Airline, Chicago and Northwestern, Chicago Railroad and Navigation, Philadelphia and Reading, Spokane, Portland and Seattle, Sioux Line, etc., and in many capacities: fireman, brakeman, car repairer, airbrake man, car inspector, freight handler, railroad construct and teamster, shop laborer, camp cook, etc., in all corners of the country. Butcher workmen and other craft union business agents. Beyond this, the movement financed itself and produced its own organizers. John Fitzpatrick, president of the Chicago Federation of Labor, from the first was sympathetic to our campaign, but he was skeptical of its outcome, being afflicted with the prevailing pessimism in trade union circles to the effect that the packing house workers were unorganizable. But as our campaign began to get results, he took a more active part, eventually becoming chairman of our national movement. His services were especially valuable in combating the disruptive tactics of reactionary A.F.L. leaders and in carrying on the negotiations with the packers and the government. An aggressive campaign. We launched our organization drive with great vigor and directed our efforts at the 5 great Chicago plants of the biggest packers of the huge beef trust. The workers came in large numbers to our meetings to listen, but, suspicious from long years of A.F.L. betrayal and incompetence, few joined the unions. At the end of 6 weeks of intensive work, we had organized only 500 members. Fitzpatrick pronounced this result excellent, as no such showing had been made since the fatal strike of 13 years before. But to me, our progress was wholly unsatisfactory. The great packing industry could never be organized by such a one-by-one method. We simply had to find a way to start the workers into the unions en masse. Our little militant leading group was determined that at all costs the workers must be organized, and we were prepared to use drastic methods to this end. We were proceeding on a militant strike policy which had nothing in common with the Gompers' wartime, no strike program, and we were convinced that the workers were strike-minded and would respond to our efforts if they saw a prospect for strike action in support of the demands, 8-hour day, right to organize, etc., that we were popularizing. Hence, I proposed to our small leading committee a detailed plan whereby our 500 members, after good preparation and with the organized assistance of other industry militants, could be used to strike the great mass of 60,000 workers. It was a very risky move, but I am still convinced it would have. For a discussion of the policies of the A.F.L. leadership during the First World War, 1914-18, see pages 26, 57-59 of this book. The Packing House Campaign 25 succeeded had we tried it. The organizers agreed with my proposals, but, as we were getting ready, fortunately we were able to find a sure way to bring the masses into action by a strike movement. Under the influence of our Chicago campaign and the generally favorable situation, local organizations and strikes had begun to take shape in various Western packing centers. I, therefore, proposed the strategy of calling a national conference of packing house workers to prepare demands to be made upon the packers. The leaders of the butcher workmen, typical A.F.L. reactionaries, smelling a possible strike, strongly disagreed with this proposal, even as they violently condemned our whole militant line. But fearing to be swept aside by the rising mass movement, they finally grudgingly agreed. Whereupon, over their protests, we gave the story to the newspapers, stating that the move for a conference would probably culminate in a big national packing house strike. Next day, as I expected, the Chicago press bore great flaming headlines. Strike looms at yards. And so it was in other packing centers. The whole packing industry seethed over the threatening strike. The effect upon the discontented mass of workers was electrical. At last they saw the action they wanted, a chance to strike back at their exploiters. Then they fairly broke the doors down in joining the Chicago unions en masses. The feeble stockyards organizations grew wildly. For example, the decrepit Local 87 Butcher Workmen took in 1,400 members at its first meeting after the press announcement of the threatening strike. Likewise, the movement grew like a bay tree in Sioux City, St. Louis, Fort Worth, Omaha, Kansas City, St. Joseph, St. Paul, Oklahoma City, Denver, and other big Western packing centers. Tens of thousands streamed into the A.F.L. locals. Our strategy had succeeded better even than we had anticipated. We were over the top in the organization of the great national packing industry, for years considered in trade union circles to be an utterly hopeless task. Meanwhile, we had joined the dozen cooperating packing house unions together natively into a loose committee, of which John Fitzpatrick was chairman and I, secretary. However, the packers had not been idle. At first, except for flooding our movement with spies, they had made no hostile move, evidently believing that our campaign, like so many A.F.L. drives in the past, would collapse of its own weight. But when they realized, these spies were everywhere. For example, 2 of our 3 Polish and Lithuanian organizers in Chicago finally confessed being undercover men. We were making real headway. They became alarmed and replied with the usual open-shop weapon of discharging active unionists. This discharge campaign spread far and reached its climax when Libby, McNeil and Libby, a Swift subsidiary, fired some 50 of its Chicago workers. The policy of our militant organizers was to head towards a national strike of packing house workers. We figured that only by such a strike could the workers fully secure their demands and establish their unions. We were also convinced that the packers and the government never could stand a great packing house strike in wartime, in view of the frantic demand for foodstuffs. So the packers' provocations fitted right into our strategy, and we replied to Libby, McNeil and Libby by quickly taking a national strike vote, which was almost 100% favorable. Then we began hasty preparation for a strike, but just at this juncture the A.F. of L. national leaders stepped in and steered the whole movement into the treacherous channels of a government mediation. The government comes to help the packers. The Wilson administration, it will be remembered, to sidetrack the many strike movements and to prevent the extension of the trade unions into the open shop industries, had a policy of making government labor agreements for the duration of the war. Its Federal Mediation Commission was going about the country settling strikes on this basis. The A.F. of L. leadership was, of course, in full harmony with this anti-union policy. Jack Johnstone, myself, and other packing house militants were against such government interference. Fitzpatrick also opposed the government's entering, but he had no confidence in a strike, whereas the whole strategy of Johnstone and myself was based on the need for a strike to force the packers by direct pressure to sign a union agreement. But the A.F. of L. brought the government in spite of us. As a matter of routine, we formally notified the A.F. of L. headquarters of our strike vote, whereupon, without notifying us, they promptly turned the matter over to the government. We were immediately infested with agents of the Federal Mediation Commission. Later, when I protested to Gompers about his bringing the government onto our necks, he lamely excused himself on the ground that he was not in the packing house campaign T.J. his office when our telegram had arrived, and that his secretary, Miss Lagarde, had referred it as a matter of course to the Department of Labor for mediation, an explanation which threw a bright light on the A.F. of L.'s wartime no-strike policy. This A.F. of L. action upset our whole strike strategy. What was now to be done? Could we ignore the government mediators and strike anyhow? The cards were all stacked against such a course. The A.F. of L. leaders would be solidly opposed to it, and so, likewise, would be the national officials of all the dozen federated unions in our joint movement. The great weakness of our Chicago Stockyards Labor Council, from first to last, was that, although it gave the whole stimulus and militant leadership to the national movement, the actual control of the international unions involved remained in the hands of reactionary A.F. of L. officials, and alas, we had no organized group of militants to link us up with the rank-and-file workers in the other packing centers. About 18 months after this, in the 1919 steel campaign, we faced a somewhat similar situation. Our committee then confronted a demand from President Wilson, Gompers, and a large majority of the leaders of the 24 steel unions that we should sidetrack our developing strike movement and put our trust in government maneuverings. We were strongly organized enough to defy this treacherous demand, however, and to go on with the great national strike. But in the packing house situation, with our new unions and our lack of national control, such a course would have been folly. So, yielding before superior forces, we had to enter, against our will, into the government mediation and to depend upon the growing strength and militancy of our movement to carry it on to victory in spite of its enemies, the packers, the government, and the A.F. of L. top leadership. The packing industry organized. After much jockeying around, we finally drew up an agreement with the Federal Mediation Commission in Chicago, in December 1917, which provided for the right to organize, set up shop committees, present grievances, attend union conventions, etc. It further granted a 10% wage increase, the principle of seniority in employment, no discrimination because of creed, color, or nationality, display of peace work schedules, abolition of arbitrary discharge, abolition of compulsory benefit societies, establishment of proper dressing, lunch, American trade unionism. 28. And washrooms, etc. Our other 6 major demands then went to Federal Judge S. Altschuler, administrator of the packing industry, for arbitration decision. The National Packing House arbitration proceedings, held in Chicago early in 1918, were highly dramatic. The 5 big packers, Armour, Swift, Morris, Cudahy, and Wilson, were represented by attorneys Meyer and Condon, and the workers were represented by Frank P. Walsh and John Fitzpatrick. For 3.5 weeks we paraded witnesses on the stand, workers, economists, labor leaders, including Gompers, giving publicity to the horrible working and living conditions of the packing house workers and the fabulous profits being made by the packers, Armour himself admitting a war profit of $40 million in 1917. One must say that I took double pleasure in this exposure and discomfiture of the packers, for I personally had felt the lash of the hard conditions in the industry. Having worked the winter of 1915 in the Swift and Company car shops for such miserable wages that I was too poor to buy an overcoat to shield me from the bitterly cold weather. On March 30, 1918, Judge Altschuler handed down his award. With an eye on our militant movement and on the certainty of a national packing house strike in case of an unsatisfactory decision, he granted about 85% of the union's 6 demands. His award provided for another 10% to 25% wage increase, a basic 8th-hour day with 10 hours pay, extra time for overtime, equal pay FOI men and women doing the same class of work, a guarantee of 5 days work per week in slack seasons, and time off with pay for lunch periods in 8-hour shifts. The award was retroactive, the 125,000 workers of the 5 big packers receiving $6 million in back pay, or an average of 40 per worker. With enthusiasm, the packing house workers greeted these terms as a great victory. They streamed into the unions all over the country and built solid organizations in every plant. Now our job of mopping up began. We made the hundreds of small packers sign the Altschuler Award, and then we carried the organization campaign into many subsidiary sections of the industry, such as retail butcher shops, the independent soap, washing powder, glue, canning, buttering, fertilizer, cooperage, etc., works. Besides this, many other local industries, such as machine shops, car works, etc., caught the contagion and were organized. Carrot in Chicago, we had dozens of strikes in this follow-up campaign. The most serious struggle was with the Union Stockyards and Transit Company. This powerful concern, owned by the great packers, received, fed and distributed the tens of thousands of animals arriving daily at the Chicago yards. It is the nerve center of the local packing industry. Its autocratic head, a Mr. Leonard, refused to sign the Altschuler Award, so we struck his 3,000 stahandlers on an hour's notice. In Tandy, the transfer of all cattle, sheep, and hogs stopped. Frantically, the packers wired all over the West to halt the shipment of stock. Johnstone, Murphy, and I were summoned to the downtown Department of Justice office, where we were threatened with jail for obstructing the war. But we stood our ground and insisted that the U.S.T. Company come to the union's terms. Gradually, the huge packing houses, cut off from supplies of animals, came to a standstill. The menace of a great packing house strike loomed. But after a few days, the U.S.T. Company weakened and signed on the dotted line. It was a real victory, and the oppressed packing house workers were jubilant. The Great Stockyards Organization campaign had by now achieved its major goal. The industry was thoroughly organized all over the country from top to bottom. More than 200,000 workers had come into the dozen federated unions. These included unskilled as well as skilled, immigrant workers and native-born, and fully 25,000 of the new members were Negroes. Many office employees also joined the organization, and even the Stockyards policemen formed a union. At last, the autocratic packers were compelled to meet with the workers and talk business with them, and especially they did not relish conferring with Johnstone and me. The packing house victory marked a new high stage in American labor organization. It was the first mass production, trustified industry ever to be organized by the trade unions. And the victory was doubly significant in that it was accomplished by militant policies and on application of the industrial union principle, at least in a modified form. But of course, the reactionary A.F.L. bureaucracy learned nothing constructive from all this. For us former I.T.U.E.L. militants, the campaign had a very special significance. It was a glowing justification of our policy of working with the old trade unions, and it also showed what could be done on our theory of organizing the unorganized millions by militantly taking advantage of the war situation. 30. American Trade Unionism. The aftermath in the packing industry. It turned out that soon after Judge Altschuler's decision, I left the packing industry to take up the big steel organizing campaign. But I cannot go on with that until I tell how the splendid organization of the packing house workers was eventually destroyed by the packers, with effective assistance of the A.F.L. leaders. It is one of the most shameful stories of betrayals in American labor history. Asterisk. From the outset in 1917, the Gomkerside officials of the butcher workmen, headed by Dennis Lane, a stockholder in a local packing company, did everything possible to sabotage the organizing campaign. Their aim was to destroy the Stockyards Labor Council with its splendid solidarity and its militant leadership. They wanted to wipe out its industrial union trend and re-establish the old, discredited craft system. So they fought to cut off its per capita tax from the locals. They demanded that each local have its own business agent, instead of our centralized system. They insisted that there be formed a second council, that is, a packing trades council of butcher workmen locals only. That was the fatal two-council system that had destroyed the 1904 strike, in which, at the beginning of the Stockyards campaign, we had pledged ourselves never to reintroduce. They flooded the Chicago locals with organizers, who, supported by every packer's spy and stool pigeon, fought for this splitting program. It was in the face of such disruptive tactics that we had to go on with our organizing work. The fight became very bitter. Finally, Lane's crowd, in alliance with the notorious Simon O'Donnell gang of building trades thugs, decided to take over the Stockyards Labor Council by strong-arm methods. As an entering wedge, they tried to force us to seat one of their thugs as a delegate. We refused, and for this I was slated to be rubbed out. The notorious gunman, Big Tim Murphy, openly threatening me. However, we were not helpless, and we let it be known that if any rough stuff were tried, we would know whom to reach and how. The Lane-O'Donnell plan fell through, and we remained in full control. In the first year after I left the packing industry, the fight grew still more bitter. 2 organizers were killed. My successor as secretary of the S.L.C., Jack Johnstone, one time, gun in hand, shot it. See Misleaders of Labor, 1927. The Packing House Campaign 31. Out successfully with a gang of Lane's armed raiders who tried to seize the headquarters by force. Lane, who controlled the official butcher workman union machinery outside of Chicago, our weak spot all along, finally organized a Chicago Packing Trades Council. Only about 2,000 members joined it. He thereupon expelled 40,000 of his union's members who remained affiliated to the Stockyards Labor Council. The Chicago Federation of Labor protested against this outrage, but was warned by Gompers to keep its hands off. Then other A.F.L. union officials in the packing industry set to work to help Lane split up the packing house workers and destroy the industrial solidarity that had been the key to the great success of the movement. Finally, there were 3 councils: the Packing Trades Council, the Mechanical Trades Council, and the Stockyards Labor Council. Besides, there were several unattached locals and large numbers of unorganized workers, demoralized by the A.F.L. treachery. Similar disruptive tactics were used in other packing centers. This went on for 2.5 years after our big victory in 1918. By the fall of 1920, the former splendid organization was much weakened, so the Packers, in step with the great post-war open shop offensive of the time against organized labor, set up company unions, slashed wages, and broke off all relations with the unions. The workers replied to these attacks by a national packing house strike on December 5, 1920. But though they fought heroically, they were defeated and their organization almost completely wiped out, a victim of the reactionary policies of the A.F.L. If the Greens and Hutchisons of today wish to know one of the many reasons why the workers in the basic industries want no more of craft unions and are demanding industrial organization, let them observe the tragedy of the Packing House 1917 to 1921 movement. From meat packing to steel. But let us come back to the events of 1918. With our theory that the main task was the organization of the millions into the trade unions, and that at all costs the wartime demand for workers must be utilized to this end, we naturally sought to use the big victory in the packing industry as a point of departure for a new organization drive. I had no idea of setting down as a trade union official in the packing industry. After considerable thought, I decided to make a try at steel. The trade unions had conquered their first trustified industry, meat packing, and I was confident that, if they would only bestir themselves a bit, they could also win out in the greatest of all trustified industries, steel. Therefore, even before Judge Altshuler had handed down his arbitration decision, being sure that he must grant most of our demands, I had written a resolution to have the Chicago Federation of Labor call upon the A.F.L. to initiate a national organizing campaign in the steel industry along the general lines that had proved so successful in meat packing. However, for a couple of weeks I did not introduce the resolution into the C.F.L. because of a curious reason. During our arbitration, the Packers' lawyer, Condon, had dramatically declared that if Altshuler conceded our demands it would create a vast upheaval among workers and industry generally, and that millions of them would go marching in to the bosses to make similar demands. Even as he was saying this, I had in my pocket the proposed steel campaign resolution. So, fearing that its introduction into the C.F.L. might seem to Altshuler too much like Condon's prophecy coming true, and thereby adversely affect his decision, I had to withhold it until after the judge's award. Finally, on April 7, 1918, a week after Altshuler's decision, I introduced the resolution into the C.F.L., signed by the railway carmen asterisk and a dozen other metal trade unions. It called for a nationwide A.F.L. joint campaign of all the unions having jurisdiction over workers in the steel industry. It was based on a broad industrial movement, from the coal and iron miners and the lake transport workers all through the industry to the men doing the last phases of finishing in the fabricating division of the steel industry, and those who hauled the final products out onto the railroad main lines. Such a federated movement, as in the packing industry, was the most practical approach to be made to the necessary industrial form. The C.F.L. adopted the resolution unanimously and the Great Steel Campaign was on. The railway carmen came into this campaign on the basis that there were scores of thousands of steel car builders in the great steel plants in McKees Rocks, Butler, Pullman, Johnstown, and many other plants. I was a member of this craft union. The A.F.L. leaders, with their social peace, wartime policy, made no effort to organize the more than ripped basic industries. Indeed, they actually hampered such work. Sufficient proofs of this were the facts that I, a rank-and-file worker in industry, had to initiate the National Packing House campaign, and that we faced A.F.L. opposition from start to finish. The A.F. of L. leaders were even less interested in organizing steel. Again, the vitally important work had to be started by myself, who was by this DME a lesser official, and again, breaking through A.F. of L. sabotage constituted the major problem in organizing the workers. The A.F. of L's reactionary attitude towards organizing meat packing and steel was characteristic of its policy in all the industries. What growth the unions made during the wartime was mostly spontaneous, the work of rank-and-file militants. A.F. of L. sabotage of the steel campaign began immediately after the Chicago Resolution was adopted. For our resolution asked the A.F. of L. to lead the work. But Gompers thought to liquidate the matter offhand by referring the C.F. of L. resolution to the approaching convention of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers A.A. He might as well have sent it to the United States Steel Corporation as the officials of this company-controlled union. Naturally, the A.A. convention evaded the whole business. But I was not to be sidetracked so easily, and I reintroduced the resolution into the C.F. of L. Here it was once more adopted, and I was sent to the A.F. of L. convention in St. Paul, June 1918, as C.F. of L. delegate to get action upon it. What happened at the convention was a classic of A.F. of L. organization methods. Gompers let the resolution be adopted without change or opposition, for such resolutions make good reading matter for the rank and file. Besides, there are better ways to get rid of unpleasant resolutions than by directly rejecting them. My resolution called for a meeting of steel industry delegates during the convention to start the campaign. So, after waiting a few days and no meeting being called, I became alarmed and, inquiring from Secretary Morrison, was informed that it would be held in about 6 weeks. Time was the very essence of my organizing plan, and delay would be fatal. We simply had to utilize the war situation if it was to succeed, and the war might end very shortly. I, therefore, protested to Morrison that this postponement was disastrous and in violation of Die Resolution, which very specifically provided for holding the meeting during the convention. A day or two later, suddenly and without notifying me, an announcement was mumbled just before the convention's noon adjournment that the steel meeting would be held during the lunch recess. Think of it, a conference to organize the nationwide steel industry of 500,000 workers squeezed into the lunch period, with the delegates hurrying out to cat before the afternoon session. Very clearly it was a deliberate attempt to kill the campaign. Despite my experience with A.F. of L. bureaucrats, I was shocked and astounded. I could see the steel campaign going to smash at its very start. At the designated corner of the convention hall, a number of delegates, on their way out to eat, stopped off, in curiosity mostly, to see what was going to take place. No Gompers or Morrison was there, and no one was in charge. I hastily called the meeting to order, and organizer Tom Flynn got on a table and began a speech about the need of organization. I could see that lack of time made such a course fatal, so I interrupted Flynn and proposed that we only take the names of all present and call a meeting for the next night, over which we should invite Gompers to preside. Then we adjourned our lunch recess steel organizing conference. Now came the problem of getting Gompers to come to our meeting. That afternoon I informed him of what had taken place. The arch-bureaucrat listened in a bored manner, but he became furious when I invited him to the proposed meeting and refused point blank. Evidently he had already had enough of this bothersome steel campaign which refused to be killed. Then I pulled the ace out of my sleeve. I showed him the list of officials, our knot of curiosity seekers, who had attended the steel meeting, and I told him it was they who were inviting him. Then his tone changed and he grumbled out that maybe he would attend. So Gompers was roped in for the meeting. Now it remained to lasso the other necessary union leaders. To accomplish this, I asked Gompers I he would make the announcement to the convention of the proposed steel meeting. "No! You do it!" he fairly yelled at me. So, that afternoon, I ventured to state to the convention that upon the request of Mr. Gompers I was authorized to invite all concerned to the steel conference, at which Gompers would be present. I could see Gompers getting purple as I said this. We had a good crowd, Gompers' name attracting them. Thus had succeeded my little strategy of netting Gompers by using the names of my curiosity seekers, and on the other hand, of drawing in many other officials by utilizing Gompers' name. By such a device did I literally have to trick the A.F. of L. leaders into this vital organization campaign. After this maneuver I felt as though one had been swimming in a sewer, and future prospects for the work seemed most unpromising. The principal thing our steel meeting did was to call a formal conference, to take place 6 weeks later. This was a deadly loss of time. The best organizing period American labor had ever known was fast slipping away as the war neared its end. 4 months were criminally wasted, from the time I originally introduced my resolution on April 7th, until the first real conference was to be held in August. Such delay can only be termed deliberate sabotage. At the St. Paul meeting, however, after much struggle, I managed to have the proposed conference scheduled for Chicago. I did this in the hope that thereby John Fitzpatrick, who was not at St. Paul, could be drawn into the work as a F.L. organizer in Chicago and thus help protect the sprouting campaign from the hostile reactionary bureaucrats. The Chicago Conference. The Chicago Steel Conference was held in the New Morrison Hotel, August 1 to 2, 1918. Representatives of 15 international unions were present. When the meeting got down to business, the chairman, Gompers, turned to me and said, "Well, Brother Foster, you have called us together. Now what do you propose?" That was the great Gompers' approach to organizing the steel industry. He had brought no proposals whatever. So I proceeded to outline my plan, which can be summarized as follows. There should be a whirlwind campaign of organization initiated at once and simultaneously in all important steel centers. This to be carried on jointly by all unions claiming jurisdiction in the steel industry. There should be used such methods as huge mass meetings, noted speakers, brass bands, parades, full-page newspaper advertisements, etc., to set the masses in motion. As financial means, I propose that each union should assess itself 25 cents per member, and to begin building an organizing crew, that each union should delegate 3 or more organizers. To carry on the work, all the unions should be closely federated, with a national committee headed by an A.F.L. representative. The union should establish a uniform small initiation fee. I calculated that with such a great drive, we could get the bulk of the steel workers under our leadership in about 6 weeks. That is, 3 weeks' time to assemble our money and organizers and 3 weeks to carry through a great scries of 3 mass meetings in each town. These meetings, I figured, would give us such a grip on the masses of workers that we could at once send our committee to the Steel Trust, with an implied threat of a national steel strike if the committee were not received, a threat that we could enforce. This plan for a great, swift, simultaneous organizing drive in all steel centers was realistic and practical. It conformed to the actual situation and to the potentialities of the unions. It offered the best possible way to arouse the steel workers' enthusiasm and to outweigh the inevitable counter-strategy of the employers. The workers were in a militant mood and would have surely responded in decisive masses. My time schedule of 6 weeks was also strictly feasible. It had only taken us about 9 weeks to get the great masses under our leadership in the packing industry and successfully to threaten a strike, and, in view of our riper experience, added prestige and greater resources, we could have done the job much quicker in the steel industry. This would have brought our movement to a head while the war was still on, and the government and the Steel Trust could not possibly have faced a wartime strike in this great munitions industry. Had my proposals been adopted, we would have won through easily and definitely established the unions in the steel industry. The plan of federating the unions was likewise practical. It was at that time the logical next step towards industrial unionism and the building of a single steel workers' organization. This was so because at that period there was little positive sentiment for industrial unionism in the A.F.L., and it would have been utterly impossible to get the many craft unions to surrender their jurisdictional claims to the little, half-dead, corruptly led amalgamated association. The system. The Great Steel Strike 37 of industrial federation was succeeding on the railroads, and we had just won a great victory with it in the packing industry. It was a case of either a joint movement by the crafts, or no campaign at all. I, of course, intended to try to push the crafts into an eventual general steel amalgamation if our campaign succeeded. My financial plan was similarly feasible. All the larger unions were rich with the wartime flood of initiation fees and dues. My own union, the Railway Carmen, for example, had some Section 3,000,000 in its treasury. Each of them could have paid the 25-cent assessment from its funds without the slightest difficulty. Inasmuch as there were some 2 million members in the 24 unions eventually affiliated to our steel campaign, this would have given us several $100,000. I estimated that $50,000 would have sufficed to put on our great planned drive for 6 weeks. The Chicago Conference, however, made ducks and drakes of this whole realistic plan. All that remained when the unenthusiastic bureaucrats got done with it was the principle of a federated campaign. The conference set up the National Committee for Organizing Iron and Steel Workers, which eventually included the 24 unions of iron miners, coal miners, steam shopwomen, clay workers, quarry workers, seamen, steel workers, stationary engineers, firemen, laborers, machinists, railway carmen, blacksmiths, coopers, electricians, boilermakers, patternmakers, bricklayers, structural iron workers, foundry workers, molders, sheet metal workers, steam fitters, and switchmen. The movement thus covered the whole industry from the workers who produced the raw materials to those who delivered the finished products to the railroads. But none of the unions had more than a handful of members in the great unorganized steel industry. Gompers assumed the chairmanship of the National Committee, and I was elected secretary. This was, like the secretaryship of the Stockyards Labor Council, for me an unpaid job, as I drew my wages from the B.R.C. of A. as a regular organizer. My proposal for an immediate, huge national drive in all steel towns simultaneously was killed. The top A.F. of L. bureaucrats present listened fishy-eyed and with ill-restrained disdain as I outlined the sure victory that must come from such a national drive. Several of them took the floor and, treating my plans as purely visionary, absurdly proposed instead concentrating the work in one locality, even in one steel mill, to show the workers what we can do and thereby win their confidence. Gompers listened impatiently when I proposed the 25-cent assess. Meant. He did not even discuss it, nor did any of the others. It was simply ignored. Thus the vital assessment proposal went by the boards, and instead of the at least $550,000 indispensable, the 15 unions present voted the National Committee the ridiculous sum of $100 each, and in place of the crew of 100 or more organizers that I held to be immediately necessary, a mere half dozen were delegated to the work. As for the A.F. of L. itself, it neither gave nor pledged a dollar. On the second day of the conference, after my proposals had been well knocked on the head, Gompers withdrew from the meeting to join his convivial building trades cronies in a nearby hotel. To preside in his absence, he named John Fitzpatrick as the ranking Chicago A.F. of L. organizer. This, at least, was good. My strategy of getting Fitzpatrick into the campaign was succeeding. I was deeply dismayed by the results of the Chicago Conference, its defeat of my practical plan to organize the steel industry. It was pretty clear that the A.F. of L. leaders were not interested in organizing the steel workers. One would think, from the resources given our national committee, that we were setting out to organize a bunch of peanut stands, instead of the 500,000 almost totally unorganized workers in the steel industry, American finance capital's chief open shop stronghold. It was such reactionary policies as these that cost the A.F. of L. the loss of 5 million to 10 million possible members during the wartime. The final defeat of the steel workers 16 months later was directly traceable to the rejection of my plan by the Gompers leadership at the Chicago Conference. The organizing campaign. I dare say that when the Chicago Conference adjourned, few of the labor bureaucrats attending it thought that much more would be heard from the annoying steel campaign. But we went ahead anyhow. However, instead of a great, sweeping campaign, opened by a National Steel Workers Week, with huge meetings, parades, etc., in 50 to 75 steel towns simultaneously all over the country, we had to confine our activities to the Chicago-Calumet district. We at once began work in Gary, South Chicago, Joliet, and Indiana Harbor. As far as we could, we applied the methods that we had intended using nationally. But of course, these local activities were only a pale imitation of what our planned great national drive would have been. Nevertheless, we scored an immediate and tremendous success. In Gary, at our first meeting, 15,000 steel workers attended, and similar mass turnouts were had in the other 3 steel towns the same week. Steel workers poured into our unions by thousands. At the end of a month's time we could, if necessary, easily have struck all these great Chicago District Steel Trust mills. This was a brilliant demonstration of the correctness of my original plan. Without the least difficulty, had the trade union leaders so willed it, we could have accomplished simultaneously in every important steel town throughout the United States what we had done in the Chicago district. And the experience showed that we could have got the masses behind us in even less time than I had figured on. Had the Gompers leadership backed my plan with the necessary men and money, and they had plenty of both, our success in the Chicago district showed that well within the 6 weeks' time I had set we could have been knocking at Judge Gary's asterisk door and threatening him with a national strike. With the war still on, such a strike movement could only have resulted in a victory for the steel workers. Rejection of my original plan was tantamount to a refusal to organize the steel industry. But what a different prospect faced us now as we began to get underway. Our big successes in Chicago, although they failed utterly to arouse the enthusiasm of the A.F. of L. leadership, greatly alarmed the steel trust heads, who previously had not taken us any more seriously than had Gompers. So they set out to fight us relentlessly. In the next months, lacking men and organizers, we laboriously spread our movement to other districts. We met the most skilled and ferocious resistance of the steel employers. To head us off, they gave 4 successive national wage increases and finally the basic 8-hour day. A month after our Chicago success, the war came to an end, and an industrial slump set in. The whole situation weakened our offensive, robbed us of the advantage of surprise, and the employers' counteroffensive against us correspondingly was greatly intensified. As we now slowly battered our way into one steel fortress after another, we faced wholesale suppression of the right of assembly in the steel towns. Our organizers were slugged and arrested, and one, Fanny Sellens, murdered. Many company unions were organized to block us, 30,000 workers were discharged for union membership, Ku Klux Klan movements were fostered, elaborate spy systems were used against. Judge Gary was chairman of the U.S. Steel Corporation. Us, etc. In short, we faced the whole battery of weapons of the Great Steel Trust. All these overwhelming difficulties would have been avoided, of course, by carrying through my original plan. Our work was now many times more difficult. But of our multiplying difficulties, the most serious was the steady sabotage we suffered from within our own ranks, from the affiliated union leaders. They systematically and shamelessly betrayed the steel workers into the hands of the Steel Trust. The tremendous importance to the working class of organizing the steel industry, though it stirred the violent resistance of the capitalists, left the A.F.L. leadership quite cold. One of the gravest forms of this official A.F.L. sabotage was the practice of the top leaders, with few exceptions, to stay away from the meetings of our national committee and to delegate in their stead powerless local business agents. Thus they escaped giving support to the campaign, while at the same time making an appearance of going along with it. The consequence was that we were constantly strangled for want of resources and unity of action. Gompers himself was the worst offender in this respect. He was actual chairman of our national committee, but he never spoke at a meeting of steel workers in the whole campaign nor helped us raise $1 in money or build a crew of organizers. And about the only way I could get him to come to our meetings was to call an occasional meeting under his very nose, in the room of the A.F.L. Executive Council in Washington. And sometimes even then he evaded it. Gompers always pleaded lack of time. He found plenty of time, however, to spend several months in Europe helping rig up the infamous Versailles Treaty. He also found time to junket down to Mexico City to set up that tool of American imperialism, the PAN. American Federation of Labor, but he had no time for the steel workers, struggling so desperately to establish trade unions. I remember that once, during a special crisis, for want of funds, organizers and more concerted action by the unions, I drafted a very strong letter urging all the affiliated union heads to attend our next national committee meeting. Then J.G. Brown, our general organizer, went to Washington to get Gompers to sign it jointly with me. Very reluctantly he did so. Upon receipt of the letter signed by Gompers and myself, various steel union leaders called up Sam and inquired how about this letter, was it really so urgent, etc.? Whereupon Gompers told them that it was all right, only a routine meet. The Great Steel Strike $ing. Result: the same old kind of meeting with nearly all the decisive leaders absent. Even Gompers himself did not come. With such a lead from Gompers, the various union heads felt quite safe in the neglect and betrayal that they perpetrated constantly against the steel campaign. Gompers hung on to the chairmanship of our national committee, usually commissioning John Fitzpatrick to serve in his place. Finally, on the eve of our big strike, he quit in order to free himself of responsibility, and definitely appointed Fitzpatrick as chairman. The sabotage of the steel campaign by the top officials of the 24 affiliated unions is clearly revealed, beyond possibility of contradiction, by the financial figures of the movement in my final report. The total funds eventually contributed to our national committee by its 24 unions were only $101,047. This starvation amount, which we painfully extracted from them over a period of many months, was supposed to finance a great nationwide organization campaign of 14 months' duration, and to feed and otherwise finance a 3.5-month strike of 365,000 steel workers. Actually, all things considered, as I showed in my book, The Great Steel Strife and Its Lessons, the steel workers financed their own movement with the funds they paid in as initiation fees and dues. And even this sum of $101,047, together with what the 24 unions themselves spent for their average of 3 organizers apiece, was more than offset by the huge sums, not less than $500,000, that we turned over to them, and that was collected by themselves in initiations and dues from the steel workers. The unions were flush with money at the time, and, had they been sufficiently interested, almost any one of them could, alone, have given more to our strike movement than all of them did together. The fact is that 3 needle trade unions, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the Ladies' Garment Workers, and the Furriers, outside the steel industry altogether, donated a total of $180,000 to our strike relief fund, or almost double what the whole 24 affiliated steel industry unions gave during the entire 16-month struggle. The financial sabotage scandal reached its peak in the case of the ultra-reactionary A. of iron, steel and tin workers. This, the basic union in the industry, actually made a large surplus out of the campaign. From this union our national committee, for all purposes, including strike relief, received only $11,811.81, although we had turned over to them more than $150,000 in initiation fees and they had collected probably twice as much more directly from the steel workers. In initiation fees and dues, this union treasury showed a profit of $206,000. With this huge surplus the reactionary tie leaders bought, after the strike, a national union headquarters building in Pittsburgh. As for the A.F.L., Itself, it raised no money whatever for the organizing campaign. When the strike came, we practically forced it to issue a general call for funds. This raised $418,141.14, but it was collected mostly by our steel organizers, the A.F. of L. officers making no effort. These were the only monies we received from the A.F. of L, and they came 14 months after the campaign had begun and 6 weeks after we had 365,000 strikers on the streets. However, despite all obstacles, the spy system, wholesale discharges of workers, wage concessions, company unionism, terrorism, suppression of civil rights, etc., of the Steel Trust and the deadly sabotage of the top union leaders, we finally managed, in the course of 14 months of bitter struggle, firmly to establish the unions in the many key plants of the Steel Trust in the main steel districts. My final financial report showed a minimum of 250,000 workers organized. There were probably many more than that. Our local staff of organizers could with justice make the proud boast that we had done the impossible. Organized the great mass of the workers in the steel industry. Where the A.F. of L. had failed utterly for 25 years, we had succeeded. Labor had scaled the ramparts of the greatest of all open-shop fortresses. The 1919 steel strike. Then came the Great Steel Strike, beginning September 22, 1919. Our committee had approached Judge Gary with our demands, but he refused to meet with us. Meanwhile, all through the industry a big offensive was on to smash our unions. Over 30,000 of our members were already on the streets, discharged because of union activity. It was a case of either fight or die. We chose to fight. In response to our strike call, 365,000 steel workers struck in 50 cities of 10 states. Almost every key plant of the U.S. Steel and Big Independence was paralyzed. The steel workers dealt a smashing blow at their giant enemy. The steel industry has never seen, before or since, a strike remotely approaching such magnitude and powerful effect. The steel workers fought for the following demands. 1. Right of. The Department of Labor figures said 367,000. Collective bargaining. 2. Reinstatement of all men discharged for union activities with pay for time lost. 3. 8-hour day. 4. 1 day's rest in 7. 5. Abolition of 24-hour shift. 6. Increase in wages sufficient to guarantee an American standard of living. 7. Standard scales of wages in all trades and classifications of workers. 8. Double rates of pay for all overtime after 8 hours, holiday and Sunday work. 9. Check-off system of collecting union dues and assessments. 10. Principles of seniority to apply in the maintenance, reduction and increase of working forces. 11. Abolition of company unions. 12. Abolition of physical examination of applicants for employment. Needless for me to recapitulate, the strike was fought desperately by the steel corporations. The brave strikers had to face a reign of terror set up by armies of scabs, private gunmen, deputy sheriffs, police, and soldiers. Civil rights were completely suppressed in many of the key steel districts. A ferocious campaign of publicity was carried on against the strike all over the country. But worst of all was the sabotage within our own ranks. The persistent treachery of the top leadership now often reached the stage of strike breaking, exemplified by the attempts of the A. to betray the whole movement for a separate agreement, the attempt of the stationary engineers to keep their craft at work, and most disastrous of all, the refusal of the railroad brotherhoods to call out their men, who were organized but without union agreements, working on the highly strategic short roads connecting the steel mills with the main line. Railroads, the failure of the A.F. of L. National Office to rally the labor movement behind the steel strikers, etc. Could defeat have been avoided? The heroism of the steel workers could not avail against all this hostile force. 22 were killed, hundreds were slugged and shot, several thousands were arrested, and over 1.5 million men, women, and children struggled and starved. But the Great Strike, although it eventually abolished the 12-hour day and caused many other improvements, did not win its major objective of unionization. On January 8, 1920, we called it off unconditionally. About 100,000 were still out, but the strike had lost its effectiveness. The bitter 3.5-month strike was defeated and the steelworkers' new unions, built with such infinite difficulty, were smashed. In the New York World of April 4, 1922, Gompers charged me 44 American Trade Unionism with responsibility for the loss of the 1919 steel strike, as follows. This is the same Foster, who in the face of definite information that the U.S. Steel Corporation was prepared for and wished a strike in 1919 and in the face of a request of the President of the United States that the strike be at least postponed, insisted on that disastrous struggle. It took a lot of crust for one who sabotaged the steel campaign like Gompers did, to accuse me of wrecking the movement. But aside from that, at the outset let me say that I am proud to accept my full share of responsibility for the steel strike, even though it was lost. Never was a strike more necessary, more justified historically. To have accepted the proposed strike, postponement, that Gompers speaks of would have amounted to the rancorous betrayal of the steel workers. His postponement was of a piece with his sabotage policy from the beginning of our campaign. The situation was as follows. On September 11th, just 11 days before our scheduled strike date, President Wilson gave a story to the press demanding a postponement of the strike until after the holding of his National Industrial Conference, which was to begin on October 6th, and which was supposed to establish industrial peace between capital and labor in the United States. Gompers, without consulting U.S., at once issued a public statement endorsing Wilson's demand to postpone the strike. Then, proving that there was a concerted movement among the top A.F. of L. leaders, there poured into our office a stream of wires supporting Wilson's and Gompers' stand from a majority of the union presidents who made up our national committee. A few will suffice to show their trend. I wish to be recorded as in favor of complying with the president's request. W. H. Johnston, President INE. ASSO. Of Machinists. Engineers will abide by suggestions of President Wilson that we delay action until after Labor Conference at Washington. M. Snellings, President, Steam and Operating Engineers. The Executive Board of the Bricklayers, Masons and Plasters International Union desires action and steel strike postponed till after Industrial Conference in Washington. William Bowen, Press. It is our opinion that there should be no strike called until after the October Conference. J. R. Alpine, President, Plumbers and Steamfitters. A strike at this time would be very inopportune. M. F. Ryan, President, Bro, Railway Carmen. It will be better to postpone the calling of the strike until after President Wilson's conference of October 6th. William Atkinson, Acting President, Boilermakers. We oppose a strike in the steel industry until after the adjournment of the industrial meeting called by President Wilson. Wilson, President, Patternmakers. Various other union presidents wired similarly, while the ultra-reactionary officials of the A. dodged about on the question, fearing openly to advocate postponement. The only presidents who definitely opposed halting the strike were those of the blacksmiths and mine, mill and smeltermen. All this created a real crisis for us. The Steel Trust was violently attacking our unions, and here we were confronted with a demand from the heads of the government and of the A.F. of L., backed by a majority of our committee, that our strike be called off. And worse yet, this demand was framed in such an insidious way as to make it appear that there was requested only a short postponement until Labor's friend, President Wilson, could satisfactorily adjust the whole matter. As for myself, I was entirely convinced that any postponement of the strike would be fatal. I had not the slightest confidence in President Wilson or his three-cornered conference of capital, labor, and the public doing anything for the steel workers. A postponement of the strike would inevitably destroy the workers' confidence in our movement, throw the unions at the mercy of the vicious Steel Trust and smash the whole organization in a welter of confusion and wildcat strikes. Far better to take a fighting chance with our 250,000 and more organized steel workers. In any event, the best way to get consideration from the Industrial Conference was to confront it with a great strike. But what could I do to hold fast to our strike date? To simply call together our national committee would have been suicidal, as the majority were against the strike. Shortness of time also forbade any kind of a formal rank-and-file vote or national conference. So, upon my own responsibility, I wired and telephoned our field organizers, at least 95% of whom were honest and wanted earnestly to have the steel workers organized, to express the opinions of their local steel councils. Immediately, I received a flood of telegrams, showing an overwhelming mass demand to go on with the strike. Thus a few of them. Unless you call the strike before Friday morning, we will be forced to take matters into our own hands. Gary and South Chicago Steel Councils in joint session. General Committee of all unions at Bethlehem unanimously voted to demand strike action by your committee. Dave Williams, organizer. We cannot be expected to meet the enraged workers who will consider us traitors if strike is postponed. Organizers of Youngstown District. It is imperative that the strike be not postponed, as the result will be a demoralization of our forces and the creating of a situation that will be positively dangerous. District Organizing Secretaries of Youngstown, Rankin, Braddock / Homestead, Butler, Pittsburgh, Johnstown, Wheeling, Steubenville, Buffalo. Fitzpatrick, although he had little faith generally in strikes, agreed with the field organizers and my opinion that to postpone the strike would be fatal. So we drafted a telegram to Gompers, which the third member of our committee, the A. reactionary, Ty, was afraid not to sign, that postponement would mean absolute demoralization and utter ruin for our movement, and demanded that the strike go on as scheduled. Thus, we confronted a head-on collision between the militant masses of steel workers and the reactionary top union leadership backed by the President of the United States. It all ended by Gompers and company backing up. They simply did not dare to assume the responsibility of openly destroying our movement and denying the steel workers their only chance to win. So the Great Strike went into effect, as scheduled, on September 22nd. But needless to say, its chance for success had been gravely injured by the Wilson-Gompers postponement maneuver, which alienated public sympathy. The outcome of Wilson's National Industrial Conference showed that we were quite right in not surrendering the steel workers' fate into its hands. At this time, the large employers were just launching the biggest open shop drive in American labor history, the ferocious post-war offensive against the workers to strip them of the bet to wages, shorter hours, and union organizations they had built up during the war. Wilson's Conference, dominated by the greatest capitalist interests, reflected this developing offensive, and it was so reactionary that it immediately split over labor's proposal to grant the workers the elementary right of organization. Even the reactionary Gompers leaders had to walk out of the conference. In going ahead with our strike, we protected the workers' fighting chance, and we would have won the strike had it not been for the strike-breaking tactics of the A.F.L. leaders. To have adopted the Wilson-Gompers postponement would have meant certain disaster, and the greatest strike-breaking shame the American labor movement had ever known. If A.F.L. leaders seek responsibility for the loss of the steel strike, they need look no further than their own general offices. The true cause of the defeat was to be found in their reactionary attitude of indifference, sabotage, and strike-breaking towards the steel campaign from the beginning to the end. Had they adopted my original plan at the Chicago conference, we could have won hands down, at most with a short wartime strike. But their policies of denying the movement the necessary organizers and money crippled the whole campaign and forced it into a period when the war was over, the acute demand for munitions had ended, an industrial slump was at hand, the government had abandoned its conciliatory attitude, and a great employers' offensive was underway. Nor could all the militancy and sacrifices of the steel workers in their bitterly fought organization drive and heroic strike overcome these obstacles, raised primarily through the sabotaging policy of the reactionary A.F.L. leaders. The strategy behind the steel strike. Naturally, victory in the steel campaign would have given a tremendous impetus to the organization of the workers in all industries. With my appreciation of the importance of trade unionism, I was quite aware of the possibilities such a victory would open up, and I based my general strategy upon them. When we won through in the packing industry, I had been quick to take advantage of the stimulus it gave and to extend the campaign into steel. And if the steel campaign had been successful, I was prepared to repeat this procedure and to branch out into a still more ambitious program. See pages 60 to 61 of this book. American Trade Unionism. The capture of the main open shop fortress, steel, by the trade unions would have made easy the organization of many other industries. And my aim was to take advantage of such a situation by having the A.F.L. launch a gigantic campaign of unionization simultaneously in all major unorganized industries. Concretely, I planned to propose that there be set up a big national committee, patterned after our steel committee, which should supervise the work of organization through subcommittees in each and every industry. I calculated that if we managed to defeat the Steel Trust, we consequently would be able to line up the A.F.L. for such a great organizing campaign and carry it through successfully in spite of all official sabotage. We would then be able to organize literally millions of workers and make real progress towards actually unionizing the working class as a whole. It was a bold plan, but a feasible one, had the A.F.L. leaders permitted the steel campaign to be won. Such a great influx of members would, as I was quite consciously aware, profoundly change the character of the trade unions. Among the certain basic changes would be A. To shift the center of gravity from the skilled workers to the less skilled. B. To break down the old system of craft unionism and lay the basis of industrial organization. C. To give the unions more of a class struggle policy and to broaden their social educ. D. To develop a more honest and progressive leadership. In short, I figured that such a great movement would go far towards realizing the plan which we had nourished for years, the transformation of the A.F.L. into a progressive organization. These tendencies were already clearly in evidence in the packing and steel campaigns. Both movements were based primarily upon the unskilled masses, both were distant industrial unionists, both had a fig-hung policy, and both had developed a new Gompers leadership. It did not require any great brilliance to figure out the above major results of a victory in steel, that is, the organization of millions of other workers and the transformation of the A.F.L. And it is certain that the shrewd advisors of Gary and his powerful banker associates had more than an inkling of them. They doubtless realized that if we won the steel strike, they would confront a rejuvenated and far more powerful labor movement, for which industry could resist unionization if steel were vanquished. That is why they fought the strike with such relentless fury. The Great Steel Strike 49. Gompers, a keen old fox, also knew what the unfavorable implications to him of a victory in steel would be, and that is why he, too, sabotaged our struggle. He could plainly see all the industrial union tendencies developing in the packing and steel campaigns, and he could not help but feel them as a growing menace to his whole regime. As for the question of a new anti-Gompers leadership, that matter actually broke out into the open and became a living issue. One day George P. West, a well-known newspaperman, was in our Pittsburgh office. We had been quite friendly, and inadvertently, I hinted at the broader meanings of the steel campaign to the A.F. of L. West, giving me no inkling of his plan, sprang a scoop in the Nation of April 9, 1919. Dramatically, he pictured the menace the rising Fitzpatrick-Foster combination held for the declining Gompers-Morrison crowd and the transformation of the A.F. of L. Gompers was furious and demanded an explanation from Fitzpatrick. The latter called me up from Chicago. We were in the midst of the organization campaign, and an open fight would surely destroy it. So Fitzpatrick and I agreed to pooh-pooh West's story and let it go at that. But I was astonished and dismayed a few days later when I received a letter from Fitzpatrick containing a copy of his reply to Gompers, fantastically giving the latter vast praise for his work in both the packing and steel campaigns. But Gompers and the other A.F. of L. leaders were not reassured by the apologetic letter of John Fitzpatrick. They only felt safe when the strike, with its radical leadership and, to them, threatening possibilities, was beaten. If these leaders, with few exceptions, sabotaged the campaign from start to finish, it was because they, like Gary, had a vested interest that was in danger. All of which goes to show that the organization of steel and other basic industries is the task of the progressive wing of the labor movement, and must be done in the face of reactionary labor leader opposition. This is as true in the 1936 steel drive of the progressive C.I.O. unions as it was of the 1919 steel campaign. The organization of the steel industry was the most advanced point ever reached up to that time by the American trade union movement. The unions had deeply penetrated the greatest open shop industry. More was at stake in the 1919 steel strike than in any other in American history. The victory of this struggle, which the Union. During the steel campaign, Fitzpatrick was located in Chicago, as president of the C.F. of L., while I headed the national organizing forces in Pittsburgh. Leadership could have brought about, would have raised the whole trade union movement to a much higher level of strength and development. Its defeat, by the same token, was a big factor in intensifying the oncoming heavy employers' offensive and in deepening the reactionary trend in the unions during the following several years. 4. The basis of American syndicalism. The American labor movement has been long and deeply afflicted with this anti-political syndicalism, very much more in fact than either Germany or England, comparable industrial countries. Beginnings of syndicalism were already to be seen in the Great 8-Hour Movement of 1886, with its general strike theories and anti-parliamentarism. Many of the dual industrial unions of the next 20 years displayed similar tendencies to exalt economic action and to play down political action. But the syndicalist tendency received its fullest expression in the Organization of the Industrial Workers of the World, set up in 1905. A few years later came a lesser organization, the Syndicalist League of North America. The long-continued hostility of the old trade unions to working-class political action was a product of the basic forces that produced the general syndicalist trend. The syndicalist tendency also showed itself very strongly in the left wing of the socialist movement by trends towards anti-parliamentarism, glorification of the daily role of labor unionism, whittling down the role of the party, theories of a trade union state after capitalism is overthrown, etc. The Socialist Labor Party and the left wing of the Socialist Party collaborated in founding the Syndicalistic I.W.W. The three outstanding revolutionary leaders of the period displayed strong syndicalist characteristics. Daniel de Leon was the theoretical father of American syndicalism. Eugene V. Debs shared many of de Leon's syndicalistic illusions, and William D. Haywood became an outright syndicalist. A striking illustration of the power of syndicalist tendencies in the Socialist Party was the fact that in the split of 1909 most of those leaving the party joined the I.W.W., and this was equally true of the far larger National Socialist Party split of 1912. In the big 1919 Socialist Party split that gave birth to the Communist movement, the left wing was still afflicted with syndicalist tendencies, and if it did not degenerate into outright syndicalism it was because of the presence of correct influences which I shall consider shortly. The persistent and widespread syndicalist tendency had its roots in basic American conditions, in a whole series of economic, political, and social factors, operating over a long period, European syndicalist influences being only a minor cause of it. These many American factors, by hindering the growth of class consciousness and checking the development of independent working-class political organization and activity, tended to restrict the struggle of the workers to the economic field and thereby to create the objective conditions favorable to the development of syndicalism. There was, first, the more favorable economic situation which checked the class consciousness of the American masses. This was evidenced by such deterrent factors as the existence of plentiful government-free land during several generations, the traditionally higher wage and living standards, the development of a very large and conservative labor aristocracy and corrupt trade union bureaucracy, the passage of large numbers of workers into the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie and many even into the big bourgeoisie. During the long period of rapid industrial expansion, etc., these many economic factors tended powerfully to blur class lines, to create bourgeois property illusions among the workers, to stifle the class struggle of the masses and to predispose them to syndicalism. Then there must be added the widespread bourgeois democratic illusions among the masses, set up by the fact that the American bourgeois revolution accorded the workers a relatively high degree of formal democratic rights of free speech, free press, free assembly, the right to organize and strike, the right to be elected to any office, the freedom of legalized social equality, etc. These rights had been won by the workers many years before, and no longer provided the cause for acute political struggle. Thus, the American workers, unlike those of Germany, Austria, Old Russia, etc., were not aware of burning, immediate political grievances sufficient to serve as the basis for a mass political party. The grievances that the workers had, and they were many and urgent, loomed up to them chiefly as economic. 52. American Trade Unionism. Questions opound wages, hours, working conditions, etc. In the given historical situation, this is why the American workers have made their fight mainly on the economic field, why they were unable to build a mass socialist or labor party, and it formed an important basis for syndicalism. A number of other important factors also tended to check the American workers' political activity as a class and to encourage syndicalism: the decentralized character of the American government, which scattered the political efforts of the workers; the presence of great masses of disfranchised immigrants and floating workers interested chiefly only in economic questions and subject to strong non-political and anti-political moods; the heterogeneous character of the working class, many nations, religions, traditions, etc., which made class solidarity difficult; the notoriously corrupt American politics * which disgusted many workers with political action generally; the ultra-reactionary regime in the A.F. of L., which repelled revolutionary workers from the old unions; and last but not least, the petty bourgeois control and reformist policies of the Socialist Party which drove many workers, myself included, out of the party and into syndicalism, as we have seen in the splits of 1909 and 1912, plus. All the foregoing factors constituted the native soil in which the persistent deviation, syndicalism, grew in the United States. But of themselves they only created the objective possibilities for syndicalism. The actual development of American syndicalism into a system was directly caused by another, a subjective factor, the theoretical weakness of the left wing. This was the historical, left, sectarian tendency of not struggling against these anti-political forces, but of adapting itself to them and restricting its revolutionary struggle to the economic field. There was no Lenin in America who could, in face of the many factors making against political action, hammer out a revolutionary political policy, nor was the American left wing even informed regarding Lenin's work. As we have already seen, the left wing's most outstanding leaders over a period of 30 years, De Leon, Debs, Haywood, could do no better than help it lose itself in the syndicalist swamp. Unfortunately, I did my share to help increase the syndicalist confusion. This acute political corruption originated principally in the wholesale bribery of legislators in connection with the stealing of the public domain, one of the special features of capitalist accumulation in America. See pages 14, 17 of this book. American Syndicalism. 53. Briefly, the main theoretical errors of the left wing which tended to the development of syndicalism were: 1. A great underestimation of the role of the party, especially by De Leon, which led straight to a repudiation of the party altogether by Haywood and other true syndicalists. 2. Exaggeration of the role of labor unions and syndicalistic speculations of bringing about the revolution by utopian dual industrial unions. 3. Misconceptions of the role of the state, especially the dictatorship of the proletariat, and also the elaboration of syndicalistic notions of conducting the future socialist society through a trade union state. Although the syndicalist tendency persisted long and vigorously in the United States, it has finally shrunk to a very minor factor. This is because the theoretical confusion upon which it was based has been mostly cleared up. The experience of the Russian Revolution and the consequent popularization of Lenin's writings exploded the old-time American syndicalist fallacies by demonstrating in practice the revolutionary role of the party, the subordinate function of the trade unions, the nature of the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc. These basic truths, learned in the daily struggles, in the seizure of power and in the building of socialism in the USSR, were confirmed by the post-war revolutionary upheavals in Germany, Austria, Hungary, China, etc. The genuinely revolutionary forces in the United States were able to learn these lessons. Hence, with the organization of the Communist Party in 1919, which incorporated these fundamental political lessons in its program, American syndicalism suffered a mortal blow. The best revolutionary elements from the Socialist Party, Socialist Labor Party, I.W.W., Syndicalist League of North America, anarchists, etc., rallied to the Communist Party. The anti-political I.W.W. began to shrivel up. Other factors greatly helped this theoretical clarification to hasten the decline of the I.W.W., such as its dual unionism, overestimation of spontaneity and underestimation of organization, decentralized form, overemphasis on anti-religious propaganda, tendency to function more as a propaganda body and fighter for free speech than a labor union, placing of impossible demands and strikes, rigidity of tax, sectarian refusal to learn from its own mistakes, and its counter-revolutionary attitude towards the Soviet Union, which alienated from it the most revolutionary workers. With the decline of the I.W.W., the syndicalist tendency generally passed rapidly into decay. And since that period, the objective situation in the United States has also greatly changed. The whole class struggle has become more political, all of which facilitates organized class political action by the working class and checks the syndicalist tendency. 1936. 5. The Trade Union Educational League. The loss of the 1919 steel strike upset my whole strategy. Gone was the plan for using this struggle as a springboard for beginning a general organizing campaign in all industries, and gone also was my hope of overthrowing the Gompers machine by the mass organization of the unorganized. But from our experience in the meat packing and steel campaigns, two important lessons, aside from the major lessons of the great need for industrial unionism, etc., stood out sharp and clear for us as militants, and we proceeded to act upon them. The first was that our policy of working within the conservative unions was fundamentally correct. A mere handful of militants had been instrumental in launching and leading movements that had organized over 500,000 workers, native and foreign-born, Negroes and whites, skilled and unskilled, women and youth, in two of the most highly trustified industries in the United States. Furthermore, we had succeeded in directing these movements into elementary industrial channels, and the whole job had been done in the face of the crassest incompetence, indifference, and downright sabotage of the A.F.L. leadership. The second special lesson re-emphasized for us in meat packing and steel was that we had to have a left-wing group, an organized militant minority. The loose united front we had made with the progressive elements, while correct in principle, was not enough. In both campaigns, the lack of a strong left-wing organization had been a disastrous handicap to us, with the official union machinery as it was, in the hands of the reactionary top union leadership. In the packing industry we had suffered severely for want of an organized left wing. For a more extended discussion of syndicalism and the American labor movement, see my article in The Communist, November, 1935. The Trade Union Educational League 55. Movement behind us. In the steel campaign, with a crew of about 150 organizers under our leadership, about half of whom were socialists, progressives, and farmer laborites and other union militants, and including such old S.L. of N.A. fighters as Joe Manley and Sam Hammersmark, we were not so badly off as in meat packing. It was this instrument of rank and file control that had enabled us to defy the deadly demand of Wilson and Gompers that the steel strike be postponed. That is, liquidated. But this organization also was insufficient. Clearly, we had to build another organization. The old S.L. of N.A.N.I.T.U.E.L. had gone on the rocks, it is true, but maybe we would have better success next time. With this general idea in mind, therefore, I resigned my position as B.R.C.A. organizer and secretary of the moribund National Steel Committee in January 1920, when the strike was finished. I was determined to go back to work on the railroad and to try again, as a rank and filer, to build an organized left-wing movement in the trade unions. After spending a few months writing my steel strike book, I tried to get a railroad job, but I found that I was blacklisted at my trade in Chicago. I worked a short while on the C.F.L. official paper, but gave this up and then found myself unemployed. In the meantime, Jack Johnstone, Joe Manley, some other Chicago militants and myself had been preparing the way for our new left-wing trade union organization. Finally, in November 1920, we launched it, a Chicago group of a couple of dozen members, and we called it the Trade Union Educational League. Again I was elected secretary. The old disease, dual unionism. Immediately, the newly organized T.U.E.L. bumped against the same rock upon which its two predecessors, the S.L. of N.A. and the I.T.U.E.L. had been wrecked, the dual union attitude held generally by revolutionary elements. This seemed as strong as ever. During the packing house and steel campaigns, the dual union illusion had been a great handicap to us. We simply could not induce the left-wing militants, of whom there were large numbers among the great masses of Polish, Russian, Lithuanian, and other immigrant workers, to participate aggressively in the two big organization campaigns. In the packing industry, Jack Johnstone had spoken before left S.P. groups and fairly begged them to help him fight the lane reactionary leadership. But in vain. The A.F. of L. was simply poison to them, and they would have none of it. In the steel campaign the situation was about the same. The dualist S.P. left wing, out of which the Communist Party was then being born, assumed, except in one or two places, an indifferent and very unsympathetic attitude to our movement, while the I.W.W. and the S.L.P. denounced it in the sharpest terms. An example of the strength of dual union sentiment at the time was the clash we had with Eugene V. Debs in Youngstown. In 1919, in this great steel center where the A.F. of L. had been badly discredited recently by betrayed strikes, we were having a desperately hard time to get the workers organized. Debs, then just on the eve of going to jail for his Canton anti-war speech, was holding big meetings there and sharply assailing our movement with typical dualist arguments. This increased our difficulties and incensed our organizers, and I was made one of a committee of 3 to visit Debs to demand that he cease his attacks on pain of our making an open fight against him. Finally, he agreed to do this, but we could not induce him to tell the masses of steel workers who packed his meetings to join the A.F. of L. unions. Later on, however, when the big strike took place, Debs heartily endorsed it, and sent me word from Atlanta Penitentiary that if he were free he would be fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to win the strike. By 1920, the I.W.W., the traditional hope of dual unionists, had heavily declined after its wartime spurt and had degenerated pretty much into a defense organization for its many political prisoners. But the dual union sentiment, nevertheless, fed upon a number of other independent industrial unions, all either very weak and some altogether fruitless, including the Amalgamated Food Workers, United Labor Council, etc. The main one of such unions was the One Big Union of Canada, which exerted considerable influence in the United States. After the turn of the century, Canadian rebels had not been so badly afflicted by dualism as the American left wing, and over a period of years they had won control of the whole Union in the West and were rapidly securing influence in the entire Canadian trade union movement. But the dual union illusion finally caught up with them, and their promising situation was wrecked by the launching of the speech delivered at the State Convention of the Socialist Party of Ohio at Canton, June 16, 1918, for which Debs was sentenced to serve 10 years in the federal penitentiary. The post-war attack on Labor 57 ill-fated One Big Union in Calgary, on March 13, 1919. The O.B.U., by pulling the militants out of the old unions, as usual, left the reactionaries in complete control. Despite its long-continued lack of success, the dual union theory, however, still continued to exert a hypnotic effect over almost the whole American left wing. The I.W.W., fanatically dualists, would not even discuss the question of working within the trade unions, nor would the S.L.P., nor what remained of a left wing in the S.P., after the 1919 split. The nascent communist movement, just born out of the S.P., in the shape of 2 communist parties, was similarly dualist and endorsed the I.W.W. Even liberals and progressives, in the trade unions and outside, were also dead sure that nothing could be done in the old trade unions. I remember how, at a meeting of such liberal elements in New York in 1920, after my speech on the steel campaign, they scoffed at my proposals that revolutionists should give up their foolish policy of building dual unions and should concentrate upon work within the conservative trade unions. 1936. In the historic situation of the World War period, all the class collaboration tendencies hitherto active or latent in the trade union movement came to a climax. The bureaucracy identified the interests of the workers completely with those of the employers. They degraded the trade unions into mere instruments of the capitalists. Whatever policy the capitalists outlined in the imperialist war, the trade union leaders accepted as their own. When the policy of the government was neutrality, none were more blatant neutralists than the bureaucrats. And when the capitalist class prepared to enter actively the imperialist war, the trade union leaders began to cry out their support. Even before the United States actually began war on Germany, the A.F. of L. bureaucrats gave assurance that the employers could depend upon the support of the unions. At a special conference, attended by For an evaluation of dual unionism, see pages 62 to 74 of this book. 58. American Trade Unionism. The heads of all the important unions, held almost 1 month before the United States entered the war, a long patriotic declaration was adopted, containing the following But despite all our endeavors and hopes, should our country be drawn into the maelstrom of the European conflict, we, with these ideals of liberty and justice herein declared, as the indispensable basis for national policies, offer our services to our country in every field of activity to defend, safeguard and preserve the Republic of the United States of America against its enemies whosoever they may be, and we call upon our fellow workers and fellow citizens in the holy name of labor, justice, freedom and humanity to devotedly and patriotically give like service. A few months after the war began, the Gompersites, in order to check the left-wing agitation against the war, organized the so-called American Alliance for Labor and Democracy. Its declaration of principles begins. The American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, in its first national conference, declares its unswerving loyalty to the cause of democracy, now assailed by the forces of autocracy and militarism. As labor unionists, social reformers and socialists, we pledge our loyal support to the United States government and its allies in the present world conflict. We declare that the one overshadowing issue is the preservation of democracy. Either democracy will endure and men will be free, or autocracy will triumph, and the race will be enslaved. On this prime issue we take our stand. The resistance of the left wing was soon overcome. The overwhelming masses of trade unionists were duped into following the lead of the A.F.L. officials. The latter then, cheek by jowl with the employers, plunged into every phase of war activity. They became members of all the committees, from the National War Labor Board down, created to further the war. They sent delegations to Great Britain and France to help force the reluctant masses into the war. Gompers blossomed forth as a great statesman, the right-hand man of Wilson. On all sides the press and other capitalist institutions poured out flattery for the pliant labor leaders, who swallowed it greedily. The employers, with a shrewd eye to eventual bitter struggles with the workers, demanded the establishment of class peace during the war period. This the lackey-like bureaucrats readily agreed to. Early in 1918 they worked out an agreement which was not only practically of a no-strike character, but which also laid other direct obstruct. The post-war attack on Labor 59 dawns in the way of organizing the workers. One clause of this agreement runs: in establishments where union and non-union men and women now work together, and the employer meets only with employees or representatives engaged in such establishments, the continuation of such conditions shall not be deemed a grievance. This was a guarantee of the status quo regarding the open shop, and it was so understood by the various labor commissions. It was a direct bar to the unionization of the industries. The leaders of the workers also accepted it in that spirit. They did virtually nothing to organize the masses to defend their interests. They were interested only in winning the war. With the tremendous demand for labor, it would have been quite possible with but little effort to sweep several million workers into the unions. Because this was not done, the unions later had a bitter price to pay. Notwithstanding sabotage and betrayal by the Gompers leaders in every angle of the war situation, the pressure from the masses for organization and better conditions was so great, however, that the unions began to grow and function. Thousands of workers were organized in the railroad, steel, packing, lumber, metal, textile, and many other industries. The membership of the A.F.L. advanced from 2371, 434 in 1917 to 4,078,740 in 1920. The 8-hour day was established in many industries, working conditions were improved, and wages, especially of the unskilled, were sharply advanced. The end of the war found the trade union bureaucracy living in a fool's paradise. Everything seemed very rosy to them. The unions were strong, established in many industries hitherto completely closed to them, and growing rapidly in spite of official sabotage. The leaders, flattered by the employers and tied up with them in a maze of governmental class collaboration schemes, believed that their ideal class peace was at hand. But these illusions were soon to be shattered. Speedily after the war, the trade unions were to find themselves in death grips with a capitalist enemy more militant than ever, with American imperialism, nurtured and strengthened almost beyond recognition by the World War. With its vast extent of territory, stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific, containing the greatest body of natural resources of coal, iron, oil, lumber, etc., in the world, the United States, prior to the World War, was forging steadily ahead to its inevitable goal as a great imperialist power. Long steps in this direction were the seizure of Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Guam, etc., and the opening of the Panama Canal, which gave the United States rich colonies to exploit and hegemony over Central America. The growth of its unparalleled industrial system was also laying the basis for America's world role. The World War of 1914-18 enormously speeded up this imperialist development of the United States. America's war-stricken allies placed monster demands upon its industrial and financial resources. These responded with a flood of war supplies and capital such as the world had never seen before. With one great leap, the United States, displacing Great Britain, became the industrial and financial leader of world capitalism. Almost immediately after the war, this robust imperialism came into open conflict with the antiquated trade union movement. The employers' objectives were to strip the workers of what advances they had made during the war period. They were determined to cut wages, and especially to destroy the unions, so as to secure for themselves greater profits and a free hand in the industries. This movement to deflate labor in the United States was part of the world effort of capitalism to stabilize itself after the Holocaust of the war. The main attack against the American workers was camouflaged with a remarkable smoke screen of class collaborationism. During 1919, a whole series of proposals were put forth to establish class peace, especially by church organizations, including such bodies as the National Catholic War Council, Federal Council of the Churches of Christ, Episcopal Joint Commission on Social Service, Baptist Social Service Committee, Presbyterian General Assembly, Methodist Episcopal Board of Bishops, Interchurch World Movement, etc. The general program of this widespread movement was for a class peace based upon mild social reforms and a recognition of the right of the workers to form trade unions. The objective results of the movement were to confuse the workers and to demobilize them before the impending capitalist attack. As part of this class collaboration camouflage movement, President Wilson, on September 3, 1919, issued a call for a national industrial conference to assemble in Washington on October 6. It was to be made up of representatives of the employers, the public, and the workers. Its avowed purpose was to discuss such methods as have already been tried out of bringing capital and labor into close co-operation. But before the meeting came together, the storm broke. On September 22, 365,000 steel workers struck. The refusal of the October 6 conference to deal with the strike led to the withdrawal of the labor delegation and the breakup of the conference. The class war was on in earnest. Then followed the greatest series of labor struggles in American history. During the next 3 years, big strikes raged in nearly all the industries. Everywhere the employers strove to cut wages and to smash the unions. Everywhere the workers militantly resisted, despite a weak and treacherous leadership. Bitter strikes were fought out in the coal mining, meat packing, printing, building, textile, shoe, marine transport, needle, lumber, and other industries. The movement climaxed in the great national strike of the 400,000 railroad shop mechanics in 1922. The trade union leadership proved itself utterly unfit in the face of this bitter and sustained attack upon the workers. Its petty bourgeois ideas of class collaboration, its antiquated system of craft unionism, and its obsolete strike strategy were worse than useless in defending the workers and their organizations from the aggressive attacks of the capitalists, made powerful through militant imperialism. Craft betrayal, in its worst forms, was practiced on every front. Consequently, the unions suffered heavy defeats all along the line. In the steel, meat packing, lumber, and marine transport industries, they were either completely or almost completely annihilated. The miners' union was seriously weakened, likewise the organizations in the printing, needle, shoe, building, and textile industries. The smashing of the shopmen's strike undermined the whole structure of railroad unionism. The A.F.L. lost more than 1 million members in the whole struggle and was driven from many key industrial positions. This period was marked with ferocious state persecutions of the left wing, many hundreds being jailed and deported. Taken together, the reverses in the various industries constituted the most disastrous defeat ever suffered by the American labor movement in its entire history. In the midst of these historic struggles, the left wing in the unions, organized in and around the Trade Union Educational League, and the Workers' Communist Party, raised the slogan, "Amalgamation and a Labor Party." It proposed that the scattered craft unions be consolidated and the unorganized workers mobilized into powerful industrial unions. It demanded that the labor leaders break with the two capitalist parties and that the unions launch a labor party. It insisted upon a policy-opposed militant struggle against the employers. This program took like wildfire among the masses. The workers were in a fighting mood. Over half of the entire rank and file of the A.F.L. unions voted endorsement of the slogan, "Amalgamation and a Labor Party." But the conservative leaders would have none of such a program. Amalgamation would jeopardize their sinecure jobs in the unions. The Labor Party would break their profitable alliances with the capitalist politicians, and the plan of militant struggle was contrary to their whole class collaboration ideology. Hence, through their autocratic control of the union machinery, they strangled the amalgamation movement, they sabotaged the Labor Party, and they embarked upon a program of systematic surrender to the employers. To make this surrender possible, they opened up a bitter persecution and expulsion of the left wing, designed to disconnect its militants from leadership of the discontented masses. After the defeat of the 1922 railroad shopmen's strike, the trade union bureaucracy took an orientation towards an elaborated and intensified class collaboration. 1927. The weakness of the American labor movement, its lack of social vision and its general backwardness politically and industrially, as compared with the labor movements of other countries, have long been a matter of common knowledge. It cannot be denied or disputed, nor do real labor students try to do either. Their aim is to explain it, to find out the reasons for the paradoxical situation of the world's most advanced capitalist country possessing such a primitive working class movement. Two explanations for this condition, widely accepted among labor men and students generally, are 1. That the influx of so many millions of immigrants, with their innumerable language, national, and religious differences, has enormously complicated the problems confronting the labor movement and hindered the work of unionization and education by bringing together a practically unorganizable mass in the industries, and 2. That the workers of America, because of the existence of the free land for so long and the opportunities presented by the unexampled industrial expansion, have been better able to make a living, and consequently have not felt the need for organization and a revolutionary spirit to such an extent as the oppressed workers of Europe. Or, in other words, that too many immigrants and too much prosperity are to blame for the extreme backwardness of organized labor in the United States. Foreign-born as militants. Regarding the first of the explanations, although, undoubtedly, the presence of so many nationalities in the industries has worked against the formation of a labor party and makes the problem of union organization more difficult, it is by no means an insurmountable obstacle. The situation is not nearly so bad as it has been painted. The unorganizability of the foreign-born workers is a very convenient cloak for labor leaders to cover up their inefficiency and the weaknesses of an unfit craft unionism. The fact is, the immigrant workers are distinctly organizable, often even more so than the native Americans. This has been demonstrated time and again in strikes during the past 10 years. In the Big Lawrence textile strike of 1912, it was the immigrant workers, a score of different nationalities, who were the backbone of the great struggle. Likewise, in the packing house movement of 1917-21, the whole thing centered around the foreign-born, mostly Slavs. They organized the unions in the first place, the Americans quite generally refusing to come in until after a settlement had been secured, and they were the ones who made the final desperate fight. The same experience was seen in the great 1918-19 organizing campaign and strike in the steel industry. Although in some mills there were as many as 54 nationalities, they joined hands readily and formed trade unions. There was much more difficulty in organizing the minority of Native Americans than the big majority of heterogeneous foreign-born. And when the historic struggle with the Steel Trust came, the foreign-born workers covered themselves with undying glory. They displayed the very highest type of labor union qualities. See pages 21 to 50 of this book. The majority of the membership of the United Mine Workers of America are foreign-born. Indeed, one can search the world's labor movement in vain to find a union with a more valiant record. But the best illustration of the organizability of the foreign-born is to be found in the clothing trades. In that industry, the unions are made up of a general conglomeration of nationalities, principally Jews, Poles, Italians, and Lithuanians. The American-born form but a small minority of the membership and almost nothing of the administration. Yet the unions, all of them, are miles in advance of the ordinary American trade union. In fact, they will compare well with the average European labor bodies. They are the one bright spot in a generally dismal movement. Again, it must be said that, although somewhat complicating the problems of the labor movement, the immigrant workers cannot be seriously blamed for its present deplorable condition. Intellectually, they are radical and receptive of the most advanced social programs. If they, making up the bulk of the working forces in the great industries, have not been organized industrially and politically before now, it is immediately because of the utter sterility and incompetence of the Gompers regime. Prosperity not a deterrent. To urge the comparative prosperity of the American working class as an explanation of the backwardness of our labor movement is just as futile as to blame it upon the foreign bomb. The fact is that exceptional prosperity, instead of being a deterrent, is a direct stimulus to labor organization and radicalism. The workers progress best, intellectually and in point of organization, under two general conditions, the antipodes of each other: 1. During periods of devastating hardship, 2. In eras of so-called prosperity. When suffering extreme privation, they are literally compelled to think and act, and when the pressure of the exploiter is relatively light, during good times, they take courage and move forward of their own volition. The static periods, when very little is accomplished in either an educational or organizational way, are when times are neither very bad nor very good. Then both factors for progress, heavy pressure and stirred ambitions, operate at a minimum. The benefits conferred upon organized labor by opportunity and prosperity can be traced clearly in the United States. The West has always been the land o' pound opportunity, the traditional place of labor shortage and high wages in this country, and likewise it has ever been the natural home of militant labor unionism and radicalism in general. It is in the East, where labor has been most plentiful, wages lowest, and opportunity scarcest. For the worker of small means, that labor organization and revolutionary understanding have made slowest progress. By the same token, when hard times prevail over the country, the labor unions become weak, and the workers, defeated, grow pessimistic and lose all daring and imagination. But when the hard times are succeeded by a wave of prosperity, the workers' cause picks up at once. The unions, victorious, grow rapidly, and, having had a taste of power, they are ready for further conquests. This tendency was well illustrated during the war and the boom time following it. Never were the workers more prosperous, never were wages higher, job conditions better, and working hours shorter than in this period. But the prosperity, instead of injuring the labor movement, gave it the greatest stimulus, physically and intellectually, in its history. The workers, acting as they always do under such favorable circumstances, poured into the organizations by hundreds of thousands. Then the latter, tremendously invigorated by this enormous influx of new strength and finding the capitalists' fighting ability greatly handicapped because of the labor shortage, insisted upon concessions and conditions such as they hardly dared dream of in pre-war times. A basic radicalism developed throughout the working class, not the classic Marxist understanding, it is true, but a closely related deep yearning and striving for more power over industry and society. Naturally enough, also it was in 1919, when the railroad unions were at the very zenith of their power and influence, that they announced the Plum Plan * to take the railroads out of the hands of their present owners. The workers, particularly in a backward labor movement like ours, learn by action. It is just when they enjoy greatest power and well-being, in times of prosperity, that they are most stimulated to desire and demand more. Because this is the case, because the workers habitually take advantage of every lessening of the pressure upon them by expanding their organizations and increasing their demands, periods of abounding prosperity are periods of danger to capitalism. They are eras of genuine progress to the working class, even as are the times of unbearable hardships. The explanation that the backwardness of see pages 260 to 80 of this book. American labor is due to too much prosperity will not stand up. The workers as a class do not become enervated by prosperity, they are energized by it and developed into militancy. Because American workers have been comparatively well off is a reason, not that they should have a weak labor movement, but that their labor organizations should be powerful, even if not revolutionary. The American labor movement is in its present deplorable backward condition not because of the reactionary influence of immigrant workers, or because of the stultifying effect of a higher standard of living prevailing in this country. This is plain when a serious study is made of the matter. Under certain circumstances, both of these forces, particularly the former, may exert a hindering influence on the development of labor organizations, but at most they are only minor factors. A deeper cause of the extraordinary condition must be sought elsewhere. And it is to be found in the fatal policy of dual unionism which has been practiced religiously for a generation by American radicals and progressives generally. Because of this policy, thousands of the very best militants have been led to desert the mass of labor organizations, and to waste their time in vain efforts to construct ideally conceived unions designed to replace the old ones. In consequence, the mass labor movement has been, for many years, systematically drained of its life-giving elements. The effect has been shatteringly destructive of every phase and manifestation of organized labor. Dual unionism has poisoned the very springs of progress in the American labor movement, and is largely responsible for its present sorry plight. In order to appreciate the destructive effects of dual unionism, it is necessary to understand the importance to labor of the militant elements that have been practically cancelled by the dual union policy. Every experienced laborman knows that the vital activities of the labor movement are carried on by a small minority of live individuals, so few in number as to be almost insignificant in comparison to the organization as a whole. The great mass of the membership are usually inactive in union matters. This militant minority is of supreme importance to every branch of the labor movement. It is the thinking and acting part of the working class, the very soul of labor. It works out the fighting programs and takes the lead in putting them into execution. It is the source of all real progress, intellectual, spiritual, and organizational, in the workers' ranks. It is the little leaven that leaveneth the whole lump. The militant minority, made famous by the Russian Revolution as the advance guard of the proletariat, is the heart and brain and nerves of the labor movement all over the world. The fate of all labor organization depends directly upon the effective functioning of these militant, progressive spirits among the backward and sluggish organized masses. In England, Germany, and other countries with strong labor movements, the militants have functioned in this way. They have remained within the old trade unions and acted as the practical teachers, stimulators, and leaders of the masses there assembled. Consequently, they have been able to communicate to these masses something of their own understanding and revolutionary fighting spirit, and to make their movements flourish and progress. But in the United States, dual unionism for years destroyed this natural liaison between the militants and the masses, which is indispensable to the health and vigor of organized labor. It withdrew the militants from the basic trade unions and left the masses there leaderless. This destroyed the very foundations of progress and condemned every branch of the labor movement, political, industrial, cooperative, to stagnation and impotency. Dual unionism, so to speak, severed the head from the body of American labor. The dual unions fail. For almost 30 years, the dual union program, as outlined by Daniel De Leon, has wasted a prodigious amount of invaluable militant strength. Tens of thousands of the very best men ever produced by the American labor movement have devoted themselves to this program and have expended oceans of energy in order to bring the longed-for new labor movement into realization. But they were pouring water upon sand. The parched Sahara of dual industrial unionism swallowed up their efforts and left hardly a trace behind. The numerically insignificant dual unions of today are a poor bargain indeed in return for the enormous price they have cost. Consider, for example, the industrial workers of the world. The amount of energy and unselfish devotion lavished upon that organization would have wrought miracles in developing and extending the trade unions, but it has been powerless to make anything substantial of the I.W.W. Today, 17 years after its foundation, that body has far fewer members, not to speak of much less influence, than it had at its beginning. The latest available official financial reports show a membership not more than 15,000, whereas in 1905 it had 40,000. Even its former revolutionary spirit has degenerated until the organization has now become more than a sort of league to make war upon the trade unions and to revile and slander struggling Soviet Russia. The I.W.W. is a monument to the folly of dual unionism. The One Big Union of Canada is another example of rebel effort wasted in dual unionism. 4 years ago it started out with a great blare of trumpets and about 40,000 members. Its advent threw dissension into the old trade unions and shattered their ranks. They lost heavily in membership, the militants pulling out the more active elements on behalf of the One Big Union. Yet, today, this organization, despite the great effort put into it, has but an insignificant membership, not over 4,000 at most, and its constructive influence is about in proportion. It was a costly, ill-fated experiment, and in the main has played havoc with Canadian labor. The Workers' International Industrial Union, another universal dual union, has occupied the attention of the Socialist Labour Party's active spirits for 14 years, but now it can muster only a few hundred actual members. Similar records of disastrous waste of militant effort are shown by the dozens of dual unions started in the various single industries, all of which literally burned up the energies of the militants. Except for those in the textile, food, and shoe industries, which have secured some degree of success, these dual unions have all failed completely. They have absorbed untold labor of the best elements among the workers and have yielded next to nothing in return. Dual unionism is a useless and insupportable squandering of labor's most precious life force. It is a bottomless pit into which the workers have vainly thrown their energy and idealism. Devitalizing the trade unions. The waste of militant strength, caused so long by dual unionism, has reacted direly and disastrously upon the trade unions. For many years practically all the radical papers and revolutionary leaders in this country were deeply tinged with dual unionism. In their program the ideas of successionism and progressive unionism were welded into one. The consequence was that as fast as the active workers in the trade unions became acquainted with the principles of revolutionary unionism, they also absorbed the idea of dualism. Thus they lost faith and interest in their old organizations, either quitting them entirely for some dual union, or becoming so much dead timber within them. The general outcome of this wholesale turning away of the progressive minority was to divorce the very idea of progress from the trade unions. It nipped in the bud the growing crop of militants, the only element through which virile life and development could come to the old organizations. Dual unionism dried up the very spring of progress in the trade unions, it condemned them to sterility and stagnation. It was a long-continued process of slow poisoning of the labor movement. A disastrous effect of this systematic demoralization and draining away of the militants is that it has placed the trade unions almost entirely under the control of the organized reactionaries. In all labor movements the unions can prosper and grow only if the progressive groups within them organize and wage vigorous battle all along the line against the bureaucracy. By its incessant preaching that the trade unions were hopeless and that nothing could be done with them, dualism discouraged even those militants who did stay within the unions and prevented them from developing an organized opposition to the bureaucrats. Poisoned by dual union pessimism about the old organizations and without a constructive program to apply to them, the militants stood around idly for years in the trade unions while the reactionary forces entrenched themselves and ruled as they saw fit. Because of their dualistic notions, the militants practically deserted the field and left it to the uncontested sway of their enemies. If the American labor movement is now hard and fast in the grip of a stupid and corrupt bureaucracy, totally incapable of progress, dual unionism, through its demoralization of the trade union opposition, is chiefly to blame. During the great movement of the packing house workers of 1917 to 21, the indifference of the radicals towards the old unions wrought particular havoc. A handful of rebels, free from dual union ideas, were primarily responsible for the historic movement. Soon they found themselves in the middle group in a Finnish fight with the conservatives for control of the newly formed unions. Occupying the strategic position in the organizations, especially in the Chicago stockyards, they begged the dualistic radicals, who worked in the industry, to come in and help them control the unions, offering to place them in secretaryships and other important posts. Had this offer been accepted, it would have certainly resulted in the big packing house unions, then numbering over 200,000 members, coming entirely under progressive leadership. But so strong was the spirit of dualism at that time, in 1919, that the outstanding left-wingers would not participate constructively in the trade unions even under such exceptionally favorable circumstances. They refused the invitation with insults and contempt. The consequence was that the few militants within the old unions were swamped by the reactionaries, who soon wrecked the whole organization by their incompetence and corruption. It was a splendid opportunity lost. Similar opportunities existed in other industries. It is safe to say that if the radicals had been free of dual unionist tendencies during the war period and had been active in the trade unions, the great bulk of the working class would have been organized, instead of the comparatively few that were gotten together by the reactionaries, who controlled the unions. Disruption through secession. Dual unionism's steady drain upon the vitality of the trade unions by withdrawing and demoralizing the militants piecemeal has been ruinous enough, but the many great secession movements it has given birth to have made the situation much worse. It is the particular misfortune of the American labor movement that just when some trade union is passing through a severe crisis, as a result of industrial depression, internal dissension, a lost strike, or some other weakening influence, the dual union tendency breaks out with unusual virulence and a secession movement develops that completes the havoc already wrought. Exactly at the time the militants are needed the most to hold the organization together is just when they are the busiest pulling it apart. In such crises, those who should be the union's best friends become its worst enemies. This has happened time and again. During the past 2 years, for example, the longshoremen and seamen have had bitter experience with such breakaway movements. Both organizations had lost big strikes, and both were in critical need of rebuilding and rejuvenating by the progressive elements. But just at this critical juncture the latter failed, and instead of strengthening the unions, set about tearing them to pieces with secession movements. 4 or 5 dual unions appeared, and when they got done attacking the old organizations and fighting among themselves, all traces of unionism were wiped out in many ports. Similar attacks are now being directed against the weakened railroad shopmen's unions. A great secession movement, typical for its disastrous effects, was the famous outlaw strike of the switchmen in 1920. That ill-fated movement began because of a widespread discontent among the rank and file at the neglect of their grievances by the higher union officials. It was a critical situation, but had there been a well-organized militant minority on hand, the foment could have been given a constructive turn and used as a means not only to satisfy the demands of the workers but also to defeat the reactionaries. But the long-continued dualistic propaganda in the railroad industry had effectively prevented the organization of such a minority. Hence, leaderless, the movement ran wild and culminated in the outlaw strike. Then, as usual, the secessionist tendency showed itself and a new organization was formed. The final result was disaster all around for the men. The strike was lost, many thousands of active workers were blacklisted, the unions were weakened by the loss of their best men, and the grip of the reactionaries on the organization was strengthened by the complete breakup of the opposition. The loss of the outlaw strike of 1920 was one of the heavy penalties American workers have paid for their long allegiance to utopian dual unionism. Typical of the ruin wrought by dual unionism was the movement that gave birth to the Canadian One Big Union in 1918. Freeing themselves for the moment from the dual union obsession, the militants had raised the banner of industrial unionism in the old trade unions, and the workers, seeing at last an escape from reactionary policies and leadership, responded en masse. Union after union passed into revolutionary control, and the movement swept Western Canada like a storm. It seemed that finally an organization of militants, without which there could be no progress, was about to be definitely established in the trade unions. But just when the movement was most promising, the dualists got the upper hand and steered the whole business into the quagmire of secession by launching the One Big Union as a new labor movement. Havoc resulted. The new union, of course, got nowhere, and the old ones were split and weakened by dissensions and the loss of many thousands of their very best workers. But worst of all, the budding organized minority within the trade unions was wrecked, and the organizations passed completely into the control of the reactionaries. The One Big Union secession set back the whole Canadian labor movement for years. 72 American Trade Unionism. Breaking the Western Federation of Miners. One of the great tragedies caused by dual unionism was the smashing of the Western Federation of Miners. This body of metal miners, organized in 1893, was in its early days a splendid type of labor union. Industrial in form and frankly revolutionary, it carried on for many years a spectacular and successful struggle against the Mine Owners Association. Briskenden says that its strikes in Coker d'Alene, Cripple Creek, Leadville, Telluride, Idaho Springs, etc., were the most strenuous and dramatic series of strike disturbances in the history of the American labor movement. Time after time the miners armed themselves and fought it out with the gunmen and thugs of the mining companies. Their valiant battles attracted worldwide attention. But this great organization, unquestionably one of the best ever produced by the American labor movement, has long since been wrecked both in point of numbers and spirit. Insignificant in size, it also became so conservative as to be ashamed of its splendid old name. It is now known as the International Union of Mine, Mill, and Smelter Workers. This pitiful weakening of the Western Federation of Miners was caused directly by dual unionism. Some detail is necessary in order to show how it happened. To begin with, we must understand that in its best days only a few of the W.F. of M. membership, not over 5% at most, were active and revolutionary. This small minority, highly organized, occupied strategic points of the Union. Thus they were able to communicate something of their own revolutionary spirit to the mass as a whole. The organized rebels literally inspired the W.F. of M. to be a virile fighting organization. In 1905 the W.F. of M. was one of the unions that formed the I.W.W. It remained part of that organization for about 2 years, when it withdrew. The militant elements, those who had made the W.F. of M. what it was, were bitterly opposed to the withdrawal. Secretary Paul F. Briskenden, the I.W.W. A Study O.J. American Syndicalism, New York, 1920. TTHC History of the Western Federation of Miners gives the lie direct to the argument that prosperity kills the militancy of die workers. That union was made up mostly of American-born workers and operated in what was then the most prosperous section of the country, the Rocky Mountain District. Estimated by Vincent St. John, former Western Federation of Miners militant. For the most part they stayed in the I.W.W. and allowed the W.F. of M. to go its way without them. Hundreds of the best men, including such fighters as Bill Haywood, Vincent St. John, etc., deserted the old organization, either by quitting it altogether or by becoming negative factors in it. The passage of the W.F. of M. through the I.W.W. served to sift out the active workers, to rob the W.F. of M. of its very soul. The W.F. of M. went into the I.W.W. A revolutionary organization, it came out of it, if not actually conservative, then at least definitely condemned to that fate. After the W.F. of M.'s withdrawal from the I.W.W., its militants, all become ardent dual unionists, declared war to the knife against the Union. The organization which had previously absorbed so much of their unselfish devotion was thereafter the object of their bitterest attacks. Once the very backbone of the W.F. of M., the militants now became its deadliest foes. Under these circumstances it was not long until the degeneration set in which has reduced the once splendid Western Federation of Miners to its present lowly status. Among others, the writer was one who pointed out the folly of rebels destroying an industrial union like the W.F. of M., simply because it had withdrawn from the I.W.W., and who urged that a campaign be started to take control of the Union again. But the answer always given was that the Moyer machine, especially because it controlled the Big Butte local union, was unshakably entrenched. And when it was proposed to capture the Butte local, this was declared impossible. But the fallacy of this objection was made apparent in 1914 when, as a result of insupportable grievances, the rank and file of the Butte organization rose up, drove their officials from town and took charge of the situation. This put Butte, the citadel of the reaction, squarely in the hands of the militants. Had they but stayed in the W.F. of M. and carried on a campaign in the other locals, the whole organization would have been theirs for the taking. But they were so obsessed with the dual unionism prevailing generally among rebels, and so blinded with hatred for everything connected with the A.F. of L., that they seceded at once and formed a new union. This went to smash, as such organizations almost always do. The only practical effect of the whole affair was to deal a death blow to the W.F. of M., already weakened and poisoned by the desertion of its former militants. It is one of the saddest facts of American labor history that the Western Federation of Miners was finally destroyed by the very men who had originally built it and had made it one of the joys of the working class. What the Mine Owners Association, with all its money and power, was unable to accomplish, the militants, obsessed by dual unionism, brought about with little or no difficulty. Their allegiance to an impractical theory has broken up all organization among the metal miners. And the ravages that were made upon the W.F. of M. have been visited to a greater or lesser extent upon every other trade union in the United States, for all of them have had to suffer the loss of their most active workers and to confront as bitter enemies those very fighters who should be their main reliance. New Realism versus old Utopianism. But the American labor movement is at last freeing itself from the dual union tendency which has sucked away its lifeblood for so many years. During the past 18 months, whole sections of the militants have undergone an intellectual revolution, repudiating their historic policy of building independent idealistic labor organizations, and turning with remarkable rapidity and unanimity to the work of revamping and revolutionizing the old trade unions. Practically every branch of the radical and progressive movements has been affected by this unprecedented tactical about-face. The communist groups, viz., the Communist Party, the Workers' Party, and the Proletarian Party, have been particularly influenced. Made up of elements to whom dual unionism was almost a religion for many years, they have now turned entirely against that policy and are working diligently within the old unions to revive and reinvigorate them. Quite evidently, those parties are determined not to make the fatal mistake which ruined the Socialist Party, of failing to establish their militants in the strategic positions in the organized masses. The Farmer Labor Party militants, always active in the unions, have had their work clarified and intensified. The Socialist Party, the I.W.W., the One Big Union, and the various single-industry dual unions have also been greatly affected by the new viewpoint. Large numbers of the most active spirits among the latter have come out openly for consolidation with the trade unions. It is the most complete change of tactics that has ever taken place in any country in the world in so short a time. Dual unionism has been dealt a death blow. 1922. The new movement, as represented by the Trade Union Educational League, repudiates the conception, long a dogma of the dual unionists, that the trade unions are anchored to the principle of craft unionism and cannot develop into industrial organizations. As against the old idea that the inevitable industrial unions have to be created out of the whole cloth, by fiat as it were, the new movement holds that they are coming as a result of an evolutionary process, by a constant building, reorganization, and consolidation of the primitive craft unions. This conception is borne out by worldwide labor history. In the development of industrial unionism out of the original unorganized condition of the working class, the labor movement passes through three distinct phases, which may be roughly designated as isolation, federation, and amalgamation. In the beginning, the workers almost always organize by crafts. These primitive unions, knowing little or nothing of broad class interests, fight along in a desultory battle, each one for itself. This is the period of isolation, or pure and simple craft unionism. But after a greater or lesser period, it finally ends. The crafts in the various industries, seeing that the employers play their organizations against each other, and thus defeat all of them, learn something of their common interests, and set up alliances among themselves along the lines of their respective industries. This brings them into the second, or federation, stage of development. Their evolution goes right on. For the same forces that necessitated the craft unions federating eventually compel them to consolidate these federations into actual industrial unions. Thus they arrive at the final stage of amalgamation. The resultant industrial unions then pass through a similar process of integration. First they fight alone, then they strike up federations with allied industries, and finally they amalgamate with them. Industrial unionism comes, not as a new system suddenly applied to the labor movement, but as the culmination of a long and elaborate evolution from the simple craft unions to the complex organizations necessary for the modern struggle. Practically all the great industrial unions in the world have been built by this evolutionary process. In England, the National Union of Railwaymen, the Amalgamated Engineering Union, the Miners' Federation, and the Transport and General Workers Union are amalgamations of many craft and district unions. In Germany, the Metal Workers Union, the Building Workers Federation, etc., were built up the same way from original craft unions. These big organizations, and dozens more in other countries, have all passed through the three stages of isolation, federation, and amalgamation. That is the normal mode of labor union progress. And despite the efforts of the dualists to prove them static and unchangeable, American trade unions are traveling the same evolutionary route that the foreign unions have taken, although very much slower and more laboriously. At present they are quite generally in the federation stage of development. That is the meaning of the many alliances among them, the railroad federations, the printing, metal, building, and other trades councils that exist in the various industries. The task of the militants is to develop the trade unions into the next stage, amalgamation, to speed on the present natural evolution until these bodies culminate in industrial unions. The militants among the masses. The new movement now crystallizing in the Trade Union Educational League also differs widely in tactical conceptions from those of the dualists. The essence of the program of the latter was to set up labor unions upon the basis of their several political and industrial theories and then to try to educate a backward working class into joining them. This was a violation of the first principle of labor unionism. The workers organize in the industrial field not because they hold certain elaborate social beliefs jointly, but because through united action they can protect their common economic interests. Labor unions are built upon the solid rock of the material welfare of the workers, not upon their acceptance of stated political opinions. In the very nature of things, labor unions at present must consist of the many sects and factions that go to make up the working class: Republicans, Democrats, Socialists, Communists, Anarchists, Syndicalists, Catholics, Protestants, etc., etc., the natural result of the dualists' attempt to organize labor unions around their theories was a whole crop of new labor movements, as fast as new conceptions, political and industrial, developed. Their proponents organized separate labor unions to give expression to them. In some industries there were as many as 5 of these dual movements, each representing a different tendency, and each engaged in the hopeless task of converting the masses to its particular point of view. Dual unionism, with its program of labor organization along the lines of fine-spun theory, not only devitalized the trade unions by robbing them of their best blood, but it also degenerated the revolutionary and progressive movement into a series of detached sects, out of touch with the masses and the real struggle and running off to all sorts of wild theories and impractical programs. But the militants in the Trade Union Educational League rigidly eschew this sectarian policy. Their program is the very reverse: to keep the militants in the organized masses at all costs. Instead of setting up intellectual and organizational barriers and then coaxing the worker to break through them, they carry their propaganda right into the very heart of the workers' organizations and struggles. The League militants conceive the question of labor organization to be largely one of leadership, and they aim to secure the backing of the mass of organized workers by taking the lead in all their battles, by showing in the crucible of the class struggle that their theories, tactics, and organization forms are the best for the labor movement. Thus will be broken the grip of the reactionary bureaucracy who now stultify and paralyze the labor unions, and the control of these organizations thereby gradually pass into the hands of the militants who will stimulate and develop them. In the past, the militants have voluntarily isolated themselves from the organized masses, which was very convenient indeed for the labor bureaucrats. But now these active spirits fight desperately against such isolation. They realize fully that their place is in the big trade unions. And when the controlling reactionaries, who instinctively know that the rebels are dangerous to them only if in the unions, expel individuals and local unions, the latter must fight their way back in again. Such a policy, however, does not mean that the old organizadons must be maintained at any price. In extreme cases, secession movements may be unavoidable because of the refusal of the reactionaries to obey the mandates of the rank and file. But when such splits occur, the militants must have so maneuvered as to keep the mass of the membership on their side. Otherwise, disaster will come upon them and the labor movement. The winning combination for the American trade unionism rebel movement, the typical situation that the Trade Union Educational League is trying to create everywhere, is for the militants to function aggressively as a highly organized minority in the midst of the great unconscious trade union mass. The heart of the League's tactical program is that under no circumstances shall the militants allow themselves to become detached from the unionized section of the working class. Keep the militants in the organized mass is the slogan of the new revolutionary movement. The amalgamated clothing workers. An excellent illustration of the effectiveness of the keep the militants in the organized mass method advocated by the Trade Union Educational League was the birth of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. Characteristic of their general misinterpretation of labor history in favor of their policy, the dual unionists have cited this powerful independent union time and again as the one convincing proof of the correctness of the dual union program, and few indeed have contradicted them. All of which qualifies the amalgamated so much the better to show the difference in principle and results between the old and the new methods of the militants. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers was not built by dual union methods. It developed out of the work of an organized minority within the old United Garment Workers. The traditional way of dual unionism, and the very essence of its program, is for the handful of militants to devise ideal unions, set them up in competition with the old trade unions, and to engage with the latter in an open struggle for control of the industry. A process which almost always results in simply stripping the old unions of their militants, and leaving those organizations in the hands of the reactionaries. But nothing like that occurred in the case of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. The militants in the men's ready-made clothing industry had no dual union. They accepted as their organization the United Garment Workers of America, and they planned to make it into a virile fighting union capable of playing a worthy part in the class struggle. To this end they organized themselves, in harmony with League principles, to defeat the controlling reactionaries and to make their own policies prevail. The needle trades generally have been unusually free from dual unionism, a fact which no doubt has had a great deal to do with the advanced types of organization prevailing in that industry. The struggle between the progressives and the reactionaries and the United Garment Workers went on for a number of years. The rebel elements, utilizing every mistake or crime of the officialdom, gradually extended their organization and influence with the rank and file. The sellout by Rickert in the Great Chicago Strike of 1910 strengthened their grip. Then came the bitter New York Strike of 1913, with its record of treason by the old officials. This was the final blow. On the basis of the resultant discontent, the militants, now organized nationally through a rank and file committee, exactly the same as the League is at present setting up in the various industries, elected an overwhelming majority of delegates to the approaching 1914 convention in Nashville. This brought the situation to a crisis. The militants had the rank and file behind them, but Rickert, in a desperate attempt to save himself, ruled out enough of their delegates to leave him in control. At this, all the rebel delegates withdrew and reorganized themselves into another convention. Then they gave an eloquent proof that they were not dual Unionists. Even after Rickert's outrage, they refused to secede, but claimed to be the genuine United Garment Workers. It was only when the A.F.L. convention, shortly afterward, denied this claim and recognized Rickert that they launched out as an independent union. To call such a proceeding dual unionism is nonsense. It had absolutely nothing in common with the customary dual union policy of sucking the militants out of the old unions. The very heart of the campaign cited, and the reason why it succeeded, was that it kept the militants in the organized mass and united them there so that they could beat the old machine. The split at Nashville was a minor phase. No matter whether it took place or not, the militants had won the rank and file. Regardless of Rickert's antics, the organized men's clothing workers had definitely accepted the leadership of the men who later made their organization such a brilliant success. Instead of being an endorsement of dual unionism, the rise of the amalgamated clothing workers is a striking justification of the stay with the organized masses policy advocated by the Trade Union Educational League. The Trade Union Educational League. The new movement of militants working within the trade unions is centering around the Trade Union Educational League. The work theory of the League is the establishment of a left bloc of all the revolutionary and progressive elements in the trade unions, as against the autocratic machine of the reactionary bureaucracy. Thus, in order that these various elements of the different political persuasions can cooperate together, the policy of the organization must be essentially industrial in character. Except for condemning the fatal Gomper's political policy and advocating the general proposition of independent working-class political action, the League leaves political questions to the several parties. Its work is primarily in the industrial field. At its first national conference, held in Chicago, August 26 to 27, 1922, the League laid out a broad revolutionary industrial policy, upon the basis of which it is uniting the militants and carrying on its educational work in the unions. In a statement of its program and principle issued in February 1922, the aims of the League are stated as follows. The Trade Union Educational League proposes to develop the trade unions from their present, antiquated and stagnant condition into modern, powerful labor organizations, capable of waging successful warfare against capital. To this end, it is working to revamp and remodel from top to bottom their theories, tactics, structure, and leadership. Instead of advocating the prevailing shameful and demoralizing nonsense about harmonizing the interests of capital and labor, it is firing the workers' imagination and releasing their wonderful idealism and energy by propagating the inspiring goal of the abolition of capitalism and the establishment of a workers' republic. The League aggressively favors organization by industry instead of by craft. Although the craft form of union served a useful purpose in the early days of capitalism, it is now entirely out of date. In the face of the great consolidations of the employers, the workers must also dose their ranks or be crushed. The multitude of craft unions must be amalgamated into a series of industrial unions, one each for the metal trades, railroad trades, clothing trades, building trades, etc., even as they have been in other countries. The League also aims to put the workers of America in contact with the fighting trade unionists of the rest of the world. It is flatly opposed to our present pitiful policy of isolation, and it advocates affiliation to the militant international trade union movement, known as the Red International of Labor Unions. The League is campaigning against the reactionaries, incompetents, and crooks who occupy strategic positions in many of our organizations. It is striving to replace them with militants, with men and women unionists who look upon the labor movement not as a means for making an easy living, but as an instrument for the achievement of working-class emancipation. In other words, the League Amalgamation and a Labor Party 8L is working in every direction necessary to put life and spirit and power into the trade union movement. 1922. Although the T.U.E.L. made its influence deeply felt in many of the struggles of the stormy days of the early 1920s, it scored its swiftest and greatest successes in its big triple drive for amalgamation, for a labor party, and for recognition of Soviet Russia. It conducted a nationwide offensive with all its forces for these three issues. The whole labor movement was shaken by its campaign. Great masses of trade unionists rallied to the TUELS slogans. More than one half of the trade union movement openly supported one or all its three central demands. Within a few months, the TUEL had made them the main issues confronting the AFL and railroad brotherhoods. The huge response to these three TUEL slogans evidenced the existing wave of radicalization among the masses. The workers saw in industrial unionism through amalgamation the road to real unity and power, the way to organize the unorganized and to stop the disastrous situation of one group of unions in an industry working while the rest were striking, which had proved so ruinous in the recent great railroad, building, printing, and other strikes, and which was the outstanding weakness of the packing house and steel campaigns. The workers saw in the Labor Party an effective answer, on the one hand, to the broken promises and strike-breaking troops, courts, and police of the government, and on the other, to the fatal nonpartisan political policy of the AFL leaders. And in their wide demand for the recognition of Soviet Russia, the workers expressed their natural proletarian solidarity with the new socialist republic. In the TUEL campaign as a whole, they saw the way opening to a more honest, powerful, and effective labor movement. 82. American Trade Unionism. The organized forces behind this big TUEL movement took the form of a broad united front of left-wingers and progressives. The Communist Party and the TUEL were the driving left-wing forces, while the progressives, chiefly the Fitzpatrick-Knowles Farmer Labor Party group, cooperated sympathetically. It was essentially a continuation and growth of the combination that had carried through the packing house and steel campaigns. The movement centered in Chicago, and the amalgamation campaign proper took its national impetus from the adoption by the Chicago Federation of Labor on March 19, 1922, of a resolution presented by TUEL delegates, which, after reciting the tragedy of craft disunity, concluded as follows. Resolved that we, the Chicago Federation of Labor, in regular meeting, call upon the American Federation of Labor to take the necessary action toward bringing about the required solidarity within the ranks of organized labor, and that, as a first start in this direction, the various international unions be called into conference for the purpose of arranging to amalgamate all the unions in the respective industries into single organizations, each of which shall cover one industry. Reactionaries, led by Vice President Nelson, fought against this resolution, but were voted down by 114 to 37. Then followed a big national TUEL sweep under the slogan, "Amalgamation or Annihilation." During the next 18 months, the Chicago Resolution was widely endorsed, and the Solidarity movement expressed itself in many get-together tendencies. 16 international unions, including the Railway Clerks, Railway Maintenance of Way, Iron Molders, Butcher Workmen, Typographical Union, Bakery Workers, Lithographers, Brewery Workers, Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Furriers, Amalgamated Food Workers, Bookbinders, Metal Polishers, Firefighters, Textile Workers, and Shoe Workers, voted outright for amalgamation, while the Ladies' Garment Workers, Railroad Trainmen, Railroad Firemen, and several other internationals voted for federation or partial amalgamation. Likewise, 17 state federations of labor, including such important bodies as those of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Oregon, Nebraska, Washington, South Dakota, Utah, Colorado, etc., adopted amalgamation resolutions. Besides this, scores of central labor councils and thousands of local unions took similar action. We were well within the truth when we declared at the time that more than 2 million workers, or about one-half the organized trade union movement, responded to the TUEL amalgamation slogan. From Canada, Tim Buck reported, "Amalgamation resolutions have been endorsed during the past year by almost every kind of union in every part of Canada, including the Alberta Federation of Labor and 7 of the largest central labor councils, or, all told, over 50% of the members affiliated to the Trades Congress of Canada." The campaign for the Labor Party was also very effective. The Labor Party movement had sprung up spontaneously at many points in the years 1918-20, especially in Minnesota, New York, and Chicago. But the poor showing in the national elections of 1920 had paralyzed the newly formed Farmer Labor Party, and it lingered along, more dead than alive, under the control of the Fitzpatrick-Knowles C.F. group. Then, in agreement with Fitzpatrick, the Workers' Party and the TUEL began to push the Labor Party issue. Result, an upsurge that was even more extensive than the amalgamation movement. Many international unions, state federations of labor, central labor councils, and local unions voted for the Labor Party. During this campaign, the TUEL put out a national referendum to 35,000 local unions on the Labor Party question and received over 7,000 endorsements, and doubtless many more locals endorsed it without notifying us. The Labor Party movement culminated in the Chicago, July 3, 1923, convention. 1936. The greatest and most pressing task now confronting the working class of America is the organization of the many millions of unorganized toilers in the industries. As things now stand, the unions A, F, of L, and independents together comprise not more than 3,500,000 members out of a total of at least 25 million eligible to join. Organized labor controls only the barest fringe of the working class, the rest are helpless in the grasp of the exploiters. The great steel, textile, automobile, meat packing, rubber, metal mining, lumber, and general manufacturing industries are either completely unorganized. '84 American trade unionism, or possess only the weakest and most fragmentary unions. Even in those industries where labor has some strength, such as coal mining, printing, building, railroading, general transport, clothing, leather, amusements, etc., the degree of unionism in no case exceeds 50%, and in most instances it is far less. This is an impossible situation. The handful of organized workers cannot accomplish anything substantial with such a gigantic array of unorganized arrayed against them. The further progress of the American working class, politically as well as industrially, depends upon the organization of the vast masses of unorganized workers into the trade unions. The present time presents an exceptionally favorable opportunity to accomplish this great and indispensable task of organization. Labor is in big demand in nearly all the industries. The workers are in a militant mood and, if approached right, will organize readily. A well-organized campaign would sweep millions of them into the unions. But the present situation is not only a golden opportunity, it is also a warning. If labor neglects this splendid chance to organize the unorganized, it will pay dearly for it in the near future. Our prevailing prosperity is only a passing thing. It cannot last long, a year or two at the utmost is its limit. Then, as sure as fate, will come one of the worst periods of depression that this or any country has ever seen. All signs are pointing that way. And when the inevitable industrial breakdown comes, woe betide labor if it has not had the intelligence and initiative to strengthen its lines by organizing the unorganized. The unions will be crushed. The employers, balked for the moment in their open shop drive by the wave of prosperity, will renew their offensive with redoubled vigor and will not rest content until they have smashed the backbone of the trade union movement. At its peril will organized labor neglect the present opportunity to organize the unorganized. In this critical situation, what are the trade union leaders doing to solve the great problem of organization? Practically nothing. They are drifting with the stream, little reckoning of the cataract ahead. As for the general officers of the American Federation of Labor, the ones who should take the lead in this situation, they exhibit their usual somnolent, paralytic front of stupid indifference. They let slip the golden opportunity of the wartime without developing a general plan of organization or even coming to realize that one was necessary, so naturally nothing may be expected from them now. They and their alleged organizers are too busy playing politics and fighting. Organize the unorganized. 85. Reds. They are worrying more about disciplining the Seattle Central Labor Council for its progressive stand than they are about organizing the oppressed slaves of the Steel Trust. In the various industries, the situation is not much better. With the exception of the clothing trades unions and the independents, little is being done. The leaders quite generally share the inertia and indifference characteristic of the A, F, of L, General Office. In the coal mining industry, the best use John L. Lewis can find for his organizers is to send them into the organized districts to play politics against officials who refuse to do his autocratic bidding. Ignoring the fact that the miners will surely have to make a desperate fight, nationally, within the next year or two to preserve their union and the advantages they have won through years of bitter struggle, he completely neglects the urgent task of organizing the hundreds of thousands of unorganized miners in the Alabama, Colorado, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and other districts. In the steel industry, the situation is even worse. There is the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers, with only 8,000 members out of some 500,000 in the industry. At its head stands Grandma Mike Ty, so incapable and timid that he could not keep the steel workers organized even if a 100% organization were presented to him on a silver platter. All he can do in the present situation is to cringe before the autocratic steel barons to assure and reassure the world that his organization is the most conservative and respectable in the United States. Not a hand does he turn to organize the unorganized. Meanwhile, the 12-hour day prevails, to the eternal disgrace of organized labor. On the railroads, the same stagnation exists. Demoralized by the fatal shopmen's strike, the leaders, instead of trying militantly to recover the lost ground, are busy violating their union constitutions and employing all sorts of desperate schemes to block the movement to amalgamate all the unions into one industrial body. In the other industries, similar conditions prevail. The leaders are doing nothing to Organize the workers. There must be an end put to this situation. The labor movement must be roused to a realization of its duty and opportunity in the present period of prosperity. This means that the militants must become active everywhere. They must build fires under the reactionary leaders and insist that a great campaign of organization be started. If left to their own devices, these leaders will do nothing. They are hopelessly lost in the enervating swamp of Gompersism. There is not a breath of life or progress in them. They must be shocked into action. Organize the unorganized should be the slogan of every militant. The question should be raised in every local union, central body, state federation, and international union. Only in this way can some headway be made. Our leaders must be compelled to organize the masses. The compulsion must come from the militants, and if it is not forthcoming, nothing will be accomplished. To build up the unions more is necessary than simply to whip up the unorganized masses to the tune of the old slogans. This is because the army of non-union workers have lost faith in craft unionism. They can see no sense in joining organizations which have proved incapable of withstanding the open shop drive. The railroad shopmen, for example, will never come back to their old unions, isolated as they are, since they have seen these organizations topple like a house of cards even though they were practically 100% organized. They have no desire to repeat such an experience. And the same thing holds true in most of the industries. Craft unionism has lost prestige irretrievably. It can never again rally the workers. There must be a new deal all around. Something has to be done to reawaken the workers' hope and enthusiasm, killed by craft union failures. This means that we must raise the banner of industrial unionism, to be achieved through amalgamation. We must approach the workers with a newer and more powerful form of organization. Then, with hope revived, they will come to us in masses. Seeing another chance to effectively combat their oppressors, they will rally again. And they never will rally unless the newer form of organization is offered them. Amalgamation and an organization drive. That is the slogan that fits our present needs. The whole labor movement should proceed on that basis, on the one hand to reorganize the craft unions into industrial organizations, and on the other, to sweep the masses into the reorganized unions. Considering the reactionary type of our trade union leadership, it seems a far-fetched and impossible proposal to change the craft unions into industrial organizations and to put on a vigorous organization drive. Yet every intelligent worker knows that this is what must be done if the problem of organizing the unorganized is to be solved. In fact, it is exactly the plan that is being followed in England. In that country the leaders are conservative enough, God knows, but they have at least enough gumption to make some pretense of meeting the situation. The General Council of the Trade Union Congress organized the unorganized 87, which is roughly equivalent to the Executive Council of the A.F. of L., is conducting a double campaign of amalgamation and organization. It is at once holding amalgamation conferences between the unions in all the important industries, and it is carrying on a nationwide back to the unions drive in all the big industrial centers. Much progress is being achieved in both directions. It is exactly this kind of movement that is needed in America, only prosecuted more vigorously. What we need and must have is, on the one hand, amalgamation, and on the other hand, a great organization drive in all the industries. When will our reactionary leaders realize this patent fact? To wake them up and to stimulate organized labor into undertaking this indispensable double campaign of amalgamation and organization is now the greatest task confronting the militants. The organization of the unorganized is the supreme problem of our times. Upon its solution depends the welfare, if not the actual life, of the whole labor movement. 1923. Part 2. 2. The Trade Unions and the Coolidge Prosperity Period. The era of the Coolidge good times, which, including the few months of Hoover, lasted with but short breaks from the middle of 1923 until the October crash in 1929, was a period of difficult struggle and relative isolation from the masses for the T.U.E.L. It was a time of the least working-class militancy and struggle in the history of the American labor movement, and of the worst corruption and autocratic rule ever practiced by the reactionary trade union leadership. Naturally, the T.U.E.L. felt sharply the effects of all the prosperity illusions, expulsions, terrorism, etc., in loss of mass contacts and mass movements. The basic cause of this great sag in labor struggle was the big upswing of American imperialism during this period. American capitalism made huge advances, economically and in international influence, the United States becoming the world's strongest imperialist power. Various factors combined to produce its great industrial development, and hence, its increased political power. Among them were the capital export of $20 billion war and post-war loans, which enormously stimulated American production and exports, the capture of world markets from the crippled European powers, the introduction of a tremendous speed-up or rationalization of industry, the growth of the vast installment buying system, the industrialization and mechanization of agriculture, the expansion of the automobile and various luxury industries, the industrialization of the South, etc. Altogether, it was an orgy of profit-making for the American employers, who became the objects of envy and admiration throughout the world. Capitalist class. 88. During this period, the government was starkly reactionary. Its general spirit was exemplified by the huge growth of armaments and military propaganda, the repeated armed invasions of Caribbean and Central American countries, the systematic enslavement of Germany through the Dawes and Young plans, violent hostility towards the Soviet Union, and by such developments as hostile labor legislation, execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, continued imprisonment of Mooney and Billings, unchecked campaign of lynching in the South, the Teapot Dome scandal, *the Scopes, anti-evolution trial, etc. The rationalization of industry. In this era of wild profit-making and reaction, now looked back to by American capitalists as the Golden Age, the central aim of the employers was further to increase their swollen profits by the most intense speed-up of the workers. They vastly improved industrial technique, and to lure the workers into their speed-up trap they developed a whole series of tricky institutions, such as new-fangled bonus and piecework plans, elaborate welfare systems, pseudo-old age pensions, employee stock buying, etc. All this was accomplished by oceans of slick propaganda, through every publicity channel of capitalism, to convince the workers that their interests resided in cooperating with the employers to increase production for minimum costs. This poison gas campaign took on wonderful aspects. The magic formula of mass production and high wages was alleged to bring not only better living standards now for the workers, but also their final emancipation from capitalism. A whole school of bourgeois economists developed this speed-up propaganda into a system which I at the time called capitalist efficiency socialism. For example, Thomas Nixon Carver argued that the workers with their high wages were gradually buying the fraudulent transfer of federal oil lands during the Harding administration in 1922, in which several cabinet members were implicated, plus the trial of a schoolteacher in Dayton, Tennessee for teaching the theory of evolution, in which William J. Bryan acted as prosecutor. While the company unions fitted into this general scheme, they were somewhat in abeyance during this period. They had been organized as a bar to the spread of trade unionism in the war period, and as the strength of the trade unions declined after the big defeat of 1919-22, so also did the company unions stagnate. It was only upon the new trade union upsurge in 1933 that the company unions took on a fresh lease of life. The Communist, March 1928. Up control of industry. Gillette glibly stated that this was leading to a cooperative commonwealth. Stuart Chase portrayed the social wonders to be achieved by rationalizing capitalist industry. Foster and Catchings outlined their miraculous theory of financing the buyer, etc. Everything was lovely and the goose hung high. In short, American capitalism had cured its inner contradictions. No more industrial crises nor mass unemployment. Ford had superseded Marx. And the capitalists all over the world marveled at this wonder, lauded the American, new, capitalism and sought to introduce it in their own countries. In reality, however, the great volume of the new wealth created in these years by the rationalization of industry poured into the laps of the insatiable capitalists. The workers got very little of it. From 1923 to 1929, output in industry increased no less than 29% per worker, and profits doubled and tripled, but average real wages advanced, according to reliable figures, not more than 4%. Plus also most of this increase went only to the organized skilled workers, especially through overtime, steady work, etc. And their standards rose considerably. There was widespread in this period what Marx called the bourgeoisification of the labor aristocracy. The unskilled masses, if not materially much better off, were also considerably bourgeoisified ideologically from the current intense rationalization propaganda. It was a time of the most extensive capitalist prosperity illusions ever known among the toiling masses. Without delay, the A.F. of L. leadership fitted themselves into this entire capitalist speed-up rationalization program. In fact, they turned the unions into mere instruments of the capitalists' production plans. On the altar of production for less cost, they sacrificed hard-won union conditions, and they peddled away every illusion put forth by the rationalization windjammers. Besides inventing many of their own, cheaper production became their fetish and the only way to working-class well-being. This whole development the TUEL dubbed the new orientation of the trade union bureaucracy towards intensified class collaboration, and the company unionization of the trade unions. It was the traditional A.F. of L. class collaboration policy elaborated, theorized, and revamped to meet the latest needs of the employers. National Bureau of Economic Research. F. Paul H. Douglas, Real Wages in the United States, 1930. Business Unionism 9-1. The trade unions were reorganized on a basis of Fordism. The movement began at the very outset of the Coolidge prosperity period. 1936. In many, if not most industries, employers sought to achieve their program by the traditional method of destroying all unionism among their workers. But in many important cases their tendency was to develop a maze of class collaboration arrangements which concentrated themselves around company unionism in the shops and employee stock ownership schemes in the realms of finance. It is these new tendencies which we must examine here. Company unionism. About 1913, many American employers, under the lead of the Rockefeller interests, departing from the traditional 100% open shop policy of no organizations among their workers, began to establish company unions. Their program was to break the trade unions and to build company unions. Since then, especially during the war period, the company union movement has spread rapidly. Under a maze of forms, a recent survey showed 214 types among the existing 814 company unions. It has been established in many key and basic industries, including steel, railroad, textile, oil, lumber, packing, electrical, etc. It encompasses over 1 million workers, largely in such great plants as the Bethlehem Steel Company, Pacific Textile Mills, Pennsylvania Railroad, Westinghouse Electric Company, Elgin Watch Company, International Harvester Company, Western Union Telegraph Company, Eastman Kodak Company, etc. A list of the firms having company unions contains many of the greatest capitalist concerns in America. In connection with the company union movement, either as direct parts of it or as related institutions, these employers usually have a whole array of welfare plans and programs, covering group insurance, old age pensions, sick benefits, housing schemes, education, sports, etc. 92. American trade unionism. A prime purpose of the company union movement, with its welfare attachments, is to speed up the workers. Recently, a production engineer said that the great industrial efficiency expert, Taylor, had failed to understand that it was necessary not only to develop the technical methods of efficiency in production but also to secure the workers' cooperation in their application. The company unions are designed to secure such cooperation, and undoubtedly in some instances they partially achieve this purpose. Their proceedings are saturated with propaganda and actions calculated to speed up the workers. Employee stock ownership. A twin brother to company unionism, making for the weakening of the workers' opposition, ideologically and organizationally, to capitalist exploitation, is the many-phased movement of the employers to assemble and control what monies the workers are able to save out of their meager wages. These worker savings they concentrate in bank deposits, life insurance, etc. But the most significant aspect of the movement is their stimulation of the workers to purchase stock in various industrial enterprises. Within recent years, this stock buying movement, under forced draft from the various corporations, has been widely extended. Reformistic defenders of capitalism pounce upon this and declare that the workers are becoming capitalists and are buying control of the industries. At the head of these enthusiasts stands Thomas Nixon Carver, professor of political economy at Harvard, with his recent book, The Present Economic Revolution in the United States. A few quotations from this work illustrate the lavish way these economists ascribe billions of dollars and far-reaching industrial control to the workers. The only economic revolution now underway is going on in the United States. It is a revolution that is to wipe out the distinction between laborers and capitalists by making laborers their own capitalists, and by compelling the capitalists to become laborers of one kind or another. p. 9. There are at least 3 kinds of evidence that indicate roughly the extent to which laborers are becoming capitalists. First, the rapid growth of savings deposits. Second, the investment by laborers in the shares of corporations. Third, the growth of labor banks. Page 11. The saving power of American working men is so great that, if they would save and carefully invest their savings, in 10 years they would be one of the dominating financial powers of the world. Page 118. Carver's utopia glitters, but it is only dross. It cannot and will not work. The workers are not buying the industries, nor are they becoming capitalists. For one thing, a very large percentage of those listed as employees in Carver's calculations are company officials, who notoriously invest their savings in stocks of the concerns for which they work. Thus, if the U.S. Steel reports 47,647 stockholders out of about 250,000 employees, it is safe to assume that the overwhelming mass of them are company officials, white-collar elements, and the upper layers of skilled workers. The masses of workers are little touched by the movement, despite 20 years of active stock selling by the corporation. The same remarks apply to many other firms. Boosters of employee stockholding grossly exaggerate both the number of such stockholders and the extent of their ownings. Thus W. Jetlock says, altogether the holdings of 6,500,000 employee stockholders amount to only $500 million, showing labor has made an absolute, but not relative gain in corporate ownership. Asterisk, this number of employee stockholders is ridiculously exaggerated. The total number of all stockholders in the United States, discounting duplications, according to U.S. figures, is 2,358,000, and of these hardly more than 500,000 can be classified as employees. But if Locke were correct, it would represent a holding of only about $75 apiece, which does not seem a very capitalistic figure. The Federal Trade Commission report on national wealth and income, based on 1922 figures, shows that only 75 out of 1,000 stockholders are employees, and that these own the even smaller percentage of only 15 shares out of each 1,000. Of the total stockholders, 53%/2% receive only 4% of all dividends paid. And Professor Carver's own figures, in the case of many big corporations, indicate clearly that the big stock owners are increasing their holdings at a manifold more rapid ratio than are the employee stockholders. Nevertheless, the illusions growing out of such propaganda as Carver's are dangerous. Undoubtedly, many sections of American skilled workers have been corrupted and bourgeoisified, and some isolated sections of the unskilled and semi-skilled, Ford plants, Philadelphia Rapid Transit, etc., have been somewhat affected by American imperialism through W. Jet Locke, Political and Industrial Democracy, page 109. High wages and other concessions, but the lesser skilled do not share this prosperity. They are living from hand to mouth. The mass of the workers cannot buy actual control of or even heavy interests in corporation stocks. Not even if they are forced to buy such stocks. The workers have not got the money. Their wages are too low. In Current History, March, 1927, Mina Weissenberg says, in 1923 and 1924 the real wages of unskilled workers were only 20% higher than the 1913 average, which was then considered insufficient for a decent living standard. U.S. Department of Labor statistics show that average wages for male adult workers in the United States do not exceed $30 per week. To speak of workers so underpaid finding a solution of their economic problems by buying the industries with their savings is ridiculous. And what about periods of industrial depression when unemployed workers are forced to draw upon their scanty reserves? Mr. Carver blithely assumes that the present prosperity will continue, or even increase. This is a fallacy. Inevitably, the United States, despite its present economic strength, will be undermined by the contradictions inherent in world capitalism, and plunged into recurring deeper industrial crises. At present, capitalism in all important industrial countries, in order to extricate itself from its deep difficulties, is making frenzied efforts to speed up production, by the wholesale introduction of machinery and new processes and by driving the workers still faster. This is the so-called rationalization of industry movement. Its effects arc enormously to increase production. In the United States, since 1919 the output per worker in industry has increased 40%. In 1925, with 385,000 less workers than in 1923, who worked for 270 million less in wages, $1 billion more was added to the value of manufactured goods. The rationalization movement leads inevitably to a sharpening of class antagonisms at home and to an intensified struggle for the world market. Mass unemployment is an inseparable result of it. Germany, with its intense rationalization of industry, illustrates this strikingly. Their wages are at a minimum, the working day has been lengthened to 9, 10, 12 hours, and chronic mass unemployment prevails. The United States, because of its favorable position, escapes for the moment the full harmful effects of the movement. But certain it is that in the near future far-reaching in many New England shoe factories the employers are compelling the workers to purchase shares in the companies or lose their jobs. This is the so-called Golden Rule Plan. Industrial crises and unemployment on a gigantic scale will confront the American working class. Then, not only will stock buying cease, but the workers who have stocks will tend to get rid of them. They will then be gobbled up for a song by the big capitalists. Significant is the fact that during the crisis of 1921-22 the percentage of U.S. steel employees holding stock fell from 42% to 16%. Undoubtedly, the next industrial crisis will knock the bottom out of the employee stock ownership movement. The workers, with such stock purchases as they are making, are not buying their way into control of the industries, despite the isolated instances of the Philadelphia Rapid Transit Company, where the employees own about 1/3 of the common stock, and the A. Nash Company of Cincinnati, where they actually own a majority. Big capital, which is rapidly concentrating and organizing itself, is not weakened by the extension of petty capitalist holdings. In his book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin, in dealing with the power of big capital to dominate petty capital, says, the democratization of the ownership of shares from which the bourgeois sophists and opportunists would-be social democrats expect, the democratization of capital, the strengthening of the role and significance of small-scale production, etc., is, in fact, one of the ways of increasing the power of financial oligarchy, page 49. The big capitalists are finding ways and means to control the capital being assembled by the employee ownership movement and to turn it to their own advantage. W. Jetlock says, the extent of employee ownership of stock has increased, but the degree of control exercised by employees is very small. Various barriers are raised by the capitalists against employees exercising any degree of control through such stock as they may purchase. They often confine stock sales to trusted ranks of employees, as for example the Bell Telephone Company, which sells stock to only 5% of its employees. In many cases, the amounts of stock per employee are also limited, as with the Consolidated Gas Company of New York, which does not permit its employees to secure more than 20 shares each of $50 value. Corporations often control blocks of employee-owned stock through their officials, who are also employees. The discharge power also rests in their hands with which to terrorize refractory worker stockholders, if necessary. The vast funds in the insurance and building loan associations, whose billions Mr. Carver would have the workers invest in. M. Siskberg, Current History, March, 1927. Stocks in their own behalf, any day they see fit, are of course safely in the hands of the capitalist bankers. Carver-ism, supported by a widespread propaganda in the capitalist press, undoubtedly cultivates dangerous illusions among the workers even though the masses can buy no stocks. These illusions must be vigorously combated. The whole movement works out to the benefit of the capitalists by, on the one hand, giving them greater financial control and, on the other, by tending to confuse the workers and to weaken their organizations and struggles. In the early stages of the company union and employee stock ownership movements, the trade union leaders, despite their general tendencies towards class collaboration in all its forms, gave considerable opposition to these movements. They denounced company unionism vociferously and, to some extent, actually fought against it. Even as late as October 1925, William Green, patterning after a previously published article in the September 1925 Workers' Monthly, organ of the Workers' Communist Party, demanded that the workers capture the company unions and make them points of departure for movements to start real unions. This piece of copying the nation dubbed taking a leaf out of the book of the left wing. The union leaders also, on many occasions, sharply condemned the practice of the workers buying stocks in capitalist industry. They still placed some reliance in the strike and the power of the unions as such. But following the loss of the 1922 strike of the railroad shopmen, a radical change set in among the union leaders. Their new orientation, manifested by new and intensified forms of class collaboration, constitutes in reality a great surrender of the workers' interests by an acceptance of the employer's general programs of company unionism and employee stock ownership. This acceptance takes the forms principally, in addition to its more political aspects which will be discussed later, of the company unionization of the trade unions and the establishment of trade union capitalism. Company unionizing the trade unions. In pressing for a docile working class, speeded in production to the limit, and controlled by the employer's agents, the capitalists are proceeding along two general routes, both leading to the same goal. They are not only organizing company unions directly out of the unorganized masses, but they are also systematically degenerating the trade unions in the direction of company unionism, when they do not smash them altogether. In this latter course they have the assistance of the reactionary labor bureaucracy. Undoubtedly the employers are proceeding consciously to the company unionization of the trade unions. Many capitalist apologists are actually proposing the organizational as well as the functional consolidation of company unions and trade unions. In his recent book, Political and Industrial Democracy, W. Jetlock, bourgeois economist, says, it cannot be denied that shop committees and more extensive systems of employee representation are of fundamental importance, but they should be coordinated with regular unions. Not only industrial democracy and the cooperative spirit in industry will be thus better realized, but the greatest measure of efficiency and productiveness in industry attained. Cooperative relations between employers and employees can never be realized permanently by shop committees or systems of employee representation unless the labor union is adopted as the fundamental basis of procedure. Pages 82 to 84. As we shall see, the trade union leaders have already proceeded far towards the functional amalgamation of company unionism, under the stimulus of the employers. Nor will they hesitate before a possible organizational amalgamation, unless checked by rank and file resistance. The Boot and Shoe Workers Union, now only a shade better than a company union, shows how far the leaders will go towards company unionism unless blocked by the workers' resistance. The Baltimore and Ohio Plan. Speed up and no strikes. That is the demand of the employers upon their workers in this era of American world imperialism. That is the road to company unionization. The railroad union leaders, convinced after the loss of the 1922 shopmen's strike that they could not make even formal resistance to the powerful companies, were the first to surrender completely to this demand. They adopted as their working principle cooperation with the employers in production. They elaborated the B&O plan. It was worked out by Otto S. Bayer, an efficiency engineer, and sponsored by William H. Johnston, former president of the International Association of Machinists. Johnson says of it, "The idea underlying our service to the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad may be compared to the idea which underlies the engineering services extended to railroads by large corporations to furnish, let us say, arch brick, superheaters, stokers, or lubricating oils. The union members furnish their services to the best advantage of all. In response to the recognition accorded the union and by virtue of the agreement existing between the management and us, it becomes peculiarly feasible for us to take steps between management and men and create as it were an all-pervading collective will for the major purposes of railroading, namely, efficient service to the public, a fair return to the investors, and adequate wages and steady employment for the workers. The legitimate, standard, genuine unions of the railroad shop mechanics are more than eager to offer the same positive cooperation to any railroad management which is intelligent enough and courageous enough to see the inevitable logic of events. I maintain that such a management would never again desire to see the affiliated shop unions effaced from its railroad. The B&O plan involves abandoning all struggle against the employers," says F. J. Cullum, a union official on the Canadian National Railways. "It is absolutely essential that there should be complete harmony among the members of the Committee B&O plan. There should be at no time a feeling that they belong to different groups, neither that one shall seek an advantage over the other. Railroad workers are already intensely exploited," says Leland Olds in a recent Federated Press article. According to W. H. Dunlap in the Monthly Review of the U.S. Department of Labor, the productive output of railroad labor in the United States has increased about 40% since 1915 and about 150% since 1890. The increased productivity of railroad labor since 1920 is reflected in a drop of about 275,000, or 1,314% in the number of workers employed. The B&O plan facilitates this increasing exploitation. The employers quite generally greeted it. After its adoption by the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, it was installed upon the Chesapeake and Ohio, Chicago, Milwaukee and St. Paul, Chicago and Northwestern, Canadian National Railways, etc. It has also been introduced into various metal trades contract shops. Under the B&O plan, the union officials help the employers to drive the workers. Recently on the Canadian National Railways at American Federationists, February 1927. Winnipeg, they presented the company, to be laid off, a list of men, some with from 12 to 17 years' service, because they did not cooperate with the company. The B&O plan has proved profitable for the employers. In 45 shops of the B&O R, according to a recent report, 18,000 efficiency suggestions were made by the men, of which 15,000 were accepted. Dividends of the B&O company amounted to 17% for 1926, or almost double as much as in 1924. Cooperation of the workers with the employers in speeding up production was a big factor in producing these high dividends. No wonder that Willard, president of the road, glowingly endorsed the B&O plan in a recent speech before the National Civic Federation. As for the workers, they have had their pains for their trouble. They receive less for their work, by from 4 to 6 cents per hour, than the shop workers employed on the non-union Pennsylvania Railroad. The ruinous effects of this intensive class collaboration policy of the railroad trade union leadership is exemplified by the Watson-Parker Law, lately adopted by Congress for the purpose of regulating wages and working conditions on the railroads. This law, undoubtedly the most vicious piece of anti-labor legislation enacted for many years, proceeds far towards the company unionization of the railroad unions. It emanated from the big railroad companies, the notorious union crusher Atterbury of the Pennsylvania being its outstanding advocate. But it was enacted into law with the full support of the railroad union officialdom and the higher bureaucracy of the A.F.L. The Watson-Parker Law crystallizes the employer's program for hamstringing the railroad unions. It incorporates, with official labor's endorsement, many anti-labor features long bitterly resisted by the trade union movement. It virtually illegalizes strikes on the railroads and establishes compulsory arbitration. It opens the door wide to the development of company unions. It gives the reactionary federal courts the right to interfere in and regulate wage disputes between the railroad workers and the railroad companies. It cements the alliance, disastrous for the workers, between the companies and the union leadership, an alliance based on the surrender of the workers' interests. The Watson-Parker Law registers the lowest point reached by American trade unions in their degeneration, brought about by joint. This organization, now defunct, was a public propaganda body, an alliance between the big corporations and reactionary labor leaders. Action upon the employers and reactionary union leaders, towards company unionism. The new wage policy. The interests of the imperialistic employers demand the most intense possible exploitation of the workers. The reactionary union leaders, chastened by the general defeat of the trade unions in the years 1919 to 23, and in their true role as agents of the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the workers, yield to this demand and make haste to help employers drive the workers at ever greater speed. Traces of this eventual development, now definitely crystallized under the name of the New Wage Policy, were already to be found in the Portland Convention in 1923. The 1924 Convention of the A.F. of L. in El Paso specifically endorsed the B&O Plan, and the 1925 Convention in Atlantic City elaborated its underlying principle of cooperation with the employers to increase production into the fundamental policy of the official labor movement. The essence of the New Wage Policy, as stated by the A.F. of L. in 1925 is as follows. We hold that the best interests of wage earners as well as the whole social group are served by increasing production in quality as well as quantity, and by high wage standards which assure sustained purchasing power to the workers, and therefore, higher national standards for the environment in which they live and the means to enjoy cultured opportunities. We declare that wage reductions produce industrial and social unrest, and that low wages are not conducive to low production costs. We urge upon wage earners everywhere that we oppose all wage reductions and that we urge upon management the elimination of wastes in production in order that selling prices may be lower and wages higher. Social inequality, industrial instability, and injustice must increase unless the workers' real wages, the purchasing power of their wages, coupled with a continuing reduction in the number of hours making up the working day, are progressed in proportion to man's increasing power of production. Some hailed this last paragraph as a radical advance for the A.F. of L. In reality, considering the lackey-like official practices under the New Wage Policy, it is no more than a platonic argument in favor of higher wages in return for more production. The Atlantic City Convention, as a means of putting its new wage policy into effect, proposed a conference of organized labor, organized farmers, and trade associations under the direction of Secretary Hoover of the Department of Commerce. The purpose of the conference is to consider the elimination of difficulties preventing the constructive organization of industry. In the furtherance of this policy, the entire trade union leadership is carrying on an intensive propaganda. The union journals reek with class collaboration, cooperation. That handmaiden of the bureaucracy, the Workers' Education Bureau, also does its share. The two outstanding champions are Green and Wall. They oiler, in all keys and tones, unstinted cooperation of the workers to intensify production, provided the employers will stop their union-smashing campaigns and permit the existence of degenerate unions. They especially claim that the employers can gain more in production through trade unions than through company unions. Their plan, in brief, is to scab the company unions out of existence. Trade unions are increasingly basing their agreements on the union management cooperation principles. In the anthracite coal regions, for example, this cooperation is being vigorously practiced. The employers are rapidly mechanizing the industry and are introducing the speed up under various forms. In this, they have the full support of the union officials. The conditions of the workers are sacrificed ruthlessly. Wide discontent prevails. But when this manifests itself openly, the workers are told by both company and union officials that it is all necessary in the good cause of efficiency and cooperation. The socialist, trade union leaders are fully in harmony with this entire company unionization movement. In fact, they and the progressives were pioneers in adhening many features of it. They developed the B&O Plan and various phases of trade union capitalism. The extreme right wing has adopted it from them. Sidney Hillman, president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, contributed to the development of this ultra-class collaboration. In the other needle trades, the socialist leaders follow the same general policy. The great fight now raging between rights and lefts in the garment industry centers about the general company unionization tendency, with the rights yielding to it and the lefts stoutly resisting it. For example, the recent cloakmakers' strike in New York turned around the demand of the employers for the right to reorganize their shops. That is, the employers wanted to secure the right arbitrarily to discharge yearly 10% of their employees. In this demand there is contained the whole company unionizing tendency. Its effects would inevitably be to speed up the workers, to weaken their militancy, and to undermine the union generally. The rights proposed to concede this demand, the lefts categorically rejected it. Hence the bitter strike, with the lefts, supported by the masses, on one side, and the rights, backed by the employers, the press, the police, and the whole A.F. of L. bureaucracy, on the other. With the help of their labor allies, the employers won the right of reorganization. The events in the needle industry epitomized the general struggle throughout the labor movement between the forces making for progress and those making for company unionization. The difference is that the needle workers are more advanced and better able to voice their opposition than workers in other industries. Besides, their industry is in a deep crisis. Everywhere the union leaders, cooperating with the employers, are driving the workers faster in production, weakening their organization, and generally laying the basis for eventual broad class upheavals. Trade union capitalism. Through the B&O plan and similar schemes, the union leaders are adopting the company unionization program of the employers, and through trade union capitalism, labor banking, investment corporations, trade union insurance companies, etc., they are accepting the whole program of employee stock ownership and the workers becoming capitalists. Theory behind it. Listen to the voice of Professor Carver coming from the mouths of labor leaders. The August 1925 Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers Journal says, labor banking is the only revolution in the world worth a peck of beans. Its colossal possibilities become apparent when one considers that the total wage bill of the country is approximately one-half of the $50 billion financial resources of our 31,000 banks, and that the farmers' annual crops equal in value about two-thirds of the remainder. Once let a majority of the workers and farmers of America learn to concentrate their savings and their credit power in their own banks, and they can control the resources of the world's richest nation within one generation. Says W.B. Prenter, then head of the B.of.L.E. Business Unionism. 103. We set out with only one theory. That is the theory that in America there is no such thing as a working class as distinguished from a capitalist class. Men pass too readily from one group into the other to be tagged with class labels. It is the Brotherhood's aim in its financial enterprises to show its members and workers generally how they can become capitalists, as well as workers. Asterisk. In such poisonous propaganda lies the real danger for the workers. This tendency is most clearly expressed by the B.of.L.E. officials, the outstanding and outspoken leaders of the trade union capitalism movement. Thus, for example, in combination with the National City Bank, subsidiary of the largest bank in America, they bought $3,500,000 worth of bonds of the International Great Northern R. and sold them to their members. Said W.S. Stone of this deal, one of scores like it. Ownership of a bond makes a man a creditor. We sold many of the Great Northern bonds to men employed on that railroad. Immediately each became concerned with the first concern of a creditor for his debtor, the debtor's solvency. Bonds bring a sense of responsibility and of security. The labor banks, labor investment corporations, and trade union insurance companies, amassing large funds, must invest them. They do so by buying regular capitalist securities. This prepares the way for all the illusions cultivated by Carver and such capitalist propagandists that the workers can buy the industries. It also tends to paralyze the struggle of stock-owning workers against the employers by creating the false notion among the workers that because they have a thin scattering of company stocks, they have interests in common with their employers. It poisons the labor movement with graft. The devastatingly destructive efforts of trade union capitalism upon the labor movement were amply demonstrated by the recent collapse of the B.of.L.E. financial enterprises, which has given the trade union capitalism movement a staggering, if not mortal blow. Labor banking. Among American workers, especially the favored skilled trades, there are considerable numbers who, despite the average national weekly wage of only $30 for all categories of workers, manage to set aside certain amounts as savings from their wages. To some extent these savings are the equivalent of the state unemployment, old age. Asterisk Saturday Evening Post, November 6, 1926. Sickness, and other insurance plans to be found in various European countries. Estimates vary as to how large is the aggregate of these savings annually. Guesses as to their amount range from several hundred million to several billions. Thus, Mr. Peter Brady, president of the Federation, Labor, Bank of New York, makes the following fantastic and manifestly grossly exaggerated estimate in his speech to the British Labor Congress. Each year $25 billion is paid in wages to our industrial workers and from $6 billion to $7 billion is saved in various ways. It is this huge sum which labor banks hope eventually to control. The employers awoke first to the existence of considerable amounts of worker savings, and they organized strings of small savings banks, stock-selling schemes, etc., to get control of them for their own use. Now the trade union bureaucracy has learned of these funds and is proceeding to assemble them. This is the basis of trade union capitalism, expressed by labor banks, investment corporations, life insurance companies, etc. The foundation of the whole structure is labor banking. At present there are 36 labor banks in operation. Their resources aggregate well on to $150 million. Pioneers in this movement were the Trade Union Savings and Loan Bank of Seattle, 1918, and the Mount Vernon Bank established by the machinists in Washington in 1920. The labor banks are organized by single national unions or by groups of local unions of various trades. The railroad unions are the leaders in this movement. The B of L E owns 12 banks with total resources of over $50 million. The Federation Bank of New York has resources of about $12 million. Important links in the labor banking chain are the banks of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers and International Ladies Garment Workers Union and the needle trades. The labor banks, although widely advertising themselves as cooperative in character, are manifestly not genuine cooperatives. Even those that have fallen entirely into the hands of the capitalists still call themselves cooperatives. Control of the regular labor bank stock is in the hands of the reactionary bureaucrats at the head of the unions. The same rule applies to all the modern trade union capitalistic institutions. Thus, for example, 51% of the stock of the $10 million billion of L.E. investment company is held by the union, which means by the already deeply entrenched reactionary upper leadership, while the rest is sold to the general membership and the public. These leaders, without check by the rank and file, use the bank funds to finance all sorts of capitalistic concerns, which they personally fatten upon. They are trade union capitalists. With the huge funds at their disposal, they are building up a monstrous bureaucracy by debauching democracy in the unions, and are growing wealthy. Labor investment concerns. The labor bureaucrats, basing their activities upon the funds and general facilities of the labor banks, are organizing investment companies. These are all controlled by little cliques of leaders at the top of the unions, who engage in the wildest speculations. There are 11 of such investment corporations, with an aggregate paid-in capital of $534 million, besides a large number of separate enterprises, including office buildings, apartment houses, coal mines, etc. There are two general types of such institutions: A, those organized privately by little groups of high union officials, such as the Hobart-Stone 5250,000 mail order house in Cleveland, and B, those established by these officials in the name of the unions, such as the Brotherhood Holding Company of the B of L.E. The latter is the favorite form. It puts the full prestige of the unions behind the capitalistic enterprises, and it does not lay too many obstructions in the way of the trade union leaders, milking these concerns for their own benefit. The Seattle labor movement during the war period took the initiative, and this labor investment movement. Listman, Alt, and other local labor leaders organized a series of fly-by-night capitalist concerns, such as United Finance, the Listman Service, Class of Theaters, Padilla Bay Reclamation Company, Deep Sea Salvage Company, Consumers Cooperative, etc. They were of the privately controlled type and sold blocks of stock to the unions. All failed, entailing losses to the workers estimated at from $1 million to $2,500,000. The labor investment movement got well underway after 1922. It grew side by side with labor banking and the B&O plan. As usual in trade union capitalism generally, the B of L.E. is the most active union also in this phase. It controls 10 investment corporations with a combined capital of $27 million. It owns 2 great office buildings in Cleveland, and for a time held a controlling interest in the $40 million Equitable Building in New York, long famous as the largest office building in the world and located in the heart of the Wall Street financial district. It has heavy investments in banks, railroads, and various industries. Labor banks and investment companies put their money into all kinds of ventures, from building apartments to financing foreign loans. Trade union life insurance. An important form of trade union capitalism is trade union life insurance companies. Employees' group insurance stimulated this movement. The Portland, 1923, and El Paso, 1924 conventions of the A.F. of L. gave the first big impetus to this movement. Accordingly, a meeting of representatives of 50 international unions was held in the offices of the A.F. of L. in July 1925. The conference unanimously endorsed the plan of the unions going into the life insurance business. Out of this conference was born the Union Labor Life Insurance Company, capitalized at $600,000. Matthew Wall is its head. It is dominated by a clique of ultra-right-wing reactionaries, who hold the majority of stock firmly in their control. A few socialists and progressives are drawn to the leading committees in an effort to give the organization a mass appeal. There are a couple more of such companies already in the field, the John Mitchell and the Union Cooperative Insurance Companies, the former specializing in insurance for miners and the latter for electrical workers. The railroad leaders proposed in 1925 to launch the American Endowment Corporation, to be headed by 9 prominent railroad union leaders. These, with a stranglehold on the company control, were to receive half of the profits. Apparently this scheme has collapsed. In organizing the trade union life insurance companies, the bureaucrats are dreaming of billions of dollars of petty investors of which they hope to secure control. There are other great insurance companies totaling additional billions. In a word, the plan of the bureaucrats is to compete with them and to cut into their rich field of operations. Trade union life insurance, like other forms of trade union capitalism, works injuriously upon the labor organizations. It diverts their attention from the struggle and into capitalist enterprises. It poisons the organizations with an anti-working class ideology and subordinates them organizationally to capitalist institutions. It corrupts the leaders, enriches them, and makes them less and less respond. Business Unionism IO7. Sieve to rank and file interests and control. It is a menace to the labor movement. The higher strategy of labor. The class collaboration policies of the bureaucracy in the new orientation, the new American reformism, which is based upon cooperating with the employers to increase production and upon trade union capitalism, and which is a cessation of struggle against the capitalists, Professor Carver classifies as the higher strategy of labor. Apparently, according to him, the lower strategy of labor was when the labor leaders made at least some pretense at the defense of the workers' interests. The so-called higher strategy of labor was thus indicated by Warren S. Stone in the World's War November 1924. Organized labor in the United States has gone through 3 cycles. Some of the unions are still in the second. The first was the period during which class consciousness was being aroused. The second was the defensive struggle for the principle of collective bargaining. This was and is a period of warfare. The third cycle or phase lies in constructive development towards a system of cooperation rather than war, and the most striking evidence of this phase is the labor bank. The speeches of Green, Wall, and other prominent reactionary union leaders, which are re-echoed throughout the entire trade union press, are saturated with these same ideas, that the crude, primitive, warlike days of labor are past and gone, that henceforth the workers will progress through cooperation with the employers and by saving their money. At Harvard University, Green recently said, "The trade union movement has been passing through that period when physical controversies and the tactics of force were most effective. It is now in a period when its leaders must seek the conference room and there, by exposition and demonstration, convince conferees of the justice and wisdom of its position." Before the Taylor Society in New York, he said, "Labor realizes that the success of management means the success of labor. For that reason, labor is willing to make its contribution to assist management and to bring about the right solution of problems dealt with by management. The workers believe that through understanding and cooperation, the best interests of all those associated with industry can be served." In the New York Evening Post, January 3, 1927, he said, "Through our trade unions we are helping the workers in industry to become investors, to carry insurance, to assume a responsible part in industry and community life. That is, teaching them to give up the fight, to accept the leadership and direction of the capitalists, and to be content with whatever few crumbs the latter may deign to throw them from their overloaded tables." Matthew Wall, chief spokesman of big capital in the trade unions, accepts Carver's term the higher strategy of labor, and thus defines it in a recent number of Iron Age. In its early struggles, labor sought to retard, to limit, to embarrass production to obtain that which it desired. Now it seeks the confidence that it is a preserver and developer of an economic, industrial, and social order in which workers, employers, and the public may all benefit. The so-called higher strategy of labor plays into the hands of the employers at every point. It is an invaluable aid for their speed-up program. Already the workers are speeded to an impossible rate, and the pace grows faster. Thus, in 1926 the productive output of railroad labor per man was 40% greater than in 1915, and 150% more than in 1890. In 1925 all production records of industry as a whole were broken, there being 6% more production than in 1923, yet the number of actual workers was less by 4%-2% than in 1923, and 7% less than in 1919. Figures for 1926 will show similar tremendous speeding up. The bureaucrats, with their theory of higher wages being possible only by increasing production, and their program of cooperation with the employers, are entirely in step with the latter's plans to exploit the workers to the limit. In 1926 the capitalists reaped enormous, and in many cases, unprecedented profits. The railroads, typical of many industries, gained a larger net income, $1,232,000,000, than ever before in their history. Except in the cases of skilled workers, in some industries, wages have not advanced materially. The leaders, with their anemic policy, have made no struggle to improve conditions. Often wage cuts have been suffered, as in textiles, shoes, etc. Even as I write this, the United Mine Workers, undermined and demoralized by the reactionary Lewis machine, are in a life and death fight against a cut in wages in the bituminous fields. Never did the workers receive a smaller portion of what they actually produce, and their share grows steadily less. In 1849 workers received 51% of the value added to raw materials during the process of manufacture. In 1889 this had declined to 45%, and in 1923 to 41%. The higher strategy of labor, with its policy of speed up and no struggle, will help sink this percentage still lower. The weak efforts of the leaders for the shorter workday and work week affect only the skilled trades, and by no means offset the tremendous increases in efficiency of the workers, the chief advantage of which goes to the employers. The new orientation of the trade union leaders towards intensified class collaboration, Mr. Carver's higher strategy of labor, revitalizes the unions. Nothing is being done to organize the millions of unorganized, nor to consolidate the ranks of the antiquated craft unions. False illusions about the benefits of the capitalist system are instilled into the minds of the workers. Trade union capitalism brings the unions into poisonous contacts with the employers and still further corrupts the leaders. Nothing is done to break with the capitalist parties and to found a real party of labor. With a stagnant or declining membership in the strategic industries, the unions are not holding their own as against the employers. They are a diminishing factor in the life of the working class. More and more the bureaucrats' tendency is to cast aside the strike as a weapon against the employers. Steadily the number of strikes diminish. In 1926 there were fewer strikes than in any year since the wartime. The motto of the trade union leaders is, not strikes against the employers but cooperation with, surrender to them. In the days when the unions still possessed some militancy, the conditions of organized workers always stood forth clearly as being far better than those of unorganized workers. But now in many cases union workers are employed under conditions little if any better than those of non-union workers. This is a deadly situation. The militant employers, with their Ford systems, mitten plans, welfare work, voluntary wage increases, etc., are claiming on all sides, with a maze of statistics, that in many instances they have established as good or better conditions in their industries than exist in industries controlled by the unions. American trade unionism. The truth is, not that the soulless corporations are improving the conditions of the masses, but that the unions, with their corrupt and reactionary leadership, and their hopelessly antiquated policies, are failing to make an effective fight either for the masses at large or their own membership. Present-day intensified class collaboration stifles the fighting spirit of the unions and saps their vitality. A widespread lassitude and indifference among the workers towards the unions is one of the most pronounced and significant characteristics of the present situation in the labor movement. In the recent survey by the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor to find out what is the matter with the unions, 22 of 26 officials replying stated that the general state of indifference now existing among the membership is greater than ever before. Apologists for the bureaucracy have attempted to explain away this deadly indifference, this serious lowering of the organized workers' morale, by ascribing it to widespread prosperity among the workers, which they say makes a militant ideology and fighting policy impossible, to the popularization of motion pictures, the radio, and the automobile, which occupy the workers so that they do not attend meetings of their unions, to the growth of welfare systems in the industries, which tend to take away the fraternal features of the unions, etc., etc. But such reasons are vain. The real cause is the declining role of the unions, under the new orientation, as fighting organizations. The leaders do nothing to stir the militant spirit and class enthusiasm of the workers. They fail to lead the unions in defense of the workers' interests. They resist every effort to develop the unions into organizations capable of coping with modern capitalism. They rigidly suppress all union democracy and poison the very class soul of the unions with capitalist economics. The widespread indifference of the workers towards the unions is an inevitable result of the prevailing intense class collaboration policies of the union officialdom. Even before the development of the new orientation, beginning about 1922, the unions suffered from the class collaborationism of the leadership. But now the situation is worse. The bureaucrats are compromising the unions on all fronts, ideological and organizational. They are not successfully defending the workers' interests now, nor are they educating and organizing the workers for the great class struggles which must come at the end of the present period of industrial activity. On the contrary, the top leaders are striving to degenerate the trade unions into company unions, with the help of and under the pressure from the employers. The great masses of workers, both organized and unorganized, live in hardship. They lack many of the real essentials of life, while on all sides they see the employers and their parasitic hangers-on rolling in wealth. They want better conditions and they display many indications that they are willing to fight for them. But to a very large extent their efforts to build real labor organizations and to wage aggressive struggles against the employers are defeated by the reactionary leaders, who play the game of the bosses. The liquidation of such chloroforming arrangements, as the so-called higher strategy of labor, the elaboration of a militant program of struggle, the modernizing of the trade unions organizationally and otherwise, the development of an honest and aggressive leadership, are vital and inevitable steps in overcoming the present slump in the labor movement. They are essential to give expression to the workers' discontent and desire for struggle and in the development of a fighting organization representative of the workers' interests, and capable of defending their interests. 1927. The first crack in the illusory structure of business unionism came in 1927 with the collapse of the railroad labor banks. The question of establishing a labor bank was first proposed to the B.of.L.E. at its convention in 1912, but it was voted down. In the 1915 convention, however, the delegates voted to set up a bank to handle the union's growing funds. But the war situation prevented definite action until 1920, when the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers Cooperative National Bank was opened in Cleveland. Its popularity was instantaneous. A miraculous flow of gold came in from every side. Within a couple of years its resources totaled $27 million. Their appetites whetted by this golden success, the B.of.L.E. officials, under the thumb of the Tsar-like Warren S. Stone, launched headlong into a program of frenzied financiering such as has seldom been seen in this country. Declaring that it was as easy to operate a bank as to run a peanut stand, Grand Chief Engineer Stone proceeded to establish labor banks all over the country. All that was necessary was money to float them, then riches would come. The engineers scraped together their savings and, trusting their officials implicitly, poured their money into the various financial schemes one after the other. In addition to the publicly listed institutions and investments, the B.of.L.E. has or has had many other companies and interests which have more or less remained unknown publicly. For example, there was the investment in the Empire Trust Company of New York, a $90 million corporation. Stockbridge says that it was not much less than a half interest. Besides, there were many side issues, where the officials plunged into various companies on their own account, drawing the membership after them, a case in point being the $10 million radio corporation of which Stone was president. All told, banks, investment corporations, real estate projects, industrial companies, etc., the financial enterprises of the B.of.L.E. amounted to the imposing total of $100 million. For a time everything went lovely. Fulsome praise was poured out upon Stone and his associates for their wonderful financial achievements. They were the idols of every labor bureaucrat who itched to get his hands on the workers' slim savings. The capitalists welcomed the whole development, which they were quick to see worked entirely against militant unionism. Stockbridge, in his enthusiastic article in the Ultrascab's Saturday Evening Post, said, "Capital simply cannot afford to let the Brotherhood fail. It would be too serious a setback to the growing amity between capital and labor." Wall Street opened its doors to Stone. Praise for him filled the capitalist press. He was the herald of a new day of no strikes and a docile working class. Stone declared that a new era had dawned for the labor movement. He divided labor history into three epochs. The first was the beginning of class consciousness and organization, the second was a general struggle for the right of collective bargaining, and the third, now beginning, is to be an era of cooperation with, rather than war against, the employers. Of the new development, the most striking manifestation is the labor bank. This theory of Stone's, seized upon by Matthew Wall and other reactionary leaders, has been developed by them into the so-called higher strategy of labor. The Wrecking the Labor Banks 113. Theory that it is not necessary to struggle against the employers, but to cooperate with, that is, surrender to them. In the midst of an atmosphere of wild promises of wealth and power, the B.of.L.E. financial institutions developed. Stone became absolute dictator. He reorganized the union on the basis of the new conceptions. He made himself president at $25,000 a year, with almost as much more in expenses. The financial side of the union became dominant. The protective department, the section dealing with wages and working conditions, was relegated to a minor phase of the union's makeup and activities. The Grand Chief Engineer at the head of it was reduced to fourth-ranking officer. The rank and file of the union for the most part were hypnotized by Stone's successes and his sophistries. They believed his promises of riches to be won in industry, in finance, in real estate. They gathered together their hard-earned dollars and poured them unquestioningly into his various enterprises one after another, as they were launched. So great was their confidence, for example, that only one circular letter to the membership sufficed to sell the $1 million capital stock of the Brotherhood Holding Company. The other companies were similarly accepted and financed. A deaf ear was turned to the more conscious, more clear-sighted elements in the Union who warned against these developments. For the most part their warnings were scoffed at as the complaints of incurable radicals altogether out of touch with the realities of life. The Union lived in a golden dream. The greatest financial disaster of the B.of.L.E. was its vast land speculation at Venice, Florida, on the Gulf Coast below Tampa. In May 1925, a month before he died, Stone informed the Union leaders that the Union faced a deficit estimated at $6 million in its failing business enterprises. To recoup, the Union leaders recklessly decided to plunge into the wild orgy of speculation in Florida, which was then at its height. The plan was a gamble and a quick getaway with a few millions of easy Florida money developed into the proposition of building Venice into a great new winter resort. Eventually 50,000 acres of land were purchased. For the promotion of this scheme the B.of.L.E. Realty Company, capitalized at $1 million, was organized. Then a flood of money was poured into it, from insurance and pension funds, from the banks and investment companies, from the sale of stock to the membership. All the tricks of the sky blue real estate sharks were used to inveigle the workers into this financial morass. Visions of wave. ing palm trees, tropical breezes, golden strands, marvelous climate, incomparable fishing, hunting, and other features of a heaven on earth were spread before their eyes. Come to Venice, the resort supreme on Florida's west coast. There 10 acres and independence await you, screamed the gaudy, multicolored circulars with which the union members were deluged. All told, according to the Committee of 10 report, $16 million was invested in Florida. The building of Venice went ahead in an unparalleled maze of speculation, extravagance, and graft, when suddenly the bottom fell out of the entire Florida land boom. Real estate values fell to a half or a third of their former figures. The B.of.L.E. was left holding the sack. The Florida scheme, in which hundreds of engineers had invested their last dollar, utterly collapsed. The very life of the Union was threatened. A rude awakening. The golden dream was now quite at an end. The disillusionment came during the B.of.L.E. convention held in Cleveland from June 6 to July 21, 1927. The delegates got the shock of their lives. They suddenly discovered their union to be plunged into one of the greatest financial failures in American history. The vast network of banks and investment companies, which they had thought to be such a glowing success, turned out to be nothing but a ghastly ruin, the whole thing tottering on the brink of bankruptcy, with sheriffs knocking on the door and lawsuits menacing from all sides. Their trusted and brilliant leaders they found out to be charlatans and grafters when not incredibly stupid and incompetent. They learned that not only were their banks and other financial concerns broke, but also that the union funds were gutted, and that they, personally, could be held liable for millions of dollars squandered in incredible financial debauch. They confronted a desperate situation threatening the very life of their organization. It was indeed a rude awakening. Faced by this crisis, the deepest in the 64 years history of the B.of.L.E., the delegates practically turned the convention over to a receivership, the Committee of 10 with an attorney, Judge Newcomb, at its head, to find a way out of the shambles. Then for 6.5 weeks, the longest convention ever held by the B.of. This section on the Florida land scheme is taken from the author's book, Miscellanies of Labor. L.E. And at a cost of about $1 million, they struggled to rid themselves of the herd of financial white elephants thrust upon them by their leaders and to find a way to save their organization. The loss from the many wrecked institutions runs into millions. No very definite totals were developed. The Committee of 10 submitted no general balance sheet. After studying the financial maze for several weeks, Delegate Van Pelt of the Committee of 10 said, page 1888, **. Does anybody know what we owe? Does the Committee of 10 know? Not by a damned sight. Some approximation of the loss can be made, however, from the emergency measures adopted by the convention to meet pressing obligations. First, the convention plastered a $4 million mortgage on the 2 Cleveland office buildings. Then it put on a $7,200,000 assessment on the membership. After all this, Chairman Myers of the Committee of 10 said, page 2061, I want to say that at the end of 2 years the committee will be badly mistaken if we don't find ourselves with an indebtedness of approximately $8 million hanging over us. Thus the loss would be at least $19 million. And this does not take into account millions lost by members in buying stock for which the B.of.L.E. cannot be made directly responsible. Delegate Merriman, page 2015, even suggested a total loss of $30 million, and no doubt one rose to contradict him. That the losses are huge, possibly as much as $20 million, was further indicated by the proposals of Mitten, to be dealt with later, which required that the B.of.L.E. raise $25 million to cover its bad investments. How hard the erstwhile rich union is hit was indicated by a statement of Delegate Huff, a financial trustee, page 1983. On July 9th we owed $300,000 to the Corn Exchange Bank in New York, and we didn't have a thin dime to pay it with. Business institutions wrecked, union finances gutted, officials discredited, themselves tricked and robbed, the union itself menaced. It was not a beautiful picture for the delegates. Judge Newcomb rubbed more salt into their wounds when he pointed out that the individual union members were responsible for all the bankrupt institutions in which the Brotherhood held a majority of the stock or where it had guaranteed the investments and loans. One thing the delegates learned, that they have had a sufficiency of trade union capitalism. All voiced that sentiment. It would have taken a brave labor banker to face that disillusioned and enraged body of engineers and spin to them the fairy tales, formerly gospel. Page number and printed convention proceedings. IL 6 American Trade Unionism. In the organization, about labor becoming capital and the workers winning a competence by investing in labor banks and similar concerns. Even the most reactionary of the leaders had to yield to the spirit of disgust towards labor financiering that animated the rank and file. Delegate McGuire of the Committee of 10 sounded the keynote when he said, page 2002, "I have been giving all my time for several weeks to studying this problem, and it has resolved itself into 3 or 4 words, and they are, get out of it, and the quicker you get out of it, why the better off you will be." The leaders who managed to save their skins in the house cleaning which took place all came forth, for convention purposes at least, as strong opponents of trade union capitalism and its works. They tried to get a fresh hold upon the rank and file by capitalizing the indignation and resentment in the latter's hearts. Thus, Assistant Grand Chief Engineer Edrington, himself all involved in the financial disasters, put into voice the determination of the body of delegates when he said, page 2132, "I hope to see the day come when we can forget about investment companies, holding companies, realty companies, and get back to the old brotherhood as a labor organization." The harmful effects. Labor banks and similar institutions divert the attenuant of the unions away from their proper functions as organs of direct struggle against the employers and turn their activities into enervating and corrupt capitalist business channels. The real tasks of building the unions and defending the workers' interests are forgotten. Thus Grand Chief Johnston said correctly, page 2133, 90% of our time has been spent discussing the financial activities, and no rhyme has been given to the brotherhood. Such neglect saps the unions at their very foundations. The misdirecting of the unions into capitalist business draws them inevitably, or rather their leaders, into the most demoralizing alliances with the employers. The B.of.L.E. banks and investment projects are tied up with all sorts of labor-crushing capitalists. Inevitably the union leadership thus falls under the control of these enemies of the workers and does their bidding. Thus we see such shameful spectacles as Warren Stone endorsing, in 1924, the great multimillionaire labor exploiter, Coleman DuPont, as a friend of labor in the Delaware senatorial elections. Thus we see the union leaders cheek by jowl with the great Wall Street capitalists, as in the equitable deal. And so long as the union engages in capitalistic business, just that long the employers will control the various banks. Significant was it that at the B.of.L.E. convention the choice presented was whether to turn the banks, etc., and with them a large share of union control, over to the Mitten capitalists, or to the Newcomb capitalists. Trade union capitalism inevitably cultivates among the workers demoralizing illusions that the workers, by thrift and the investment of their funds in capitalistic stock, can actually buy control of the industries. This is a rank fallacy. The great masses of workers, with the exception of some categories of favored skilled workers who can lay aside a few dollars of savings in this period of prosperity, live at the poverty line. The average weekly wage of adult male workers is only $29. What can the workers save on such wages? What little money the workers are able to set aside is largely the equivalent of the unemployment, old age, and sick benefits the European workers receive from their governments. American workers are very much unprotected by social insurance. They are compelled, as individuals, to make provision for old age, sickness, and unemployment. The theory that workers can become capitalists is a delusion and a snare for the workers. It prevents the workers from building militant labor organizations, industrial and political. Not only the locomotive engineers, but all of organized labor should learn from the bitter experiences of the B.of.L.E. trade union capitalism, its institutions and its false theories which are widespread in the labor movement. And they tend in the same general direction as in the B.of.L.E. towards the spreading of class collaboration illusions, the further corruption of the leaders through speculating, graft, destructive alliances with the capitalists, and to the general weakening of the labor movement. Although not so dramatically evident as in the case of the B.of.L.E., similar disintegrating tendencies are at work in the labor banks, investment corporations and trade union life insurance companies of other unions. See for example the collapse, through frozen assets, of the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh labor banks. The situation is so dangerous that even the ultra-reactionary A.F.of.L. Executive Council has had to issue a sharp note of warning against it. In the report to the 1927 convention of the A.F.of.L. in Los Angeles, the Executive Council said, "Experience in this field has now sufficiently accumulated to make a solemn warning imperative. Great care and sound judgment should be exercised before labor unions and members of labor unions put their money into labor bank promotions, or into investment companies. Since the recent development in the B.of.L.E. financial activities, more and more attention is being directed to the manner in which labor banks are financed and conducted. In our judgment, the time has come to stop expansion in the Field of labor banking until experience with those labor banks already organized shall have been critically studied and evaluated. This cautious statement admits the deep crisis in the trade union capitalism movement. But it does not indicate the remedy. The way out is not for the unions to try the hopeless task of seeing to it that their banks and investment companies are honestly and efficiently run. The evil goes much deeper. The whole system is wrong, in theory and practice. The theory of labor becoming capital is false, and the practice of the unions to build labor banks and investment companies is wrong. The unions must cut loose from the labor banks and their destructive influences and be redeveloped as fighting organizations. Not the gathering together of the workers' dimes by the trade union capitalist institutions and the cultivation of illusions that the workers can buy their way out of wage slavery, but the building up of the workers' organizations, by organizing the unorganized, by amalgamation, by democratization, by adopting a militant policy of struggle, by launching a labor party. That is what the labor movement needs. The B of L. E. Financial debacle dealt a heavy blow at trade union capitalism. If considerable portions of the workers can get even an inkling of the lessons of this important event, the harsh experiences of the B of L. E. will not have been in vain. At the time the champions of business unionism were peddling their disastrous illusions to the workers, the T. U. E. L. was pointing to such real tasks of the labor movements as organizing the unorganized. Corruption and autocratic control. 9. 14. Corruption and autocratic control in the unions. The new orientation is accompanied by more traditional forms of betrayal. In the industries, the reactionary trade union leaders sacrifice and compromise the workers' interests retail and wholesale in innumerable ways. They confine the unions chiefly to skilled workers, in many cases refusing to recognize the unskilled workers, and trading off their interests for the sake of the skilled. Often they transform the unions into job trusts, charging extravagant initiation fees, and barring from membership, with one device or another, many workers of their own trades. All too frequently they actually sell out strikes for cash. They discriminate against Negroes, women, and the youth in the industries and in the unions. Often they also first drive the workers into outlaw strikes and dual unions by neglecting their interests, and then, with the aid of the employers and the state, ruthlessly smash such movements. They wipe out all semblances of democracy in the unions. For fear of losing their jobs, they refuse to amalgamate the weak craft organizations into industrial unions. To further the interests of their respective craft unions at the expense of other workers, they engage in deadly and stupid jurisdictional wars. They often go over to the bosses' organizations after they lose their official union positions and use the knowledge, skill, and prestige that they gained in the ranks of the workers against the unions. All of which policies, neglect, and treachery constitute, in plain English, flagrant and far-reaching betrayal of the workers. An especially disastrous form of working-class betrayal is union scabbery, that is, where the leaders keep one or more unions in an industry at work while others strike. This degrading practice of union scabbery, which is more prevalent in the United States than in any other country, has lost the workers hundreds of strikes and has spread incalculable demoralization in their ranks. In numberless cases where, for example, the machinist struck, the union boilermakers stayed at work, where the carpenters went out, the organized bricklayers remained at the job, where the longshoremen tried to tie up the docks, the union sailors manned the ships loaded by scabs, where the printers struck, the pressmen stayed at work, and where the railroad firemen declared a strike, the engineers stuck at work and helped the employers break it, and vice versa, in practically all the industries. And of course, there is also endless scabbing between the industries. The railroad workers haul coal produced by scab miners, the miners produce coal for scab railroads, scab steel mills, etc. The trade union leaders have done nothing to check this shameful system of mutual betrayal by the unions. On the contrary, their system of leadership being based upon it, they have clung to it and bitterly resisted every effort of the rank and file to force a consolidation of the labor organizations and to develop a real solidarity of labor. And finally, there is the utter and shameful betrayal exemplified by the labor detective, the undercover man of the employers. Mulhall exposed many of these degraded creatures who are often degenerate trade union officials. Sidney Howard and Robert W. Dunn, in their book, The Labor Spy, show how the whole contemptible system works and paint graphic pictures of many of these sorry heroes. The corrupt practices which flourish unchecked in the unions contribute largely to producing these labor spies, who, well placed and influential, infest the trade unions in astonishing numbers. When a trade union official takes money from a capitalist politician for misleading the workers in election times, or when he accepts a bribe from an employer for calling off a strike, and great numbers have done and are doing both, he is on a toboggan of corruption which may easily carry him to the very lowest depths of treachery to the working class, even to actually spying. Trade unions and graft. Towards all this corruption and graft, the general policy of the leaders in the trade unions has been to pass it over in silence. The false argument is made that if it is exposed it will injure the labor movement. This idea is carefully propagated by the reactionary officialdom, and large numbers of the rank and file are deceived by it. As for the grafters themselves, they interpret this policy of silence as giving them a free hand to carry on their destructive activities. Rarely has the labor bureaucracy itself taken the initiative in exposing the corrupt leaders. Usually this is done by the left wing. Corruption and autocratic control 121. Sometimes even the employers expose them. After they have been exposed, the unions sometimes expel them. Otherwise, the whole practice of grafting on the workers and employers is tolerated and condoned. The disease of corruption goes on untreated. A search of the history, encyclopedia, and reference boo / A, F, of L, brings forth on page 161 the following lone action taken on the question of bribery by the A, F, of L. Bribe-taking, 1903, page 202. An isolated case of bribe-taking does not warrant the conclusion that dishonesty on the part of the officers of organized labor prevails. On the contrary, we are convinced that the representatives of organized labor are by far the most reliable, honest, and trustworthy of any walk of life. The reason for this failure to attack the grafters is plain. The right-wing machine in the A, F, of L, bases itself, and has for a generation, upon the most corrupt and reactionary elements in the labor movement. 1/3 of the entire membership of the A, F, of L, belong to the building trades unions, where corruption is at its worst. Their delegations at A, F, of L conventions are solidly reactionary. Their leaders, in combination with the Bourbon heads of the printing trades and the miners' unions, form the body of the reactionary A, F, of L, bureaucracy. Gompers always protected the grafters. He himself apparently did not take money from the employers, nor did he accept their many offers of political positions. He got his reward for his treason to the workers by being maintained as president of the A, F, of L, where he basked in friendly publicity and lived as a wealthy man. All the worst labor fakers gave him their active support. For years it was axiomatic that the more of a labor faker the more of a Gompersite. Skinny Madden, Sam Parks, Simon O'Donnell, Frank Feeney, Robert Brindle, Matthew Wall, George L. Barry, L. Lau, were Gomper's bosom friends and co-workers. On their kind his rule was based. Whenever and wherever building trades fakers were exposed, Gompers never failed to defend them to the last. Likewise in other industries. In the 1920 convention of the A, F, of L, Mahone, head of the Street Carmen's Union, was accused correctly by the Detroit Federation of Labor of running an open shop, sheet metal works in Detroit. But the charges were smothered and Mahone was whitewashed. Characteristically, Gompers, in his book, 70 Years of Life and Labor, thus defends the traitorous conduct of the steel workers. Leaders, Jarrett, Bishop, Weha, Nutt, and others, in going over to the employers, saying, it was not that they were corrupted, but they were weaned away. The organization paid them very meager salaries, less indeed than that of a first-class man in the industry. Volume 1, page 340. Is graft diminishing in the building trades? This is a difficult question. Some factors appear to make against it in its old forms. The employers, becoming constantly more trustified, have less and less need of the trade union leaders' cooperation for the maintenance of hard and fast local monopolies of labor and material which exclude outside competition. And it is upon such illegitimate cooperation that the typical building trades graft system is largely based. Moreover, the growing strength of the employers, and the breaking down of the skilled trades through specialization tend to weaken the position of the building trades unions and to make it somewhat more difficult for the venal officials to carry on their traditional policy of wholesale plunder. But whether increasing or decreasing, the building trades graft is practiced on a wide scale and it poisons and demoralizes the whole labor movement. Bourgeois labor leaders. There is a strong tendency, universal in capitalist countries, for the trade union leadership to develop certain group interests of its own antagonistic to those of the workers. The leaders tend sharply, by their manner of living and by their general outlook, to become to all intents and purposes a section of the lower middle class. The labor official of today, with his private fortune, fancy automobiles, aristocratic apartments, and extensive business interests, is a very different type from the men who laid the basis of our trade union movement. Debs thus describes the pioneer trade unionist. The labor agitator of the early day held no office, had no title, drew no salary, saw no footlights, heard no applause, never saw his name in print, and fills an unknown grave. The labor movement is his monument, and though his name is not inscribed upon it, his soul is in it, and with it marches on forever. Asterisk. Mother Jones, champion of the workers, makes this comparison. Eugene V. Debs, His Life, Writings and Speeches, page 125, 1908. Corruption and Autocratic Control 123. Many of our modern leaders of labor have wandered far from the thorny path of these early crusaders. Never in the early days of the labor struggle would you find leaders dining and wining with the aristocracy, nor did their wives strut about like diamond-bedecked peacocks, nor were they attended by humiliated, cringing servants. The wives of those early leaders took in washing to make ends meet. Their children picked and sold berries. The women shared the heroism, the privation of their husbands. In those days, labor's representatives did not sit on velvet chairs in conference with labor's oppressors. They did not dine in fashionable hotels with the representatives of the top capitalists, such as the Civic Federation. They did not ride in Pullmans nor make trips to Europe. The rank and file have let their servants become their masters and dictators. The workers have now to fight not alone their exploiters but likewise their own leaders, who often betray them, sell them out, who put their own advancement ahead of that of the working masses. Asterisk. In 1887, Parsons, Spies, Engel, and Fisher, breathing the spirit of the pioneer American labor movement, went bravely to the gallows. They were of the type described above so eloquently by Debs. Their fighting spirit and self-sacrificing devotion still live in the left wing. But the official labor leaders now know it no more, except to hate it and to crush it. The modern top trade union leaders are pampered servants of capitalism, well-paid betrayers of the working class. Their aims and ideals have been divorced from those of the rank and file. Their prime purpose is to advance their own interests regardless of those of the workers. That is why, as William E. Trotman once said, they have made America the land of lost strikes. This conservative trade union leadership, seeking first of all to protect its fat sinecures, has distinct group, if not class, interests in conflict with those of the workers. The rank and file want the amalgamation of their unions because it would strengthen them for struggle against the employers. The officials oppose it because it would, by upsetting the present balances of power and by possibly cutting the number of jobs, knock some of them out of their well-paid positions. Likewise, these misleaders of labor oppose the formation of a labor party because it would compel the severance of their present illicit alliances with the capitalist parties and force them into the hard task of building up a mass party of labor. They reject a policy of militant struggle against the employers because all their group interests lead them to develop friendly relations and collaboration with the exploiters. Autobiography O.J. Mother Jones, page 40, 1925. Of the workers. Between the interests of the mass of American organized labor and those of their leaders, a vast chasm yawns. Naturally, the well-paid trade union leaders exert every effort to retain their positions, against the strivings of other hungry office-seekers and in the face of rank-and-file revolts. Michaels, in his Political Parties, explains in great detail the many devices used by social democratic bureaucrats to maintain themselves in office during the days before the World War, making themselves technically apparently indispensable, transforming temporary positions into permanent ones, playing themselves up in the organization press and playing down their opponents, exploiting the loyalty of the masses for men who have long served as their officials, making concessions to rival leaders, and broadening the bureaucratic base to accommodate them, manipulating the finances in various petty ways, developing a rigid centralism, overstepping the mandates of the rank and file, and generally playing upon the weaknesses inherent in every democratic mass organization of workers. But American trade union leaders use not only most of the tricks that Michaels touches upon but many more of which he never dreamed. To hang on to their jobs, they appeal to the gun and knife, they make open alliances with the employers and the state against the workers, and they ruthlessly suppress democracy in the organizations. Many of their methods are more akin to those of fascism than to legitimate labor unionism. And more such methods are also being applied in other countries. With the developing of the new American reformism, that is, the orientation of the labor bureaucrats towards intensified class collaboration, their methods of hanging on to control of the union become more drastic and desperate. As the leaders drift to the right and enter more and more into cooperation with the employers, inevitably they more flagrantly sacrifice and betray the interests of the rank and file. Consequently, widespread discontent develops in the many unions, especially in those containing masses of semi-skilled and unskilled. The membership begins to listen to the voice of the left wing. Therefore, the bureaucrats, in order to avoid disaster to themselves through rank and file revolts, must crush by force the left wing, which leads these revolts, and which they cannot defeat in free debate before the workers. To fight back the growing discontent, no means are too drastic for them to use, none are impermissible, even to actually destroying the unions. The bureaucrats sharpen up and use with added corruption and autocratic control I-25 vigor all the traditional means of autocratic control, and they invent new ones. Suppression of union democracy. To control the unions, the reactionaries have built up many powerful bureaucratic machines. These are constructed upon various lines. The A.F. of L. itself is ruled by a well-knit clique, the foundations of which were laid by Gompers. The great power of Gompers and his extended control were due in very large part to the policy he followed of closely protecting the craft autonomy and reactionary practices of the international unions affiliated to the A.F. of L. He was an inveterate enemy of all tendencies to centralize power in the hands of the A.F.L. proper. He jealously guarded the rights of the bureaucrats of the respective unions, except where he helped some powerful union to put pressure on a small one. Thus they came to look upon him and to organize around him as a safe man, as one who would not permit the central mechanism of the labor movement to infringe upon them. His policy was centralization of the individual international unions and decentralization of the A.F.L. itself. He grew strong personally by keeping the A.F.L. weak and unprogressive. He was a king enormously popular among his nobles because he allowed them to do as they pleased in their respective domains. In the various international unions there exist many established cliques, formed for the purpose of offsetting democratic checks and for controlling the official positions. Usually these groups, without formal names or organization, are simple understandings of the bureaucrats to stick together. They use the union funds freely to advance their clique interests. Occasionally these groups take on definite form. The Winnetas of the Typographical Union are perhaps the best example. This reactionary group, with scores of nuclei throughout the country, was organized to control the Printers' Union, and it succeeded well until the opposition built the still better organized Progressive Party. Often cliques build themselves around fraternal orders, such as the Masons, Elks, etc. The Catholic Church also has its organized following in many unions, especially among the higher-ups. The responsiveness of the A.F.L. to the Catholic Church program is one of the reasons why Catholic unions were never built in this country. Formerly the Socialist Party had many groupings in the unions. But now, when its grip on the unions is restricted to the needle trades, the daily forward machinery is the basis of its organization. The recently formed Committee for the Preservation of the Trade Unions was an attempt of the Socialist Party to rebuild its groups throughout the labor movement. In view of the many groups and cliques of the reactionaries, which universally finance themselves with the union's money, it comes with poor grace from them to make their present big outcry at die formone of rank and file groups by the left wing. To maintain themselves in office and to defeat rank and file control, the corrupt bureaucrats systematically seek to destroy the convention as a democratic instrument in the unions. Many are their devices, and as the bureaucracy drifts to the right and rank and file revolts become more intense, these devices grow bolder and more fascist-like. The A.F.L. convention is the classical illustration of a labor gathering in which the rank and file have no say. The delegadon is made up almost entirely of upper bureaucrats. For example, the United Mine Workers U.M.W.A., representing some 300,000 workers, has 8 delegates. These usually consist of the president, vice president, secretary, and 5 district presidents of the organization. The rank and file are completely shut out. The same system prevails in almost all of the other international unions. The only place a worker gets a look in at the A.F.L. convention is as a stray delegate from a federal labor union or petty central labor council. Such a convention, completely in the hands of the corrupt bureaucracy, is a fortress of reaction. In the international unions, various schemes of disproportionate representation are used to disfranchise the majority of the membership. For example, at the recent convention of the I.L.G.W.U., the Sigmund machine held a majority of delegates, although the opposition represented 2/3 of the entire union membership. Thus, at this convention the right-wing per capita tax proposal for 15 cents carried by a vote of 146 delegates, representing 15,832 actual members against 114 delegates representing 34,762 actual members. Approximately the same vote prevailed throughout. It was manifestly a minority-ruled convention. Sigmund formerly controlled the New York Joint Board, the heart of the union, by a similar jugglery. The lefts controlled 4 big locals with a membership of 36,000, for which they had 20 dele. Corruption and autocratic control 127 gates, whereas the right, who controlled a number of smaller locals totaling only 20,000, had 38 delegates. After the bitter joint action committee fight in 1925, which defeated Sigmund, partial proportional representation was introduced in the joint board. The lefts secured a majority. Similar democracy prevails in the other socialist needle unions. The reactionaries at the head of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers control that organization by means of a lot of nondescript delegates from little locals all over the country, many of them merely on paper. The usual thing at its conventions is for the progressives, coming from the larger locals and representing a majority of the membership, to find themselves very much in a minority. George L. Berry, like the heads of many other unions, uses this same system of basing his control upon the small-town locals. When the convention assembles, Berry, in the orthodox manner of Hutchison and others, makes his control doubly sure by appointing all the convention committees. In fact, he appoints many of the delegates as well. Not content even with such means of control, the bureaucrats in many unions seek systematically to have fewer and fewer conventions. The hod carriers have had only 2 conventions since that union was organized in 1903. Formerly the carpenters held conventions annually, now they hold them every 4 years. Almost every international has its conventions at greater intervals than formerly. A favorite method to eliminate conventions is to make them so costly, by paying the big delegations extravagant per diem expenses, that the union, with its regular funds, cannot afford them. Then when the rank and file vote on the holding of a convention, they also have to vote an assessment on themselves to finance it. So they usually vote no convention. The cost of the Railroad Brotherhood's conventions runs up as high as $1 million. The officials take care also to SEC that the conventions degenerate into pleasure junkets, with constant rounds of entertainments, so that there will be little thought of constructive work by the delegates. Thus many an opposition movement has been defeated. The conventions of the United Mine Workers are tragic examples of the suppression of union democracy. Lewis' task always is to build up a convention majority from a union membership which is from 60% to 75% against him. To do this he packs the conventions shamelessly. He brings in the payroll, vote, at least 300. American Trade Unionism. 128. Delegates from far and wide. Then he rigs up delegates from hundreds of blue sky locals. At the 1927 convention he had 166 delegates from West Virginia, where the Union had only 337 actual members. Delegations from other districts were similarly packed. Opposition delegates, especially the capable speakers, were ruthlessly ruled out. Speakers were terrorized by professional gunmen. If in spite of such precautions a majority does vote against Lewis in a convention, he brazenly ignores it. At the 1924 convention he did this 4 times. When it comes to stealing elections, Tammany Hall politicians are no more brazen than the trade union bureaucrats. Every conceivable form of fraud is practiced. Many a reactionary leader has thus saved his bacon from an aroused rank and file. In the recent national election in the Carpenters Union, Hutchison canceled many votes to build up a majority against Brown and Rosen. The recent Machinists' national election was also marked by gross frauds. And the only way Jensen could elect himself head of the Chicago Carpenters District Council in the recent election was by arbitrarily throwing out the vote of one local union. The opposition had no appeal except either to the reactionary Hutchison or to the capitalist courts, both equally hopeless. Umbrella, Mike Boyle varies such methods by falsifying the voting machines borrowed from the city by the Union. In the 1924 elections in the Bookbinders Union, the official figures gave Reddick the election over Haggerty by 5,575 against 5,117. It was later proved in court, however, that Reddick had stolen enough votes in Local 25 of New York alone, not to mention others, to swing the election. Reddick is a crony of Berry's. 1. Practice of reactionaries is to evade inconvenient elections altogether by having themselves elected for life. Skinny Madden started this. William Neer of the Chicago Milk Wagon Drivers and many other reactionaries are continuing it by electing themselves heads of their unions in perpetuity. In the unions of highly skilled workers, the reactionaries get by easier in elections and do not usually need to use the grossest frauds. It is especially in the organization of semi-skilled and unskilled that such methods are found at their worst. The miners' union is the horrible example. Thus, during the 1926 elections in Kansas, Howitt, who had 90% of the miners behind him, was simply removed from the ballot by Lewis, and votes cast for him were not counted. Farrington was brazen in Illinois. He stole votes right and left. At corruption and autocratic control I-29. One local union meeting, backed up by his strong-arm men, he boldly declared, "I do not give a damn whether you vote for me or not. As long as I carry a card in the miners' union, I'll be president of District 12. In the 1926 election in District 5, Pittsburgh, the opposition candidate, Siders, was clearly elected. But Fagan, the Lewis man, blithely stole the election by padding the returns and by voting non-existent blue sky locals. Such corruption is, of course, always sustained by the international office if appeal is made against it. But the election frauds reached their climax in the national elections in the miners' union. In earlier years, John H. Walker, at the time a socialist, several times was robbed of the election. Alex Howitt was also beaten by the fraudulent casting of more than 50,000 votes in the semi-organized districts. After the 1924 convention, Lewis officially claimed to have defeated Voisey, a rank-and-file communist miner, by a vote of 134,000 to 66,000. Wholesale frauds were practiced by Lewis. Voisey was undoubtedly elected. Lewis has never ventured to issue a tabulated report of the vote, as required by the Union Constitution. The 1927 miners' election exhibited similar frauds. Lewis officially claimed 173,000 votes, as against 60,000 for Brophy. This would make a total of 223,000 votes cast for an actual membership of 273,000, a manifest fraud, as returns from hundreds of locals, assembled by the left wing, showed that not more than one-third of the miners actually voted. Lewis stole votes wholesale, both for himself and from Brophy. In District 30, Kentucky, which has no actual dues-paying members, 686, 4 votes were reported cast for Lewis and none for Brophy, a clear steal. In District 31, West Virginia, with an average of 377 dues payers, 14,000 votes were stolen for Lewis. In District 19, Tennessee, with only 482 real members, 3,962 votes were reported for Lewis and 15 for Brophy. In the Pittsburgh district, one-third of the locals voting have no existence except on paper. In all the other districts, similar large-scale vote padding and stealing went on. Brophy, like Voisey, was certainly elected. Lewis, holding on to the power Mussolini fashion, refuses to yield to majority votes. He has killed the one-time firm opinion of the left wing that the referendum election is a specific cure for autocratic union control. When labor union bureaucrats find themselves, in spite of all their tricks of control, confronted with definite instructions to apply militant and progressive policies, they unhesitatingly violate the mandates of their rank and file, trusting to the general inertia of the mass to escape punishment for their treachery. The history of the labor movement is full of such instances. During 1922-24, the Great T.U.E.L. movement for amalgamation swept through the trade unions. 17 state federations and 9 international unions, besides scores of central bodies and thousands of local unions, adopted resolutions calling upon the A.F.L. Executive Council to hold conferences to lay the basis for amalgamation. The council blithely ignored the whole demand, though it represented more than half of the entire labor movement. A case in point during the big amalgamation drive occurred in the Railway Carmen. Lodge 299 of Minneapolis submitted for referendum a proposition to commit the union to amalgamation. The proposal was regular in every respect, having 10 times the required number of local union endorsements. It would have carried overwhelmingly if the rank and file had been allowed to vote on it. But the national officials swept it aside with a technical objection and refused to let the members vote on it. Thereupon Lodge 299 resubmitted its proposition with at least 20 times the required endorsements. This time the officialdom suppressed it without any excuse, refusing to send it out for a referendum vote, although the Constitution gives them no option but to send out all such proposals. Result: the proposition was strangled. At the 1923 convention of the A.F.L., fully 50% of the delegates came from unions which, during the prevailing great progressive stir among the workers, had voted for amalgamation, the Labor Party, and recognition of Soviet Russia. Yet all 3 of these measures were voted down practically unanimously at the convention. In the same way, the railroad union bureaucrats ignored and defeated the demand of 2/3 of their membership for the amalgamation of the railroad unions following the disastrous 1922 railroad shopmen strike. When Simon O'Donnell was defeated in his union as delegate to the Chicago Building Trades Council, of which he was president, it was, under the Constitution, tantamount to his removal from office. But his building trades clique quickly adopted a rule that it was not necessary to be a delegate in order to be president of the council. Similar instances of violation of constitutions and rank and file mandates could be cited indefinitely. The trade union leaders are wide awake to the value of the labor. Corruption and autocratic control. 131. Press as an instrument for the propagation of their reactionary doctrines and the perpetuation of their personal power. Consequently, it is a settled policy of theirs to reduce the various trade union papers, which once made a real show at freedom for rank and file expression, into mere house organs to advance the fortunes of the particular ruling cliques. In many unions there is not even a semblance of press freedom. Ideas and programs not acceptable to the dominant bureaucrats are unceremoniously thrown into the wastebasket. Oppositional movements are almost completely barred from expression in such journals. Often even official action by big sections of the organizations does not suffice to break the embargo. This suppression of free rank and file expression in the union journals is one of the greatest bars to the progress of the labor movement. As the trade union bureaucracy drifts more to the right, it fights ever more viciously to prevent the left wing from mobilizing the discontented rank and file against it. Therefore, the reactionaries apply constantly more drastically the foregoing autocratic methods of control, and in the growing struggle against the rank and file upheavals, new dictatorial methods have been added. Most of these have originated in the socialist, needle trades unions, where the fight between the rights and lefts is sharpest. One of such relatively new schemes is the arbitrary disfranchisement of the opposition. In the reactionary boot and shoe workers' union, the practice has long been followed of placing rebellious members in the so-called local where they have no rights of voting or attending union meetings. But it remained for the needle trade's leaders to bring this system to its maximum. In all the needle unions, they have reduced many left-wingers to a state of semi-membership, denying them many of the constitutional rights of the union. Especially is this method used during elections. Scores of times the controlling bureaucrats, with the most trivial excuses or with none at all, have simply refused to place left-wing opposition candidates on the election ballot. This nefarious practice is being adopted by the reactionary leaders of many other unions, especially among the miners, where it was used extensively in many districts during the recent elections. The favorite method of the reactionaries, however, is outright expulsion of left-wing leaders from the unions. In earlier years, American labor bureaucrats often brutally applied the expulsion policy. But it was usually in some such local affair as the wholesale expulsion of the New York carpenters in 1916 by Hutchison. It remained for Sigmund of the I. L. G. W. U. patterning after the methods of the Amsterdam International, to introduce in our trade union movement the use of expulsion as a settled policy against political opponents in the unions. He began his expulsion campaign in 1923, in cooperation with the Forward Machine in New York. Hundreds were driven out of the unions in various cities. This culminated in 1925 in the expulsion of the entire executive boards of the three big locals, numbers 2, 9, 22, with about 35,000 members. Result: a mass uprising, the formation of the Joint Action Committee of the expelled bodies, and the temporary defeat of Sigmund and his expulsion policy. In the needle trades, the expulsion campaign has reached its high point. Sigmund of the I. L. G. W. U. partially recovered from his defeat of 2 years ago, and supported actively by the A. F. of L. leaders, the employers, the police, and the press, has arbitrarily expelled some 40,000 members of the New York Joint Baird. This splits his union and threatens it with destruction. It is deadly to the workers' organization and to union conditions in the shops. The bosses have slashed wages on all sides. Following the suicidal policy of Sigmund, the leaders of the Furriers Union, who are mere catspaws of the employers and of Wall and Green, have expelled the New York Joint Board of their organization. It has some 10,000 members, or 3/4 of the membership of their entire union. Wholesale expulsions are also being prepared for other cities. The two expelled joint boards, banded together under the Unity Committee, are now fighting for readmission into their unions. The slogan of the right-wing A. F. of L. leaders and their socialist allies is to get rid of the left wing even if the unions concerned are destroyed in the struggle. The very life of unionism in the needle industry is at stake in this desperate effort to suppress union democracy and to force the workers back under the arbitrary dictation of the reactionary leaders, which means under the control of the employers. A form of terrorism now at high pitch in the trade union movement is the so-called red baiting. Red baiting consists of terrifying the ideologically backward union membership with frightful stories of the Red Menace, and thus stampeding them into supporting the reactionaries. The extent to which this is practiced, and the means used to accomplish it, are almost unbelievable. Soviet Russia, Bolshevism, communism, boring from within, these are magic words in the mouths of the labor fakers. Around them they build plots and sinister conspiracies at which even a white guard propagandist would shamefacedly. Corruption and autocratic control. 133. Blush. Systematically, they play upon the weaknesses of the workers, their religion, patriotism, and petty bourgeois notions generally. Russian gold, to hear the reactionary union leaders tell it, flows freely in the dastardly attempt of the left-wingers to destroy all that is good and holy in society. Practically all trade union journals and conventions, from the A. F. of L. down, now have as regular features such slanders. The reactionaries first picture a terrible red menace and then, identifying all progressive proposals with it, scare away the more timid delegates. They make, in the minds of many, such elementary issues as amalgamation, the Labor Party, and the organization of the unorganized, synonymous with Bolshevism. Result: the right-wing delegates are whipped into a fascist-like frenzy and are made ready for any violence, such as the mobbing of Joseph Manley A. Wagenknecht, and others at the Scranton, 1923, convention of the anthracite miners. The middle group, or progressives, usually wither under the fiery blast. One of the most deplorable features of present-day trade union conventions is that these progressives, terrorized by the attacks of the reactionaries, commonly vote against such issues as the Labor Party, amalgamation, etc. Lacking the courage and aggressiveness to bring in such measures themselves, the progressives are afraid to vote for them when the left wing proposes them, for fear of being identified with the communists. These misleaders of labor do not hesitate, however, when hard-pressed, to proceed to much more violent methods. American trade union bureaucrats, especially in the building trades, stand quite apart from union leaders in any other country in the use of physical force to control the workers' organizations. Their methods often approach those of the Italian fascists. Chicago offers classical examples. Crime here takes on a terror and violence without a parallel in any other American city. The spectacular gunfights and murder campaigns between the bootlegging gangs, which, carried on with machine guns, armored cars, bombs, and other implements of modern warfare, have cost the lives of about 200 men in the past 2 years, are typical of the ruthless spirit of such elements. The reactionary Chicago labor leaders are saturated with this same reckless violence. The union official positions are rich prizes. They mean wealth and power to the corruptionists, and the latter do not hesitate before the most violent means in order to secure and hold them. Consequently, there has developed a regular school of labor. 134 American Trade Unionism. Gunmen, typified by such elements as Madden, Enright, Murphy, and scores of others. For many years these toughs, with their bodyguards and armed cliques, have terrorized numerous Chicago unions. The wars between these gangs for control have been many and murderous. During the past 20 years scores of men have been killed in such union feuds, some being secretly assassinated, and others shot down in open fights in saloons and union halls. Seldom are these reactionary leaders punished for such crimes, so powerful are their connections with corrupt politicians. The armed cliques of reactionaries war against each other for control of the unions, but they always unite when they are confronted with an upheaval among their rank and file. They have made democracy a farce in many Chicago unions. And what is true of Chicago unions in this respect, is true likewise, to a lesser degree, of unions in all big industrial centers. A few typical incidents from scores of such in Chicago's lurid inter-union feuds illustrate the methods of these gunmen. Thus the killing of Charles Victor a few years ago at the Painters District Council, by T. Shepler, a bureaucrat gunman, said the Chicago debut of the fight. Shortly before the meeting adjourned, Victor jumped on his chair and fired at Shepler. The rush and shouts of the men trying to escape from the hall almost drowned the fusillade of shots. Shepler stood up. His gun, which had been hanging in a holster on his belt, flashed. Victor tottered and fell headlong from the chair. Blood gushed from his mouth. He shivered and lay still. Shepler sat down heavily. When the police arrived, Victor was dead. At the Iroquois Hospital, Shepler was found to be shot in the right arm and leg. Another bullet gashed the left side of his head. Thus operates democracy among the painters, Gomper style. Here is how the reactionary Teamsters Union officials settle their disputes, as reported in the Chicago Tribune, January 13, 1921. South Chicago teaming concerns were under heavy police guard last night following a pitched battle between members of two rival Teamsters unions at 95th Street and Escanaba Avenue early yesterday morning. The bat, during which more than 200 shots were fired, was fought from 8 automobiles. Several men are said to have been wounded in the engagement, but they were spirited away by their companions in automobiles and their names were not learned. No truce has been adopted as the slogan of both sides, and sluggers were being recruited last night by both unions. Corruption and autocratic control. 135. Or take a commonplace note from Cleveland labor history. On May 31, 1924, as W. M. O'Brien, second International Vice President of the Sheet Metal Workers, and J. NCSDCR, business agent of the Sheet Metal Workers, in company with other officials, were leaving the union meeting, the automobile in which they were riding was bombed by opposing factionalists. Nestor was killed and O'Brien was maimed for life. It was never learned who did this job. The New York Socialist Needle Trades Unions, like many other New York unions, are also infested with such terrorists. Many of them are connected with the criminal underworld gangs, headed by Little Augie, Jack Noy, Frenchie, etc. Usually these plug uglies first established connections with the needle unions during the strikes, because instead of developing the militancy of the strikers themselves in such struggles, the right-wing officials commonly called upon the gangsters to man the picket lines. This enabled these corrupt elements to worm their way into the unions, and often into official positions. Their influence upon the unions has been poisonous. With the development of the present struggle between the right and left wings in the New York Needle Trades Unions, the reactionary officials have called into their service all these gangster connections. These, with full police protection, are carrying on an open terroristic campaign, slugging pickets, terrorizing meetings, and beating up left-wingers. At times, the conflicts between the opposing forces take on the aspects of pitched battles. The widespread use of such reactionary control methods by the labor bureaucrats gives the lie effectively to those apologists who assert that the reactionary A.F. of L officialdom is a true reflection of the backward rank and file in the unions. These misleaders are by no means the free choice of the organized workers. To a very great extent they force themselves upon the unions by means of selling out the unskilled, accepting assistance from the employers and the state, and by the arbitrary suppression of union democracy. For the time being, with the industrial crisis not yet very keen and masses of workers somewhat lulled by relatively steady work during the capitalist prosperity, These autocratic methods of control stand the reactionary bureaucrats in good stead and make it very difficult for the left-wing and progressive forces to unite the rank and file for effective action against their false leaders and the employers. But ample experience has demonstrated that despite all this terrorism and suppression of democracy, substantial results can be achieved in edu. Eating and organizing the masses, and the basis can be laid for real progress in the unions. And as the industrial crisis sharpens and the working masses are forced to lower living standards, such autocratic methods will be less and less effective. The rank and file, driven to revolt by hard economic conditions and an awakening class consciousness, will break through every autocratic restriction laid upon them by their misleaders and will build their unions into the militant, powerful organizations that they should be. 1927. From the very beginning, the progressives fell into step with the new class collaboration movement of the bosses and A.F.L. top leaders. In fact, they became its most skilled and enthusiastic leaders, and they were its instructors to the Gompers Green bureaucracy. It was the progressives, Johnston and Bayer, who originated the B&O plan. Johnston, Stone, and Hillman were the outstanding champions of the demoralizing labor banking movement, which I christened trade union capitalism, and which dovetailed into the whole class collaboration movement. And Stone and Hillman were among the chief theoreticians of the higher strategy of labor. This theory was thus stated at the Philadelphia Convention of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. We have our problems, and fortunately it is not necessary to apply the weapon of the strike for the solution of many of them. We have passed in our industry from the days of the jungle into an era of civilized ways of dealing with employers. Progressives and socialists support class collaboration. The socialists were equally ardent supporters of the B&O plan, labor banking, and the class collaboration movement generally. Many of them hailed it as the road to socialism. Abe Cahan baldly repudiated Marx as outmoded, and the Socialist Party struck out all reference to the class struggle from its membership application forms. Its attack against the Soviet Union was redoubled. Internationally, the socialists were no less enthusiastic about the class collaboration developments. The British Labour Party, German Social Democracy, in fact the whole Second and Amsterdam Internationals joyfully hailed capitalist rationalization and the new capitalism. They spun many tricky theories about its developing into an organized capitalism, a super-imperialism, that was evolving directly into socialism. Henry Ford became the messiah of the international socialist movement. The American socialist-led unions, mostly needle trades, became practically indistinguishable from ordinary A.F.L. unions. They practiced class collaboration intensely in all its newer forms. They were infested with gangsters. Democracy was practically unknown among them, and they pushed the expulsion campaign against the left wing to further limits than any other unions in the United States. Moreover, their leaders, dropping the last vestiges of the traditional socialist opposition, became part and parcel of the reactionary A.F.L. ruling clique. On this phase, let witnesses friendly to them testify. After the World War, the socialist boring from within policies and tactics were completely reversed. Instead, they aimed to sue for the confidence and goodwill of the entrenched labor leaders. The new political alignment of the socialists with the administration forces marks the end of their leadership of the opposition in the labor movement. The socialists gave up their policy of militant boring from within and sought to win the confidence of the A.F.L. administration. The role of the progressives during this period merits closer examination. Dropping all pretense of struggle, these vacillating elements fitted themselves entirely into the new intensified class collaboration and speed-up policies of the bosses, and indeed became their most ardent champions. The first of the progressives to so hoist the white flag were the right-wing elements. These, grouped around the railroad unions, were organized in the Conference for Progressive Political Action. The Socialist Party was also an active factor in this organization. The C.P.P.A. contained about 3 million organized workers and farmers. These masses clearly wanted a labor party, but their D.J. Sapos, Left-Wing Unionism, pages 37 to 39, 1926. Plus D.M. Schneider, The Workers, Communists, Parley and the American Trade Unions, page 21. Progressive leaders, after talking radically about a labor party during the period of sharpest struggle after the war, sensed a new turn of events towards class collaboration, and therefore ran the whole movement into the ditch. At the Cleveland, December 11, 1922, conference of the C.P.P.A., they definitely repudiated the plan of forming a labor party, endorsed the A.F.L. nonpartisan policy, and making complete peace with the A.F.L. leaders, they soon set sail together for the La Follette fiasco of 1924. The right-wing progressives then completed their surrender by unceremoniously dumping overboard their plum plan of government railroad ownership, cancelling their inter-union solidarity agreements, and soon becoming the very leaders in the developing movement for intensified class collaboration. The left wing of the Progressives, the Fitzpatrick Farmer Labour Party group, with whom the T, U, E, L, and Workers' Party, the name of the Communist Party at that time, were cooperating, held out several months longer against the new conservative trends in the labor movement, but they also finally went to the right. Fitzpatrick had denounced the Cleveland decisions of the C.P.P.A. as rank betrayal of the Labor Party movement and had formally agreed with the Workers' Party to call a national convention in Chicago, July 3, 1923, at which a new Labor Party would be launched, provided there were at least 500,000 workers represented. The Workers' Party was officially invited to attend the convention, and it accepted. But the Socialist Party, which followed the line of the right progressives into the camp of La Follette and intensified class collaboration, declined the invitation. It was in the months preceding this 1923 convention that the T, U, E, L, and the Workers' Party campaign for the Labor Party took on its broadest mass character. Meanwhile, the Gompers leaders, strengthened by the rising wave of prosperity, the growth of class collaboration policies, the decline in the workers' fighting spirit, the spread of prosperity illusions among the toilers, and the collapse of the C.P.P.A., felt themselves able to begin to put pressure on the Fitzpatrick-Nockels group. In June 1923, therefore, they cut off 50% of the Cleveland Federation of Labor's monthly subsidy and threatened to reorganize the C.F.L. if it did not break its alliance with the Communists and stop agitating for amalgamation, the Labor Party, and Russian recognition. This coercion had an effect, and the C.F.L. leaders began visibly to lose interest in the coming Labor Party convention. When the July 3 convention assembled, there were present some 600 delegates representing over 600,000 organized workers and farmers, besides several important unions, A, C, W, and others that sent observers. From the start, it was evident that the Fitzpatrick group wanted to break its relations with the Workers' Party, although, only shortly before, they had specifically invited it to the convention. They hemmed and hawed with various maneuvers to this end, finally, on the last day of the convention, submitting a proposal to exclude the Workers' Party on the grounds that it advocated the overthrow of the government, and asking all present except the Workers' Party to affiliate to the old moribund Fitzpatrick Farmer Labor Party. The convention delegates, of whom only a very small minority were communists, roared disapproval of this course, and by a vote of 500 to 40, established the originally planned Federated Farmer Labor Party, of which Joe Manley was elected secretary. Whereupon Fitzpatrick and a handful of delegates walked out of the convention. Nearly all of his customary supporters, however, including such veterans as Alex Howitt, Duncan MacDonald, Mother Jones, etc., endorsed the Workers' Party line in the convention. They could not see the consistency of Fitzpatrick's first condemning the C.P.P.A. a couple of months earlier for not seating Workers' Party delegates and denouncing it as a scab organization for not launching a Labor Party, and then, suddenly switching front, taking essentially the same course himself in this big convention. Although supported by only a few delegates, nevertheless the Fitzpatrick walkout became a real break. The capitalist papers helped it decisively by yelling, "Split," in 1,000 headlines all over the country. This split, combined with the general trend of the A.F.L. and organized farmers towards the candidacy of La Follette, prevented the growth of the newly organized Federated Farmer Labor Party, and it perished after a 12 months lingering existence. The Fitzpatrick Farmer Labor Party also soon died out, with its leaders turning back more and more to the A.F.L. nonpartisan political policy. Fitzpatrick has many times since bitterly attacked the Communists for the July 3 split. But this is not in accordance with the facts. The main responsibility lay with himself. We simply stuck to the plan we had definitely agreed upon with Fitzpatrick before the convention, of forming a new, federated party. It was he who really caused the split, in his eagerness to break with the Communists, and to put himself in tune with the strong conservative trends developing at the time in the trade union movement. The worst that we can be fairly charged with was an error in tactics. As I have pointed out, Fitzpatrick and his group, feeling the upswing of prosperity and the growth of class collaboration, were at the time retreating rapidly to the right under Gomper's fire. This trend on their part was clearly demonstrated afterwards by Fitzpatrick's giving up the Labor Party movement altogether and reverting back to the A.F.L. nonpartisan policy, by abandoning amalgamation, and by becoming a bitter enemy of the Soviet Union. He also became an ardent advocate of all the subsequent A.F.L. schemes of intensified class collaboration. Our failing was that we should have realized more clearly all this rightward trend and, instead of holding Fitzpatrick to his pre-convention agreement, made the greatest compromises in order, if possible, to avoid such an open and sharp break. The whole history of the next several years showed, with the progressives generally gone far to the right and becoming the leaders of the class collaboration movement, that the Workers' Party and T.U.E.L. with their class struggle policy, were bound to have the greatest difficulty in carrying on any joint struggle whatever with them. Nevertheless, we should have fought more skillfully against the split. As it was, the split developed in the worst form, dramatically and around such a major issue as the Labor Party. The sequel showed that the Chicago split cost the Workers' Party loss of contacts with many important farmer labor militants in various sections of the country. It shattered the United Front combination that had done such effective work in the meat packing and steel campaigns and in the amalgamation, Labor Party, and other movements, and that held promise of important future activities. The A.F.L. counteroffensive. The Chicago split in the United Front between the Communists and left progressives was manna from heaven to the threatened Gompers leaders, and they accepted it as a signal for a big offensive against the T.U.E.L., the Communists and progressive movements generally. The first serious clash came at the Illinois Federation of Labor Convention in Decatur, September 10, 1923, at which I was a delegate. This was said to be the largest state federation convention ever held in the United States, the A.F.L. having made a big mobilization of its forces to defeat us. Gompers had sent out a special letter condemning us and delegated Matthew Wall to lead the fight against us. The battle centered around the question of amalgamation, and it was a hot light. The Fitzpatrick Farmer Labor Party delegates, very bitter at us for the Chicago split, joined forces openly with Wall, signed his statement condemning amalgamation and helped vote down their own C.F.L. amalgamation resolution. Result: amalgamation was defeated by a 4-1 vote, whereas 3 months before it would have been adopted by the same delegation with an overwhelming majority. This was the first time the A.F.L. leaders had been able to defeat amalgamation in any state federation convention, and their jubilation knew no bounds. Just at this critical time, with the Gompers machine managing to get on the offensive against us, the Socialist Needle Trades Union leaders taught the right reactionaries a new trick in how to fight militant unionism. In the International Ladies' Garment Workers, where our movement was very strong, they began a campaign of expulsion of T.U.E.L. members in Chicago, New York, and elsewhere. They backed this up by suppressing free speech in the Union and infesting it with professional gangsters. Asterisk to the Socialist Old Guard leaders, to Sigmund in person, therefore belongs the shame of having initiated into the United States the reactionary policy, which they copied from their parent Amsterdam International, of expelling workers from labor unions and their jobs because of their political opinions. An attempt was made to give a color of justification to such expulsions by the absurd charge that the T.U.E.L. was a dual union. The reason for this ruthless attack was that the socialist leaders were extremely antagonistic to us. They were allied tightly with the Gompers bureaucracy and following out its whole class collaboration policy. The Gompers clique were quick to follow the lead given by the Old Guard socialist trade union leaders, and they proceeded to adopt the expulsion policy generally. They were determined to exterminate all rank and file opposition to their ruinous collaboration policies. They dramatized the expulsion policy at the Portland, 1923 A.F.L. convention, where with bell, book, and candle, they demonstratively. In Chicago, during a large protest meeting in Carmen's auditorium against these outrageous expulsions, a notorious gunman suddenly appeared from the fire escape and fired 3 shots into the meeting in my direction while I was speaking. A disastrous panic was narrowly averted. We protested to Debs against this outrage and against the whole I.L.G.W.U. expulsion policy. Debs claimed he could do nothing about it, and he refused to take up the battle against the reactionary Socialist Party Old Guard. Expelled from the convention William F. Dunn T.U.E.L., National Committee member and regularly elected delegate of the Silver Bow, Butte, Montana, Trades Council. The T.U.E.L. was officially branded as a dual union, and a call was issued for war against the communists in the unions. And although the majority of the organized workers had voted for amalgamation, a labor party, and Russian recognition, and the bulk of the organizations were definitely committed to one or all 3 of these issues, the reactionary leaders almost unanimously voted them all down, the Labor Party vote, for example, being 25,066 to 1,895. This most reactionary convention then capped its destructive work by adopting as Labor's constructive program the new schemes of class collaboration which were well nigh to destroy the unions during the next 6 years. Never was there a more flagrant violation of trade union democracy than the actions of the Portland A.F.L. convention, one of the last attended by the arch-reactionary Gompers before his death. The misleaders of labor served notice that henceforth there would be war to the knife against the T.U.E.L., the communists, and every sign of militancy in the labor movement, and there was. After Portland, expulsion from unions and jobs, backed by gangster control and suppression of trade union democracy, became the official weapon against the militant opposition. The A.F.L. leaders demanded that the Cleveland, Minneapolis, Detroit, Seattle, and other central labor unions expel all communists, and T.U.E.L. members on pain of losing their charters. Then most of the international unions adopted the same policy, the socialist-controlled needle trade unions outstripping all others in this reactionary campaign, wholesale expulsions in the needle industry even reaching the total of tens of thousands of workers in certain cases. Asterisk. In the early stages of the expulsion drive, the T.U.E.L. held its second national conference in Chicago, September 1, 1923, with 143 delegates from 90 cities, including 3 from Canada and 1 from. Among the many militants expelled in this several years-long period of expulsions was myself. The usual expulsion method was to use little or no formality, but with me the following diplomacy was applied by the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen's Association leaders, when, as usual, I submitted my dues by mail to Chicago to my local. I lived in New York. I was notified that upon instructions of the national office I should take a withdrawal card. I refused to do this, whereupon my dues and money was returned to me without explanation. I sent it back again, demanding dues stamps. No answer. Then, at the end of 3 months, I was notified that I had been dropped for non-payment of dues. Thus ended 16 years of membership in that union. Mexico. The convention took steps to speed up its 3 major campaigns, and worked out concrete plans for partial and complete amalgamation in the most important industries. It also proposed to fight the growing expulsions by mass demands for reinstatement in the unions. But it was unable to find effective means to consolidate its loose mass movements in the face of the developing offensive of the Gompers bureaucracy. Under the pressure of the fierce attack of the top union leadership, in many cases supported by the bosses and the police, and under the influence of the growing prosperity and class collaboration, the T.U.E.L. forces in the unions were soon driven back. Hundreds of its best fighters lost their key union positions and also their jobs in the industries. Reaction and autocracy grew everywhere, and the movements for amalgamation, the Labor Party, and recognition of Soviet Russia suffered a heavy decline. In this time also, the workers' militancy fell off greatly. Gradually, the work of the T.U.E.L. in general slowed down and lost in mass volume. Its militants found themselves largely cut off from the organized workers. Thus there entered the period of partial or relative isolation of the T.U.E.L. from the masses, a situation which was to last more or less as long as the Coolidge prosperity era. 1936. 16. The work of the Trade Union Educational League. The T.U.E.L. could not entirely escape the wave of pessimism and inaction that affected the working class during the Coolidge prosperity period. The combined effects of the bourgeoisification of the skilled workers, the poison propaganda of class collaboration, the turn of the progressives to the right and our split with them, and the barbarous expulsion policy and gangster control of the unions, definitely weakened the T.U.E.L's offensive in support of its 3 great issues of amalgamation, the Labor Party, and recognition of Soviet Russia, and prevented it from passing from the agitation stage into concrete action and results. T.U.E.L. work was forced to take on more of a local or partial character than its big sweeping movement of 1922-23. The T.U.E.L. found itself in relative isolation from the masses in this period. Nevertheless, in the Coolidge period the T.U.E.L. did manage to conduct a number of broad united front struggles. One of the more important of these was in the Carpenters' Union led by M. Rosen and N. Kjar. This union's leadership, corrupt and autocratic, followed the usual policy of intensified class collaboration and backed it up by expelling many militants in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, etc., in some cases with police help. The T.U.E.L. fight reached its high point in the Union elections of 1925, when Rosen, an avowed communist, received, even according to the falsified official election returns, 9,014 votes against Hutchison's 77,985. More effective, however, was the T.U.E.L. fight in the Machinists' Union, led by A. Overgaard. William H. Johnston, the head of this union, was the first sponsor of the B&O plan, and the organization was saturated with the new forms of class collaboration. Big discontent existed among the rank and file at the bad union conditions. Johnston tried to quell this by expelling Overgaard and many other militants in Toledo, Chicago, etc. As a result of the T.U.E.L's fight against the B&O plan, expulsions, etc., the left wing at the Detroit, 1924, International Association of Machinists Convention polled 44 votes against the administration's 107. In the ensuing 1925 Union election, the T.U.E.L. made a united front with the progressive Anderson Group against the expulsion and class collaboration policy of the Union leaders. Even from the official election returns it was clear that the United Front slate had won, but the so-all-led progressive, Johnston, according to the prevailing Union officials' practice, did not let that detail worry him. He proceeded to steal the election, announcing the doctored returns as Johnston 18,021, Anderson 17,076. The T.U.E.L. in the Coolidge years conducted many other struggles against class collaboration in the various internationals, locals, and central labor bodies. But its main fights occurred in the mining, textile, and needle industries. In these three industries special conditions prevailed. First, foreshadowing the eventual general crisis of American industry, they were all greatly depressed from overproduction, with accompanying unemployment, low wages, and bad union conditions. And secondly, the workers in these industries were the work of the T.U.E.L. 145. Especially rich in fighting traditions, so they responded more readily to T.U.E.L. leadership. In the mining industry. Throughout almost the entire Coolidge period, the coal industry was in depression. This, part of the world coal crisis, was caused by overdevelopment during the war, a high state of competition, mechanization of the mines, use of oil, water power and other substitutes for coal, etc. Result: chronic mass unemployment and gradual worsening of wages and working conditions even several years before the 1929 general crisis. The miners' position was made worse because the Lewis administration of the U.M.W.A., which in those years followed a typical conservative course, proved to be unable to alleviate these evil conditions. Consequently, the miners were deeply discontented and much inclined to hearken to the T.U.E.L. program. From its outset, the T.U.E.L. had a strong following among the miners. As we have seen, it defeated Farrington's attempt in Illinois to disrupt the 1922 national strike. It also took a prominent part in the fight against the expulsion of Alex Howat, militant president of the Kansas miners, a fight in which Lewis was once defeated by a convention vote of 977 to 866. On June 2 to 3, 1923, in Pittsburgh, the T.U.E.L. miners met and formed the Progressive International Committee of the U.M.W.A., with 25 delegates present, including Howat. Tom Myerscough became its secretary. This conference adopted a program of nationalization of the mines, Labor Party, amalgamation, organize the unorganized, recognition of Soviet Russia, alliance between miners and railroaders, 6-hour day, national agreements only, against dual unionism, for democracy in the Union, etc. At this conference it was reported how the T.U.E.L. had prevented a split of 40,000 miners in the anthracite. Lewis replied to this conference by making membership in the Communist Party or T.U.E.L. an expulsion offense and in the next period by systematically expelling hundreds of militants. The first big clash with the Lewis machine came in the Union elections of 1924. On the basis of its Pittsburgh program, the Progressive U.M.W.A. committee put up as its candidate for president, George Voisey of Illinois, a communist miner. Although he was but little known, vast masses of miners voted for him. The final 1 to the power of 6 American trade unionism. Official returns gave Lewis 136,000 and Voisey 66,000. We charged fraud and asserted that Voisey had actually been elected. Things went from bad to worse in the U.M.W.A. The coal crisis deepened, the bosses redoubled their attacks upon the workers on all fronts. The U.M.W.A. administration ruthlessly expelled militants throughout the organization. At that time Lewis himself was a prominent figure in the Republican Party, and many of his organizers and district presidents were tied up with employers' associations and all kinds of conservative organizations. The Union was shot through with the prevailing ruinous Union management cooperation. Consequently, the Union crumbled and fell to pieces in many districts, including Middle Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Canada, etc. In 1925, the powerful Pittsburgh Coal Company repudiated the Jacksonville Agreement, went open shop, and threw down the gauntlet of battle to the U.M.W.A. In this grave crisis, the T.U.E.L. forces raised the slogan, "Save the Union." They demanded that there be a vigorous organization campaign started in the South and other unorganized districts, and that the anthracite miners unite their forces with the bituminous miners for joint action in the life and death struggle ahead. The T.U.E.L. built up a broad united front with non-communists and created a National Save the Union Committee, with branches in many localities. During this campaign I spent 5 months on the road doing organizing work. In the Union elections ensuing, this committee put up a united front. Save the Union election ticket, headed by John Brophy, former president of District 2. Lewis violently opposed this entire development with further expulsions, suppressions of Union democracy, etc. When the election returns were issued, they gave Lewis 173323 and Brophy 60,661. We protested these figures, claimed gross frauds in many districts, and asserted that Brophy had been cheated by padding Lewis' vote and reducing Brophy's of 100,000 votes, and thereby of the election. The next U.M.W.A. convention, late in 1926, presented a sorry picture. The Jacksonville Agreement was about to expire, the Union faced a desperate struggle, and no real preparations had been made for it. Widespread discontent at Lewis' leadership existed in the Union. But the T.U.E.L. United Front forces could accomplish nothing at the convention. Lewis had solid control, based chiefly on large numbers of office-holder delegates from the organized territory. The left. The work of the T.U.E.L. I-47. Progressives also charged that there were hundreds of delegates from Blue Sky locals in the many disorganized districts where the district provisional administrations were appointed by the U.M.W.A. board. Lewis ruled the convention with a strong hand and defeated every proposal of the opposition. Evidently the U.M.W.A. was in very bad shape and threatened with disaster. On April 1, 1927, with the Jacksonville Agreement ended, the Union found itself on strike, or practically locked out, in all the unionized northern bituminous fields. The miners fought bravely, and the Communist Party and T.U.E.L. threw all their forces into the desperate struggle. We organized mass picketing and set up a relief system under the leadership of A. Wagenknecht. As for the U.M.W.A. officialdom, it seemed paralyzed and disorganized. Characteristically also, the top A.F. of L. leaders in Washington, lost in their dreams of prosperity through the speed-up and class collaboration, were oblivious of the vital importance of this most crucial strike and raised for the miners only enough funds to pay their strike relief rolls for 1 week. The organized left progressive bloc did much to stiffen the ranks of the miners, and so well did the strikers fight that on April 1, 1928, a full year after the strike began, they were still standing solid in all the key Union districts notwithstanding extreme starvation, neglect, and police terrorism. On this date, the Save the Union movement held a national conference in Pittsburgh. Present were 1,125 delegates, representing approximately 100,000 miners from all over the country. The conference decided to strengthen the strike by stiffening up the picket lines and by extending the fight, first, into the important western Pennsylvania and West Virginia fields, and finally, into the anthracite districts. In consequence, a revival of picketing took place, and 19,000 unorganized miners soon struck under T.U.E.L. leadership in nearby Fayette and Westmoreland counties. But the Great Strike was already defeated and we could not revive it. The formal end came when the Union signed a separate agreement in Illinois, and the miners who could get jobs draggled back to work in the other districts. The big bat was lost. The U.M.W.A. had been practically wiped out of its remaining strongholds in western Pennsylvania, northern West Virginia, and Ohio. The vast bulk of the soft coal fields were now open shop. At one blow the miners lost wages and conditions and the Union that had taken 30 years to build up. The U.M.W.A. ceased to be a real power in the bituminous districts, and by this fact organized labor in general suffered one of the greatest defeats in its history. In the textile industry. The textile industry, like coal mining, was in a state of depression from overproduction for several years before the 1929 crisis. Again, like mining, its bad situation was a part of a worldwide crisis in that industry. Unemployment, low wages, and excessive speed-up were the lot of the oppressed and impoverished textile workers. Only about 5% of the 1 million textile workers were organized, and these solely in the North, the South being totally unorganized. The principal unions were the United Textile Workers, the American Federation of Textile Operatives, and the Associated Silk Workers, the two latter being independent unions. The leadership of these unions was saturated through and through with the current speed-up, class collaboration schemes, and worked diligently with the employers to intensify the exploitation of the workers. The three unions were inert and paralyzed, valuable only to the employers to help drive the workers faster and faster in production. Among the textile workers, who have good fighting traditions, there was much unrest, and the T.U.E.L. had worked among them since 1922. Its general program condemned B&O, planism and company unionism, and called for a fighting policy, for honest leadership, amalgamation, and organization of the unorganized. It proposed a united front between the squabbling unions pending amalgamation. It organized local groups in the unions and set up united front mill committees in the mills, made up of representatives of the various unions and the unorganized. The T.U.E.L. textile section held 2 national and several local conferences. It did much local organization work and exposed the fallacies of class collaboration at all times. The first big T.U.E.L. mass movement among the textile workers was the Passaic, New Jersey, strike of 1926. The TUEL, under the name of the United Front Committee of Textile Workers, began activity in Passaic right after the 10% wage cut of October 1925. The United Textile Workers and the other textile unions were practically non-existent in Passaic, so the UFC began recruiting members and forming a union, intending later to join the AFL. Soon 1,000 had affiliated, and on January 25 the UFC committee presented demands to the botany mill to rescind the wage cut for time. The work of the TVEL, 149 and one-half for overtime time and no discrimination against union workers. The company replied by discharging the whole committee of 45. Then the 5,000 botany workers struck and spread the fight to the other mills, soon involving 15,280 workers and tying up the whole Passaic textile industry. The strike was stubbornly fought on both sides. It lasted for 11 months. The bosses used the police, the courts, citizens' peace committees, and every method of strike-breaking and terrorism. The workers replied with heroic solidarity and tireless endurance. This very militant and dramatic strike of the impoverished textile workers attracted broad working-class sympathy all over the country, while the AFL officialdom, saturated with class collaboration poison, viewed it with ill-disguised hostility. Senators, governors, mayors, lawyers, philanthropists, etc., galore, took a hand in trying to settle the bitter struggle. By terrorism and duplicity, the bosses were unable to break the strike, so, after 6 months of it, in July, they decided on a maneuver to defeat the workers. They announced that they would deal with the strikers provided the communist leadership was removed and the strikers were affiliated to the UTW. To agree to take out the mass leaders was a difficult condition for us, but the strike was in a hard situation, so, refusing to let the issue of communism stand in the way of a settlement, we called the bosses bluff and withdrew the official leader of the strike, and we also affiliated the workers to the UTW. The employers, seeing that their maneuver had failed, then stated they would not deal with the AFL thither. In consequence, the strike dragged on, bitterly fought, under our leadership, the UTW, doing nothing, until December 13th, when the big botany mills capitulated to the union by restoring the wage cut, agreeing not to discriminate against union members and recognizing grievance committees. The other mills soon followed suit. Thus ended almost a year of struggle. It was a hard one, if only partial, victory, but it produced little tangible results in organization. The union, weakened by the long struggle and neglected by the UTW. Conservative McMahon leadership was unable to follow up with a vigorous campaign for organization and against blacklisting. The Passaic strike was very important. It stood out like a lighthouse in the midst of the prevailing fog of class collaboration in the AFL. It was also the first mass strike in this country led independently by communists. It strengthened the resistance of the textile workers all over the country and was a stimulant to the whole revolutionary movement. But perhaps, most important of all was the influence this strike had, as we shall see, on changing the policy of revolutionary trade unionism in the United States. In the needle trades. In the Coolidge, Prosperity, years the needle industry, suffering like mining and textile from overdevelopment and extreme competition, experienced difficult and depressed conditions. Heavy unemployment became more and more chronic, and the busy seasons grew shorter and shorter. As in all industries, the employers drove through with a rationalization program, speeding the workers by every known device. The socialist top leaders of the unions in the industry dovetailed their policies to fit into this speed-up program of the bosses. In no other American industry was the class collaboration, union management cooperation, so highly developed as in the needle trades. The socialist leaders joined hands with the technicians of the employers in putting through a whole series of minimum standards of production, piecework systems, wage cuts, etc. In some cases, with their own efficiency experts, they actually took over the technical management of the speed-up. In others, they even financed bankrupt employers with the savings of workers collected in their labor banks. No other unions went so far as they in the speed-up, and none proceeded to such extremes to suppress the opposition by abolishing union democracy, by expulsions, blacklisting, and gangster tactics. The needle workers, the most revolutionary in American industry, revolted in large masses against the worsening of their unions and conditions through this misleadership. They accepted the TUEL and built its needle trade section into a powerful united front movement, with one time at least 100,000 workers directly following its lead and many more under its influence. This mass revolt developed in all sections, especially in New York, the main center of the industry. The chief points in TUEL policy were against class collaboration and for 5 policy of class struggle, against gangsterism and corruption and for union democracy, for amalgamation of all needle unions into one industrial union based on the shop delegate system, for the Labor Party, recognition of Soviet Russia, affiliation to the Red International of Labor Unions, release of political prisoners, etc. Besides these general, the work of the TUEL 151 demands the TUEL groups had specific programs for each union in the industry. The bitter fight took on much the aspect of a political struggle between the Communist Party and the Socialist Party. On the one side were the C, P, and TUEL, backed by huge masses of discontented workers, and on the other the S, P, and union bureaucracies supported chiefly by skilled workers and actively aided by the bosses, the A, F, of L, the capitalist newspapers, Tammany Hall politicians, and often even by the police. Never in any American unions had there been such a widespread and relentless internal fight. The struggle reached its most acute stages in the International Fur Workers Union and the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. In the amalgamated clothing workers' conditions were as bad as in the other unions. The TUEL fought to put the amalgamated on a class struggle basis, and it had many successes, but our movement, principally because of poor leadership, did not take on the sustained mass character that it did in the I, F, W, U, and I, L, G, W, U. In the Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union, the left wing also developed a strong movement which was influential in the life of the union, but it was not able to win control of the organization or of its large strikes away from the class collaboration leadership. To give a detailed picture of the long and complicated struggle of the TUEL in the needle trades would run far beyond space limitations here. The student can find the main facts in Jack Hardy's book, Teehee Clothing Workers. Here all I can do is to touch upon the high points of the struggle in the two unions where it was the keenest, the fur workers and the I, L, G, W, U. In the I, F, W, U, the Kaufman bureaucracy, reactionary and autocratic, early followed the I, L, G, W, U method of breaking the opposition to the speed up by expelling militants out of the union, blacklisting them from the shops, and ruling the union by gangster methods. At the union meetings dissenters were slugged, Ben Gold, the TUEL fur workers leader, being dangerously stabbed. The TUEL was condemned as a dual organization and membership in it pronounced sufficient cause for expulsion. But the mass opposition movement grew, nevertheless, as official mismanagement forced the workers' conditions from bad to worse. The struggle culminated in the May 1925 elections, when the TUEL forces setting up a published BV International Publishers. 1935. United Front with the Middle Group, won control of the Furriers' New York Joint Board, the bulk of the whole international union. Gold became head of the new local administration. In February 1926, over 12,000 New York furriers under Gold's leadership went on strike with a central demand for the 40-hour week. The ensuing 17-week struggle was one of the hardest fought in the history of New York. The workers not only had to battle large numbers of professional scabs and gangsters, but also the right-wing leaders of the international union sabotaged the strike shamelessly. When it finally looked like victory in spite of all, these people brought in William Green, and together they made an agreement with the bosses behind the local leadership's back for a 42-hour week. Then they tried to stampede the strikers to return to the shops. But the workers stood firm, rejected Green's settlement, carried on their strike for several weeks longer, and finally won the 40-hour week. It was a slashing victory, a splendid example of effective strike leadership and a sharp repudiation of the whole A, F, of L, no strike policy. The right-wing socialist labor leaders, and especially Green himself, were greatly compromised by these events. These people especially feared the stimulating effect of this splendid strike upon the discontented masses throughout the needle trades. So they redoubled their attacks upon the union's left-wing leaders. They shouted Red Revolution, charged Gold with mishandling the union's funds, using violence in the strike, bribing the police, violating the union constitution, etc. Then an AF of L investigation committee, composed of the ultra-reactionaries M. Wall, E. McGrady, J. Ryan, J. Sullivan and Hugh Frayne, with the cooperation of the Socialist Party, the bosses, newspapers, etc., proceeded to reorganize the New York Joint Board by expelling its members, dissolving its 4 locals, and setting up new unions. This action forced the great mass of furriers outside the A, F, of L, where they remained under left leadership and in the sharpest struggle until unity was achieved 7 years later. The struggle in the I, L, G, W, U was no less bitter and protracted. Again, only its bare outlines can be given here. In the I, L, G, W, U, the outstanding left United Front leader was Joseph Borichovich. This union suffered acutely from the prevalent union management cooperation schemes, gangsterism, suppression of democracy, etc. Especially vicious was the expulsion policy. The TUEL forces fought in all garment centers against these condidans, but the fight climaxed. The work of the TUEL 153. In New York, where the masses gave the left-wing militants a ready ear. The first major clash came in 1925. After 3 years of struggle, the TUEL had built up a left united front leadership in Locals 2, 9 and 22, comprising about 70% of the New York Joint Board, backbone of the International. Whereupon President Morris Sigmund on June 11, seizing upon the absurd pretext that the Communist Freiheit editor, M. Olgan, had spoken at the Locals May Day meeting, arbitrarily expelled the whole regularly elected 77 executive board members of the 3 locals as communists, which amounted to expelling some 35,000 members. This provoked an explosion of indignation in the industry. The Joint Action Committee was set up among the expelled locals, a bitter struggle ensued, and after 16 weeks of it, Sigmund had to give in and reinstate the expelled locals and executive boards. This was a big left-wing victory, and it mobilized at least 75% of the whole ILGW U.S. membership behind the TUEL militants. The left-wing United Front won control of the New York Joint Board. Similar victories were had in the Chicago Joint Board and in local unions in many centers. But the old guard, Socialist Sigmund administration managed to retain control at the Philadelphia, November 1925, convention of the Union by reason of the prevailing system of paper locals and disproportionate representation. Thus Sigmund had on his side 146 delegates representing 15,852 members, while the opposition, representing 34,762 members, had only 114 delegates. With the convention thus packed, Sigmund ruthlessly steamrolled the left-wing proposals. This provoked a crisis, and the outraged opposition delegates left the convention in a body, determined to launch a new union. The convention left much bitterness in the union. The next big struggle between the conservative administration and the TUEL United Front developed during the strike of 35,000 New York cloak makers, beginning July 1, 1926, which was led by the left-wing New York Joint Board. Again, as in the Furriers' strike, the right-wing leadership sabotaged the struggle. And again, seizing a favorable time when the strikers were exhausted by the long fight, the Sigmund leadership, although they had regularly spoken for and endorsed the strike at its outset, suddenly on December 13, denounced it as illegal, took over the negotiations with the bosses, referred the whole matter to arbitration and ordered the cloakmakers back to work. Unlike in the Furriers' strike, the lefts were unable to defeat this maneuver by mobilizing the strike-tired workers, so the strike was lost and the workers' conditions were slashed by the arbitration board. It was a big defeat for the workers and the TUEL. Sigmund, with A, F, of L, and S, P, support, then intensified his offensive against the TUEL by expelling the New York Joint Board and several of the big New York locals. Similar action was taken in Chicago and other left strongholds. Then, aided by the pressure of the bosses' blacklist, the ILGW leaders proceeded with a campaign of re-registering expelled workers into new local unions. Like other reactionaries in similar situations, the ILGW leaders showed that they were ready to wreck the union rather than allow it to pass under left leadership. As the result of Sigmund's splitting policy, at least 35,000 workers now found themselves expelled from the ILGW. Thus of the Furriers and the ILGW, altogether some 50,000 workers had been ousted from their unions and the AF of L. They, therefore, linked forces in a joint action committee to continue the struggle for trade union unity through reinstatement for democratization of the AF of L needle unions and against the rapidly worsening economic conditions of the needle trades workers. 1936. 17. The question of the unorganized. The question of organizing the many millions of unorganized workers is the most vital matter now before the American labor movement. The future progress of the working class depends upon the solution of this great problem. The organization of the unorganized is a life and death question for the labor movement. To bring the millions into the unions is. Subsequently, these workers organized an independent union. At the time of the formation of the CIO, the ladies' garment workers returned to the ILGW. The fur workers joined the CIO, developing and expanding their union into the present International Fur and Leather Workers Union CIO, with 100,000 members. The question of the unorganized 155. necessary not only for the protection of the unorganized workers, and to further class ends in general, but also to safeguard the life of the existing organizations. Many of the trade unions are now under such heavy attacks from the employers that their very existence is threatened. These struggles can be resolved favorably to the workers only by drawing to their support the great mass of unorganized. The miners' union is a case in point. The bituminous coal industry is shifting from the organized fields of Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania into the southern unorganized districts, with consequent heavy unemployment among the union miners. The coal operators are taking advantage of this fact by smashing the union in the organized districts. Unless the southern fields are unionized, the United Mine Workers of America is doomed. To a greater or lesser extent, similar menacing conditions exist among the unions of railroad workers, metal workers, needle workers, etc. They are not only seriously weakened, but they cannot even exist with such large sections of their industries working under non-union conditions. The organization of the unorganized masses will mean a tremendous step forward to the general revolutionizing of the labor movement. At present, the unions have only 3,500,000 workers out of a total of at least 20 million who are organizable. Doubling or tripling the total number of organized workers will, merely by the increased weight of organized labor alone, enormously enhance its power and stimulate all its institutions. But bringing the masses into the unions means much more than simply to add them numerically to the number of organized workers. Far more important will be the consequent changing in the composition of the unions, and the shifting of their centers of gravity into the heavy and key industries. The overwhelming bulk of the unorganized masses are semi-skilled and unskilled. They are the most proletarian and revolutionary section of the working class. Of the 3,500,000 organized workers, fully one-half are highly skilled. They dominate the whole movement, and color it, and restrict it with their craft prejudices and petty bourgeois conceptions. A great influx of the at present unorganized semi-skilled and unskilled workers will drown out these unhealthy tendencies and start the movement in the direction of revolutionary development. The newly organized workers, with no craft interests to preserve, will tend strongly in the direction of industrial unionism, the organization of the unorganized will mean a great surge forward towards the amalgamation of the existing organizations. It will also mean a powerful development of the Labor Party movement, partly through the increased class consciousness given to the movement by the addition of the masses of semi-skilled and unskilled, partly because of the intensification of the class struggle accompanying the organization of the unorganized, and partly because the increased size of the labor movement will furnish a better foundation for the Labor Party. Where the unions are only skeleton in form, the existence of a powerful Labor Party is almost out of the question. Also, the very progress of bringing the millions of semi-skilled and unskilled into the unions will provoke a whole series of struggles against the employers and will enormously increase the militancy of the labor movement. The present epoch of militancy and class-conscious development in the British movement was hastened very much by infusing into the old conservative skilled workers' craft unions many hundreds of thousands of semi-skilled and unskilled workers. And a similar result will be produced on the unions in the United States by bringing in the unskilled. A further vital consideration is that the organization of the unorganized masses will tend to revolutionize the labor movement by establishing its foundations in the basic and other important industries. At the present time, the trade unions are strongest in the lighter industries, such as building, printing, clothing, etc. Where they touch the basic industries, as on the railroads and in the coal mines, they are either confined largely to the skilled workers, or their hold on the masses in general is weak. The big industries present a deplorable lack of trade union organization: railroads 35%, coal mining 40%, general metal 5%, general transport 10%, metal mining 5%, steel 3%, textiles 10%, leather 15%, while practically no organization exists at all in the meat packing, automobile, electrical supplies, lumber, agricultural machinery, etc. A trade union movement so weak in the big and basic industries of the country cannot possibly make an effective struggle against capitalism. The firm establishment of the unions in these industries by organizing the great masses will enormously increase the strength of the labor movement, and throw it at the very heart of capitalism. It will imbue the entire organization with a new understanding and a new fighting spirit. The organization of the unorganized is of tremendous importance. The question of the unorganized 157. To the left wing. It tends to revolutionize the labor movement, to make it more responsive to left-wing slogans, and to create generally a more favorable situation in which the left wing can operate. Moreover, in the organization process, by taking an active lead in the campaign, the left wing will win direct leadership over large sections of the newly organized masses, for whoever organizes the workers leads them. It will also give the left wing invaluable experience in mass work and leadership. We must realize the vital importance of the great campaign of organization and the leading role the left wing has to play in it. The present period presents an exceptionally favorable time to bring the unorganized masses into the unions. Industry is going ahead at a relatively high rate. The workers are bitterly exploited, their standards of living are not advancing. In fact, in many industries such as textile, mining, shoe, in spite of the prosperity of the employers, the workers are facing wage cuts. There is much discontent in their ranks. The situation is ripe for a great drive for organization. The present period of prosperity cannot last indefinitely. Already there are signs of its weakening. We must take the fullest advantage of the situation now. The workers are in a mood to organize. We must take the lead and show them how. Failure of the unions to strengthen their ranks now by the inclusion of vast masses of the unorganized will expose them to the most deadly dangers in the slack industrial period that is not far ahead, when the employers will renew their open shop campaign of destruction against the unions with redoubled vigor. The Trade Union Educational League is fundamentally correct when it places as point 1 in its program of action the initiation of a general campaign to organize the millions of unorganized workers. The left wing must do the work. The organization of the unorganized millions of workers is primarily the task of the left wing. There is no other section of the labor movement possessing the necessary courage, energy, and understanding to carry through this basic work. This is a prime lesson that T.U.E.L. militants must understand. The three general groups in the trade union movement play essentially the following roles in the gigantic task of organizing the unorganized masses. The left wing militantly leads, the progressives mildly support, and the right wing opposes. The left wing alone has a realization of the tremendous social significance of the organization of the unorganized. It speaks primarily in the name of the unskilled and semi-skilled who make up the mass on the outside of the unions, and it habitually leads a militant struggle to unionize them. It is the champion of industrial unionism and the Labor Party, the fate of both of which is bound up in the general question of organizing the unorganized. It realizes that only when the great masses are mobilized in the unions can effective assaults be made against capitalism. Hence, it is the life of every organizing campaign, and it must be such, whether these campaigns are carried on through the medium of the existing trade unions, or by the launching of new organizations. The progressives primarily represent the skilled, and to a certain degree, the semi-skilled workers. They usually mildly favor and support general campaigns of organization. They have some appreciation of the importance of bringing the masses into the unions, but they have not the necessary understanding and militancy to do the actual work. They must be stimulated into action by the left wing. They lack the leadership to map out and carry through the broad, daring campaigns necessary for the organization of the masses in American industries. They fear the militant and desperate strikes which must accompany such campaigns. They are class collaborationists, they are afflicted with many of the craft prejudices and much of the conservatism of the right wing. But under the pressure of the left wing, they can be pushed into doing effective organizing work. The essential form of an organizing committee or movement under present conditions in the American labor movement is a united front between the left wing and the progressives, with the left wing functioning as the driving force. The right wing controlling bureaucrats are the real stumbling block to organization. They fear that the organization of the unorganized masses of semi-skilled and unskilled will overwhelm the organized skilled workers. The bureaucrats want to maintain craft lines and craft interests, in wage scales, in organization forms, and in various other ways, and they know that the influx of the unorganized mass will tend to wipe out these special interests. They know that the struggle to organize the unorganized will compel the skilled workers to abandon their class collaboration policies, and they fear it will force them into fights against the employers that will jeopardize their craft organizations and preferred wage scales. The question of the unorganized 159. They know that with the mass organized, the skilled workers will not be able to trade so successfully at the expense of the unskilled workers, as, for example, the railroad brotherhoods and many other unions are now doing. The right-wing bureaucrats fear the unskilled will flood the unions and capture them from the skilled. They dread the influx of the mass because it means a general disturbance of the equilibrium in the organizations, the rise of new leaders, and probably their own displacement. They sense the general revolutionizing effect of the influx of semi-skilled and unskilled workers into the unions, and they shrink from it. Hence, the right-wing bureaucracy is ordinarily opposed to the organization of the unorganized, except along their narrow craft lines, where they often display organizing activity. Their policy is to set up bars against apprentices, against helpers, and to develop their unions into job trusts. They concentrate in certain industries easy to organize, such as the Electrical Workers Union, confining itself principally to the building trades, the metal trades unions, specializing on the railroads, while they neglect other industries, hard to organize. Even when driven into organizing campaigns by pressure, the right-wing bureaucrats refuse to lend them real support. At best they then only trail along. Their policy is one of sabotage. They are affected by 100 petty craft considerations, and they raise innumerable technical and other objections in order to hinder the organizing work. Often they cooperate with the employers to prevent organization. They usually will accept mass organization if it is handed to them on a silver platter by the left-wing organizers, but they will not go out and fight for it. They are lazy, unimaginative, corrupt, and petty bourgeois. The left wing must consider and deal with them as a major obstacle in the work of organizing the unorganized. It would be a grievous error, however, to conclude from the foregoing that the right wing can block the organization of the unorganized by the trade unions, and that nothing can be done in these bodies. A whole series of organization campaigns by the trade unions belie this pessimism. The impulse of the labor movement to expand into a real mass and class organization is very powerful. Where there is an insistent and intelligent demand from the combined left wing and progressives, the right wing can literally be driven into organizing campaigns. This is what was done to Gompers and the presidents of the various internationals in the steel and packing industry campaigns. L60 American Trade Unionism. And on the railroads, the more progressive elements were responsible for the organization of hundreds of thousands of the unorganized during the war period. The right-wing bureaucrats find it exceedingly difficult to fight directly against the demand for organization. Their method is mostly indirect. They commonly adopt organization resolutions, presented by the more progressive elements, and then sabotage them to death. They do lip service to the organization of the unorganized and then prevent it in practice. The American Federation of Labor has adopted, from time to time, resolutions for the organization of every industry in the country, and immediately after the conventions has promptly forgotten all about them. In the struggle against the right wing over the question of organizing the unorganized, two principal dangers confront the left wing, both of which must be guarded against. The first is a pessimistic conclusion that the trade unions cannot be stimulated to do organization work. The second, the other extreme, is a naive, over-optimistic belief that the right wing will put into effect the adopted resolutions calling for the organization of the unorganized. Both of these tendencies block real organization work. The proper policy in the trade unions is for the left wing to enter into alliance with the progressive elements, to force the adoption of programs of organization, and then themselves to do the actual work of organizing, in spite of the sabotage of the right wing. The theme of this chapter is correct. Upon the left wing rests primarily the burden of organizing the unorganized. The A.F. of L. and independent unions. A most important question for T.U.E.L. militants to understand in order to carry through successfully our work of organizing the unorganized is our relationship to the A.F. of L. and independent unions. Our goal must be to build mass labor organization of the workers, and to bring or maintain these unions in affiliation with the general labor movement, the American Federation of Labor. This involves the two-sided policy of A. stimulating the existing unions into organizing campaigns, and B. forming new unions in industries where there are no unions or where the existing unions are hopelessly decrepit. The two evils we have to guard against are, on the one side, the question of the unorganized L6L, the devil of dual unionism, and on the other, the dogma of unity with the old trade unions. At any price. The advantages of bringing the newly organized workers into the existing labor movement are manifest, save in certain exceptional cases. In most instances, positive and direct support for these workers in their initial crucial struggles is gained by such affiliation. But even where this is not the case, there are certain negative advantages of affiliation to the A.F. of L. For one thing, the workers are shielded from the disastrous attacks of the bureaucracy, which are always leveled against dual unions. To a certain extent, also, the conservative name of the A.F. of L. saves the workers from the attacks of the employers and the state, even though their policies be as militant as those of any independent union. But perhaps the most important asset of affiliation to the A.F. of L. is the feeling of the newly organized workers that they are connected with the mass labor movement of the country. This ordinarily gives them far greater confidence and staying power. It is a feeling they do not acquire in independent unions. Among a certain section of unorganized workers there is a deep hostility towards the American Federation of Labor. The T.U.E.L. militants must not allow themselves to be dominated by this antagonism. They must and can liquidate it wherever the interests of the workers dictate that they shall be affiliated to the A.F. of L. unions. In the industries where there are no A.F. of L. unions, our course is clear. We must form new unions and bring them into affiliation with the broad labor movement as quickly as practicability permits. Or if there be independent unions in such industries, we must give them our active support and work for their affiliation to the A.F. of L. In those fields where the I.W.W. functions more or less effectively, as for example, among the lumber, general construction, and agricultural workers, we must support it. In industries where there are A.F. of L. unions, but where these unions are so weak and decrepit, with corrupt leadership, hidebound agreements, etc., that it is impossible to stimulate them into the necessary activity to mobilize the mass militant organization campaigns or to defend their interests in strikes arising therefrom, our problem is more complicated. There, the advantage of affiliation may easily be outweighed by the disadvantages. Such situations raise the question of independent unionism in its most intricate form. In spite of our most urgent desire for unity with the general labor movement, we will often, under these circumstances, be compelled to form independent unions. But wherever we form such new unions, whether because there are no A, F, of L unions in the field or because those that may exist are absolutely decrepit, we must from the outset follow a program for the affiliation of these unions to the A, F, of L. We must be keenly on our guard not to get into a dual union position, by declaring against the A, F, of L, in principle or by permitting an open warfare to develop against it. Experience teaches us that dual unionism means sectarianism, isolation from the broad labor movement, and eventually disintegration. One of the outstanding contributions of the Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions to the labor movement was their categoric condemnation of dual unionism. Dualism must be fended off by a two-sided policy of A. Teaching the membership of the new unions from the start that their place is in unity with the mass of workers in the A, F, of L, and B. To begin a series of maneuvers to get into affiliation with the A, F, of L. Such a policy is bound to be successful. On the one hand, it checks the dangerous and ever-present spirit of sectarianism, and on the other hand, it either leads to amalgamation and affiliation, or it gives the new union many of the advantages of affiliation by breaking up the official bureaucratic opposition. When per capita tax-hungry trade union officials see a fat independent union that wants to affiliate to their organization, they are much inclined to look upon it with some degree of friendliness and tolerance, even though, for the time being, they are afraid to accept its affiliation. Negotiations for affiliation by independent unions give them standing in the broad labor movement by making that movement understand that the new union feels itself to be a part of the main body of organized labor. This, in turn, strengthens the rank and file of the new union by a knowledge of the general friendliness of the mass labor movement. But while militantly propagandizing amalgamation and maneuvering for its accomplishment, the new unions must make every effort to work in harmony with the old unions by the initiation of joint organization campaigns, by assisting them in their strikes, etc. Its aim must be generally to create a spirit of friendly cooperation which shall culminate in an amalgamation. Where independent unions have been set up, and especially where there are already existing A, F, of L unions in the field, are greatest. The question of the unorganized 163. Danger comes from a dual union tendency to repel the old organizations and to maintain an independent existence of the new union. This bases itself upon various illusions and wrong policies, such as utopian hopes for the future of the new union, underestimation of the power and importance of the old unions, the tendency to seek reasons to quarrel with the old unions rather than to cooperate with them, neglect of amalgamation and maneuvers to bring about a consolidation, the presentation of impossible programs as the basis of amalgamation or affiliation, etc. This whole dual union tendency must be relentlessly combated, and the policy pursued of coming more closely into cooperation and affiliation with the old unions. The T.U.E.L. militants must also guard against the opposite tendency of making affiliation with the old unions a fetishism, or developing a unity at any prick program. Such a policy is wrong and might easily do big damage by resulting in a surrender offhand of the leadership of strikes, organizing campaigns, and new formed unions to ultra-reactionary leaders who would destroy them. Often these leaders will propose such terms of affiliation as to make dicer acceptance tantamount to the sacrifice of the interests of the workers. WC must fight for affiliation to the A, F, of L unions, but we also must fight for honest and militant leadership and mass industrial organization. Our growing left-wing leaders must be provided a place to function in the unions, and above all, at this stage, we must retain the initiative in carrying on the great work of organizing the unorganized. In working out propositions of affiliation, or operating within the trade unions, these ends must not be lost sight of. One of our most delicate tactical problems will be to judge when we can best further these ends by affiliation to the existing unions, and when it will be necessary to form or maintain independent organizations. But again I emphasize, the greatest danger that the left wing confronts in such situations is the persistent dual union tendency to pull away from the old unions and to establish new and independent organizations which isolate our forces from the main body of organized workers. Under the general head of left-wing relationship to the old unions must be considered the problem presented by the jurisdictional claims of these organizations. First, the question of open jurisdictional fights. In many cases left-wingers, taking the points of view of their respective craft unions, become deeply immersed in the jurisdictional quarrels of their organizations, with the result that their arguments and programs are almost indistinguishable from those of the ordinary craft unionist. This is fundamentally wrong. We must rise above such petty, short-sighted quarrels and base our policy upon the interests of all the workers and the totality of the unions involved. Then there is the situation, common in many industries, where a score of unions, most of them with little or no organized membership in the industry, claim jurisdiction over the workers of their respective trades in the industry. The left wing cannot support such ridiculous jurisdictional claims, nor can we wait until these reactionary unions decide to amalgamate with stronger and more basic unions in the industry. Sometimes it will be necessary, in such situations, for the left wing to ignore the claims of these dog-in-the-manger unions, and support the basic unions at the expense of the weaker ones. Thus, for example, in the steel industry, we must at this time insist that the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers take in all workers in and around the steel mills, regardless of the claims of a score or more of other unions for certain categories of these workers. Also, in the metal industry generally, we must more and more apply such a policy with regard to the machinists' union. In thus precipitating amalgamation from the bottom, and the realignment of the unions according to industrial lines, we must, however, take care not to provoke open jurisdictional struggles between the unions. In the general problem of our left-wing attitude towards the A, F, of L, and the independent unions, the T, U, E, L, policy must be, in industries with strong unions, we shall build up these organizations. In industries with no unions or with incurably decrepit unions, we shall form independent organizations and then affiliate them, or seek persistently to affiliate them to the A, F, of L. This is the basic program which the necessities of the present situation dictate. In the United States, the task of organizing the workers is an extremely complicated and difficult one. The situation in the industries is not uniform. In industries that are competitive in character, especially where there are established unions or where the workers have a tradition of organization, unions and efforts to organize them are tolerated, or at least not violently persecuted. The question of the unorganized 165. In other industries, where the organization and tradition of unionism are weak, and the employers, highly organized, are applying a militant, open-shop policy, the unions are ruthlessly crushed and attempts to establish them are met with an iron repression. This situation necessitates upon our part two general kinds of organizing work, open and secret. Let us first discuss open organization work. It is possible to carry on open trade union organization work in many industries such as on various railroads, in half-organized northern coal fields, in the unorganized sections of the building, needle, culinary, and printing trades, and in the general mass of small metal and other competitive industries, where the employers are not strongly organized. In such situations are commonly found trade unions, however weak. Wherever open trade union organization is possible, the task of the left wing consists, for the most part, in stimulating the existing unions into carrying on open organizational campaigns among the workers by mass meetings, individual solicitation, etc. To develop this activity of the old unions necessitates a variety of means. Every phase and stage of the movement must be stirred up on the organization question. In every local union, the question of organizing the unorganized must be made a burning one, and committees established to unite the workers. Between the local unions of one craft, or among those of several crafts in one industry, joint organization campaigns can be established. The central labor councils can also be stirred into action. A number of years ago, the A, F, of L, used to promote in the various cities what were called labor forward movements. In these, all the unions of a given city rallied for a general organizing campaign, many internationals sending in organizers to assist. Often good work was done. The labor forward type of movement should be revived. Likewise, the international unions, especially at their conventions, can be energized into making national organizing campaigns in their respective jurisdictions, either alone or in cooperation with related unions. In all this stimulation of the trade unions, it must never be lost sight of, however, that the left wing must lead in the actual work of organizing. Simply to pass resolutions calling for organization, and then to leave the matter to the officialdom, is futile. Their policy is to let such resolutions die a quiet death. They cling desperately to old forms and practices. They have to be crowded into action. The left wing and the progressives must follow up their resolutions by demanding the formation of large organizing committees through which they can carry on actual work of organization. Such committees must know how to force through the necessary reductions of initiation fees, and generally to remove the many barriers which the reactionary leadership has raised against the organization of their fellow workers. They must also know how to mobilize the full financial resources of the unions and to bring the general membership into the organization work. Such organization committees offer splendid opportunities to bring forward the whole T, U, E, L program and to mobilize all the progressive elements in the unions against the right-wing bureaucracy and the employers. There are many other industries, on the other hand, such as steel, textile, rubber, southern coal fields, on many railroads, etc., etc., where unionism has been eliminated and where open organization work is practically impossible because of the terrorism of the employers. In these closed industries, we must adopt secret or indirect methods of organization. A most important consideration in these closed, unorganized industries is the fact that the left wing must take the initiative in the organizing work to a far greater extent than in the open, semi-organized industries. Usually there are no unions at all in the closed industries to be stimulated into action and upon whose resources the left wing can draw. The reactionary leaders refuse to tackle these tough industries. Consequently, the left wing has to depend primarily upon its own resources and upon its own direct initiative in launching and carrying through the organization campaigns. In the industries which are closed against trade unionism by the terrorism of the employers, our basic method for organizing work must be secret or indirect in character. It is true that upon occasion, as in the big organizing campaign among the steel workers in 1918-19, such gigantic efforts can be put forth directly so that the workers can be openly mobilized in spite of the most violent opposition by the employers. The left wing must seek to develop such broad, sweeping, open campaigns. But they are the exception. Most of the work in these industries will have to be done on a relatively small scale, which means more or less underground. For a long time the trade unions have used secret methods of organization in such instances. But their efforts have been crude and ineffective, being usually merely the quiet recruiting of members into local unions which are spy-ridden, ordinarily dead of dry rot of re. The question of the unorganized 167. Press on by the employers, or through premature strikes. The left wing will have to be far more skillful in underground trade union organization. It must utilize the most diverse forms of proletarian organization in order to secure a basis for the establishment of unions, or for the launching of strike movements which will eventually result in building unions. One form of organization which must be utilized for this work is the company union. Company unions flourish especially in those industries closed to trade unionism. The left wing must carry on a policy of working within these organizations where they have any degree of mass participation, with the ultimate aim of destroying them and building trade unions. We must raise economic demands of the workers in these organizations in order to expose their nature as instruments of the employers and to crystallize the discontent of the workers. We must participate in the planned elections in order to sharpen and clarify the struggle of the workers against the employers, and to place our men in strategic positions. At the company union conventions, especially on the railroads, the question of trade unionism can be raised effectively. The experience during the movement of the steel workers, in 1918-19, when many company unions were captured from the employers, as well as the experience among many other groups of workers show clearly that these organizations can be utilized for the launching of movements among the workers which culminate in the destruction of the company unions and the formation of trade unions. Another form of organization valuable for organizing in the closed industries is the various workers' clubs and fraternal organizations in the industrial towns. Made up for the most part of unskilled, foreign language speaking workers, they readily adapt themselves to supporting drives to organize the local industries. Under cover of these clubs, general organizational propaganda can be successfully carried on, and committees formed to lay the first foundations of trade union organization for the various factories. In the textile industry, particularly in Passaic, Lawrence, etc., their value has been demonstrated. They are to play an important role in the organization of the great masses of workers. The left wing must follow a policy of establishing such workers' clubs and fraternal organizations and of winning over those already in existence, especially in cities dominated by one or two industries. This does not mean, however, the inaugurating of a campaign to use such clubs as organizing instruments generally in the industries where there are unions. Wherever it is possible to organize openly and directly into the trade unions, we must by all means utilize the opportunity. The shop branches of the Communist Party are an organizational form of great importance in the organization of the unorganized workers. These branches, distributed widely through the industries and built upon the basis of the respective factories, will prove invaluable contact points for the starting of broad movements, for the launching of strikes, and the establishment of trade unions. Their factory papers will arouse and educate the workers, giving voice to their demands, organizing the resistance to the company unions, and generally preparing the ground for trade unionism. The shop committee movement will also be used very profitably in the organization of the workers in the closed industries. Among the unorganized workers, this movement consists in the formation of committees, more or less informal, representing the workers, department by department and factory by factory. It carries on a struggle for the demands of the workers and for their recruitment into trade unions. The value of the shop committee movement among the unorganized has been demonstrated in the textile industry. In the struggle to organize the unorganized, it will play an increasingly important part. Under certain circumstances, all these various forms of proletarian organization, such as workers' clubs, fraternal organizations, shop branches, shop committees, etc., can be joined together in united front movements, facilitating the creation of open trade unions. Even the representatives of company unions should be admitted to such united front committees unless there are special reasons for excluding them. All these proletarian organizations will play a big part in the organization of the workers in the closed industries. They will also serve to a certain extent in other industries where the employers are not so hostile but where the workers are simply lethargic. Yet they offer no royal road to organization. Upon occasion the employers will fight them bitterly. They will discharge the workers from militant activities in company unions. They will clean out the shop committee men. They will fire workers from membership in clubs that are showing a tendency towards trade unionism. They will fill all these institutions with detectives. Nevertheless, we must utilize them. They offer the question of the unorganized 169 means for a flank attack against the employers, which is necessary considering the weak forces of organized labor in the closed industries. In its organization work, the left wing must aim to work in the open. When this cannot be done, we must work underground. The question of determining just how far we can work in the open and how much we will have to use the indirect method will prove one of the most delicate problems we have to solve in our organization campaigns. Organization and strikes. The organization of the unorganized on any considerable scale in American industry inevitably precipitates hard-fought strikes. Organization campaigns are the first phase of bitter struggles between the workers and employers over questions of wages, hours, working conditions, and the right to organize. In most industries, the acute phase of the struggle, the strike, comes quickly. Usually, when an organization campaign begins, the employers take the initiative and try to nip the movement in the bud by militantly attacking it. But even if they do not follow this course, the workers themselves will soon precipitate the strike struggle by raising their demands against the employers. This basic connection of strikes with organization movements is a foundation fact. All our strategy in the campaign to organize the unorganized turns around it. The first consideration is to center our campaigns of organization around the economic demands of the workers. The unorganized workers have very little understanding of or desire for trade unionism as such. It is only the advanced elements who appreciate the real value of organization. When the masses join unions, it is in the hope of securing immediate satisfaction for their burning grievances. They want unions directly for what they can get through them from the employers, and usually they will not wait long for results. Therefore, we must make the fight for the workers' demands the basis of all our tactics in our organization work, bringing in our general left-wing program as the struggle develops. A glaring weakness of conservative trade unionists in attempting to organize the unorganized is their failure to take into consideration this fact, that the mass of workers have organized themselves in order to fight immediately for their demands. The conservatives stress the purely organizational side too much and the struggle side too little. They ignore the urgency of the workers' demands. They assume that the mass of workers understand the general value of trade unionism as such. They proceed upon the basis that the workers can be brought into the unions slowly, man by man, and then held there and disciplined indefinitely until the great mass is organized, when, sometime in the distant future, perhaps, demands will be made on the employers for better conditions. Such a theory is of course absurd. It always fails in practice, a case in point being the fiasco of the recent A.F.L. organization campaign in the steel industry. The future trade unions of the great unorganized industries will be born in the heat of the struggle against the employers over the demands of the workers. The organization campaign which does not voice the demands of the workers and envisage an early struggle in defense of them is doomed beforehand to failure. The nature of the workers' demands are determined by the state of the industry and the moods of the employers and workers concerned. In periods of slackened industry, with the employers on the offensive, the fight of the workers in their present stage of ideological development will be to maintain existing standards, to struggle against wage cuts, lengthening of the workday, etc. In periods of prosperity, the workers will fight for better wages, shorter hours, etc. But in any event, in good times or bad, the struggle for organization must center around the defense of the workers' pressing demands. The workers are especially militant in fighting against reductions of their living standards. The fight against wage cuts is one of the very best issues upon which to organize the workers and to bring them into struggle against the employers. Organization campaigns in American unorganized industries are preparations for strikes. They are a struggle for position between the employers and workers in the big battle that is soon to come, the strike over the establishment of better conditions. It is in this sense that such campaigns must be conceived and carried through. To prevent the organization of their workers, the employers have a whole arsenal of weapons which they use with skill and ruthlessness. When modern employers cut wages, they commonly slash one group of workers at a time, thus breaking up the solidarity of the workers, instead of using the old-time method of making broad sweeping wage. The question of the unorganized 171. Cuts in all departments simultaneously, which united the workers. This canny policy makes the work of the organizer difficult. The employers also fight the introduction of trade unions by setting up company unions. And when actually confronted with militant organizing campaigns, they try to break them up by granting wage increases, discharging active workers, forcing premature strikes, abolishing free assembly in their company towns, etc. In the Steel Campaign of 1918-19, for example, the Steel Trust, to head off the movement, conceded the workers several increases in wages and established the basic 8-hour day, while at the same time carrying on a policy of terrorism against the unions and the workers who joined them. The T.U.E.L. left-wing militants must learn to defeat this anti-union strategy of the employers by the development of a thoroughgoing strategy of organization in support of the workers' economic demands. The very heart of this strategy is, A. Our organization work must be carefully planned. B. It must embrace the widest possible scope of workers in each case. C. It must be accompanied by an inspiring propaganda. One of the greatest weaknesses of conservatives in trade union organization work is their policy of dabbling. They simply drift into their campaigns, haphazard and planlessly, wherever some local stir wakes them up a bit. Their efforts are mostly confined to a local and craft basis, with consequent failure. The method of the General Office of the A.F. of L. itself is typical. It has never followed a thought-out plan for the organization of the workers. It simply sends its organizers around, hither and yon, wherever strikes happen to develop, and these organizers handle such strikes without regard to the situation in the industry as a whole. This is a policy of following the masses, not leading them. The left wing must depart radically from such a primitive policy, which is totally unfitted for modern American industry. When we get into an organizing campaign in a given locality or industry, we must do so on the basis of a careful analysis of the whole situation. And we must make a determined effort for the utmost mobilization of our forces for the struggle. We must actually lead in the organization work. Moreover, when the left wing undertakes an organization campaign, it must be made as broad and sweeping as possible. Our aim must be for the organization of the whole industry, and all our strategy must go in that direction. Craftism and localism are totally out of place and must be fought. In most cases, as at the present time in the railroad industry, we will, by analysis, ascertain the opportune time for the organization of the masses, and we will work for the necessary nationwide campaigns. But where we are caught napping, so to speak, by sudden local strike movements of workers in national industries, we must immediately undertake to spread these movements out on a national scale. The trustified state of American industries prevents a successful fight being made on a local scale except in the most favorable and unusual circumstances. It must be our special endeavor in all these campaigns to win over and develop the youth, who are the bridge to and uniting force between the masses of foreign-born workers and the American workers. We must also accompany our organization work with a militant educational propaganda. We must learn to raise not only the economic demands of the workers, but also learn to fire the workers with the spirit of revolutionary enthusiasm. Strikes offer ideal opportunities to point out to the workers the full political consequences of the class struggle, and to awaken their class spirit and consciousness. One of the failures of conservative trade unionism is its almost total lack of vision. It fails to arouse the fighting spirit of the workers, which can only be done by militant propaganda. Successful trade union organizers must be masters of strike strategy. One thing they must know is how to deal a blow at the employers opportunely. The left wing must learn to hit the employers when they are least able to stand it, and to deliver the attack with a maximum force. The employers are wide awake to this danger and follow the counter policy of trying to force the workers into premature struggles. This was the policy of the Steel Trust in the 1918-19 campaign. Gary tried to compel the steel workers to strike in certain localities before the national organization had been completed, by discharging thousands of them. His aim was to demoralize the movement before it got well started. We bitterly resisted this tactic, forcing the attacked points to stand fast under the severest pressure until we could mobilize the rest of the steel workers to support them. Thus we gained most precious time in which to organize. Nevertheless, Gary did succeed in precipitating the strike before we were fully prepared for it. On the basis of a careful analysis of the state of the industry, and of the condition of the workers' forces, the left wing must learn when to strike and when to organize. Nothing is more disastrous than ill. The question of the unorganized 173. Time strikes and organization campaigns, which needlessly victimize the workers and break their spirit. Left-wing organizers must learn every phase of the art of mobilizing effectively the masses in struggles against the employers. They must know how to dramatize their strikes and to make them spur the class instincts not only of the workers involved, but of the whole working class. They must understand how to mobilize public sentiment behind their cause, and especially to enlist the support of the trade union movement. They must be experts in the collection and distribution of relief. They must understand the technique of mass picketing and the application of the boycott. They must at all times display unfaltering personal courage. They must know how to build their trade unions among the inexperienced workers during the strike, and how to take advantage of such big struggles as that in Passaic by organizing the masses in surrounding industries and localities who are inspired by the struggle. In short, they must be practical strike leaders in order to be effective organizers, and to do this they must take an active part in all the struggles of the workers. The question of organizing the unorganized becomes daily more pressing. The TUEL and the left wing generally have a central part to play in the great developing movement for organization. This part we can play effectively if we will bear in mind the few general principles of organization elaborated above, namely, that the left wing must lead in and do the burden of the organization work, that we must avoid isolation from the organized masses and be prepared to utilize every form of proletarian organization in the closed industries to further the establishment of unions. We must study carefully the state of the industry and the condition of the employers and the workers' forces, base our organization campaigns upon the economic demands of the workers and at all times keep the fight focused on these demands, plan our organization campaigns carefully, and thoroughly mobilize all our forces to put them into execution. Extend our scope of activity over the greatest possible extent of workers, strike the blow at the opportune time, demoralize the enemy, rouse public sentiment, develop the utmost fighting spirit in our own ranks by our invigorating propaganda, and follow up our victories to the limit by organizing all the workers shaken into action by our big strikes and struggles. The left wing must take the lead in the organization of the unorganized millions. This is an historic necessity of the situation. WC must not falter or fail at our task. It is a time for intelligent, courageous, militant action. 1925. 18. The trend toward independent unionism. Since 1912, the TUEL and its predecessor organizations, the SL of N, A, and the ITUEL, had carried on a stout fight against dual unionism, but now in the latter Coolidge period, 1926 to 29, forces were at work that were gradually pushing the TUEL towards a partial policy of independent unionism. Indeed, there had long been a potential base for such unionism in the great masses of deeply exploited, unorganized workers in the mass production, trustified industries which the AFL had been unable and unwilling to unionize. This was true in spite of the fact that such dual organizations as the IWW, the WIIU, etc., because of their ultra-revolutionary programs, hostility to AFL workers, and general sectarian practices, were never able to build any independent unions on a permanent mass basis among the huge numbers of unorganized. The general course of events in the post-war Coolidge years had tended greatly to strengthen this potential basis for independent unionism and finally to put before the revolutionary movement as a living issue the question of forming new unions. Let us cite four of the general forces tending to produce this result, as follows. 1. There was the narrowing down of the AFL base in many industries during the great post-war employers' offensive, including the complete wiping out of its unions by strikes in the steel, lumber, and meatpacking industries, the crushing defeat of the railroad unions in 1922 with a loss of several 100,000 members, and the eventual breaking down of the UMWA in the bituminous fields. Besides, there was a serious weakening of the unions in various other industries, including building trades, marine transport, printing, needle, textile, food, shoes, etc. In consequence of these strike defeats, the worst in our labor history, the numerical strength and strategical position of the AFL had been greatly weakened and the percentage of unorganized workers much increased. Especially the AFL had lost great masses of unskilled workers and tended to become more and more an organization of the skilled labor aristocracy. 2. There was the adoption by the AFL of its no-strike, union management cooperation, higher strategy of labor program. This policy of class collaboration, by distorting the unions from their basic role as fighting organizations into adjuncts of the employer's production speed-up, killed the militant spirit of the unions and inflicted upon the labor movement a disastrous dry rot. As a result of it, the unions, during the Coolidge prosperity years, were not only not able to recover their losses in the big post-war strikes, but as we have seen, for the first time in history, had steadily declined in strength and influence. The AFL became less able than ever to defend its own members' interests and to organize the unorganized. 3. There was the expulsion of large numbers of militant and revolutionary workers from the trade unions, a fact which robbed these organizations of their best elements and hastened their decline. In consequence of these expulsions, the TUEL militants largely outside found it very difficult to work within the AFL unions, which, to make matters worse, were gangster-ridden and bereft of democracy. 4. There was a new and growing tendency among the organized and unorganized masses to fight, exemplified by such bitter, hard-fought strikes as the Passaic textile workers, the New York fur and cloak makers in 1926, the National U.M.W.A. strike of 1927, the Boston shoe workers' strike, the New Bedford textile strike, and the great 1929 strikes of textile workers in Gastonia, Elizabethton, and many southern towns. This developing strike movement could not be stimulated, developed, and led to victory by the corrupted leaders of the half-dead A.F.L. unions, with their no-strike policies, but was in every instance directly sabotaged by them. All these factors combined showed a definite decline of the A.F.L. unions in strength and fighting ability. Their heavy loss of members and spirit-killing class collaboration, the mass expulsions, and the growing urge for organization among the unorganized, all worked together to prepare the ground for independent unionism. Especially in the three major fields of T.U.E.L. activity: mining, textile, needle. The basis for new unions was definite and strong. In the mining industry, the bituminous section of the U.M.W.A. had been wrecked. The militants stood expelled in great numbers, and the miners, with long organization experience, were bitter against the U.M.W.A. and definitely disposed to form a new union. After the disastrous 1927 strike, this tendency manifested itself by the growth of a whole series of spontaneous local dual organizations in Canada, Colorado, I.W., West Virginia, Keene, Illinois, P.M. A. 1932, Oklahoma, the anthracite districts, etc. A general outcropping of new unions was taking the place of the collapsing U.M.W.A. In the textile industry, the tendency towards independent unionism took a somewhat different course, but the general direction was the same. The U.T.W. and the other textile unions, containing only 5% of the workers, were paralyzed by the intense class collaboration practices of the period and were both unable and unwilling to respond to the demands of the discontented workers in the industry for a fight in behalf of their demands. The result we have seen in Passaic, where the T.U.E.L., in spite of its intense anti-dual union attitude, was compelled to form an independent union in order to organize the workers. In the needle trades, the course towards independent unionism was again somewhat different, but none the less sure. The reactionary course of the union leadership, the steadily worsening economic conditions, the expulsion of almost 50,000 militant workers, all created a growing mass demand in the industry for a new, fighting industrial union. But the T.U.E.L., traditional fighter against dual unionism, strongly resisted these mass demands for new unions. In the mining industry, for example, at the big April 1, 1928, Save the Union Pittsburgh Conference, representing 100,000 miners, there was a strong trend to launch a new union, but it was defeated by the T.U.E.L. and Communist Party opposition. Most of the above-mentioned new unions in the mining industry were initiated by socialists and other non-communists. In the textile industry in Passaic, even after the T.U.E.L. had been compelled to form a new union, we were opposed to its independent existence and proceeded to affiliate it to the torpid U.T.W. This, indeed, being our line in all industries where we built new unions among the unorganized. And in the needle trades, it was the T.U.E.L. that was responsible for stopping the split at the Philadelphia Convention of the I.L.G.W.U. and for the Trade Union Unity League 177. Generally having the masses of expelled workers adopt the policy of fighting for reinstatement in their old organizations. Just in the midst of these developments, on December 3 to 4, 1927, the T.U.E.L. held its third national conference in New York, whither the organization had just removed its headquarters from Chicago. There were 297 delegates, of whom 107 were from the needle trades. In total, they represented a following estimated at 300,000, or about 10% of the trade union movement. The conference clearly realized the menace arising from the smashing of the A.F.L. in many industries, its failure to organize the unorganized, its fatal no-strike, class collaboration policy, and its reactionary trend in general. It stated that the unions were in full retreat before the employers' economic, political, and ideological offensive, and declared that the very existence of the trade unions was endangered. But it did not understand these developments as laying the basis for independent unionism. On the contrary, the whole orientation of the T.U.E.L. Third Conference was towards the A.F.L. It directed all its efforts to an intensification of the fight within the old unions against class collaboration, for trade union democracy, for the organization of the unorganized, for the Labor Party, for unemployment insurance, against trade union capitalism, labor banking, against racial discrimination, for world trade union unity, etc. It called upon the many expelled workers to fight for reinstatement into their former unions, and it put forth, as a central slogan, "Save the trade unions." 1936. The TUEL began its reorientation in policy towards independent unionism during the middle of 1928 by the organization of new unions in the three industries where it had its most substantial forces: mining, textile, and needle, and where, because of wholesale expulsions, decline of the A, F, of L, unions, etc., conditions were ripest. The first of these unions to be set up was the National Miners Union at its convention in Pittsburgh, September 1928. The Miners. American Trade Unionism. 178. Were badly disorganized all to the loss of the great 1927-28 strike, and only some 15,000 joined the new organization. The second union established was the National Textile Workers Union, in New York, September 1928, with about 5,000 members. Then came the Needle Trades Workers Industrial Union, founded in a convention representing 22,000 workers in New York, January 1929. All these membership figures are only approximate, as the dues systems were as yet poorly organized. The founding of the TUEL. The TUEL held its fourth national conference, or, more properly, convention, in Cleveland, August 31 to September 1, 1929. There were present 690 delegates from 18 states, including 15 delegates from the Pacific Coast. Of these, 322 delegates came from the three new industrial unions, then comprising approximately, probably an excessive estimate, 57,000 members, 159 delegates from left-wing groups in trade unions, 107 from small groups in unorganized industries, 18 directly from A, F, of L. Locals with 2,855 members, 40 were members of the TUEL National Committee and 44 fraternal, 64 were Negroes, 72 women and 159 youths. The average age of the delegates was only 32 years. The convention reorganized the TUEL and changed its name to the Trade Union Unity League. This was in conformity with the new tendencies in our movement, which were enthusiastically supported by the big convention delegation. The new constitution provided for three types of national organization: A. Industrial unions, B. Industrial leagues, and C. Trade union minority groups. A. The national industrial unions, adapted in form to the conditions in each industry, were based upon the principle of one shop, one industry, one union. They were departmentalized corresponding to the important subdivisions of their industries. They had autonomy to elect their own officials, set their dues rates and initiation fees, work out their detailed programs and union agreements, and conduct their own strikes, subject only to general TUEL control. An important feature was they used sections B. The national industrial leagues were industrial unions in embryo. They were loose national groupings of local unions, shop committees, and individual workers. Bodies not yet strong enough to function as unions, their dues were set and their general activities supervised by the TUEL. The Trade Union Unity League 179. National Executive Board C. The National Trade Union Minority Groups were a continuation of the old TUEL National Industrial Sections, working within the conservative unions. Where A, F, of L, and TUEL unions existed in one industry, the TUEL union was connected with the TUEL minority in the A, F, of L, to secure joint action. Locally, the TUEL assumed a variety of forms, including local industrial unions, local craft unions, shop committees, initiative organizing groups, and left-wing trade union groups. All these were linked together into city-wide trade union unity councils. There was also provision for state trade union unity councils, although none ever developed. The program of the TUEL. The Cleveland Convention organized the TUEL into a new trade union center. But the convention did not set up a general system of dual unionism. It declared against a policy of individual withdrawals or petty splits from the A, F, of L, and it proposed to form new unions only where the A, F, of L unions were decrepit or non-existent. It also warned repeatedly against slackening the work inside the A, F, of L. The program said, the new Trade Union Unity League has as its main task the organization of the unorganized into industrial unions independent of the A, F, of L. At the same time, it organizes the workers within the reformist unions. It unites politically and organizationally the unemployed with the employed. Except for these important new union developments, the convention continued and developed the general policies of the old TUEL. It was distinctly a left convention. There were present but few outstanding trade union progressives. This was not remarkable, Because at this time, the highest point of the Coolidge boom, the progressives were quite generally very enthused over trying to save the working class by the A, F, of L, Union Management Cooperation, B, and O, plan, method of speeding up production, and they rejected the T, U, L, line of militant class struggle as naive and outmoded. The convention made a head-on collision against the whole A, F, of L. Employer schemes of intensified class collaboration, B, and O, plan, the higher strategy of labor, new wage policy, labor banking, etc. The heart of the convention was the struggle against capitalist L8O American trade unionism. Rationalization and all its evil consequences of speed up, unemployment, accidents, occupational sickness, low wages, etc. The convention declared for a militant strike policy. Its program was based on the class struggle and its central slogan was, class against class. The convention's main decisions were sloganized as follows. Build the Trade Union Unity League, fight against imperialist war, defend the Soviet Union, fight against capitalist rationalization, organize the unorganized, for the 7-hour day, 5-day week, for social insurance, for full racial, social, and political equality for Negroes, organize die youth and the women, defeat the misleaders of labor, for world trade union unity. The convention paid much attention to questions of industrial unionism, strike strategy, and the organization of the unorganized. It directed L attention more sharply to the basic unorganized industries, steel, automobile, chemicals, agriculture, etc., and to work in the South. It discussed at length the problems of building shop committees in the mass production, trustified industries, and how to defeat the boss's spy and blacklist systems. It worked out the application of the United Front, especially between employed and unemployed, and between the A, F, of L, rank and file and the members of the T, U, L, unions. It stressed the policy of independent leadership by the workers, as against their reactionary union officials. The convention also paid much attention to the special problems of Negro, youth, and women workers, questions which had been largely neglected in the early days of the T, U, L. It declared its solidarity with the oppressed workers in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. It warned of the danger of imperialist war, especially war against the Soviet Union, with no illusions as to the extent or continuance of the prevailing prosperity. The convention adopted a demand for federal social insurance, based on full wages for all workers incapacitated through unemployment, sickness, accident, or old age. The convention also modified the former T, U, L attitude towards the Labor Party. In view of the prevailing reaction in union official circles, it declared for participation in the Labor Party only where it was actually a party in the hands of the workers. In the 1932 elections, the T, U, L, and its unions supported the Communist Party ticket, as the T, U, L, had done in 1924 and 1928. 1936. Labor Unity, September 14, 1929. 20. The Organization of Negro Workers. One of the most important features of the Trade Union Educational League Convention to be held in Cleveland on June 1st and 2nd will be the large delegation of Negro workers present. To organize the Negro proletarians, to draw them into the mainstream of new revolutionary industrial union movement will be a major objective of the T, U, L, Convention. Of all the shameful treason to the working class committed by the misleaders who had the old trade unions, none has been more disastrous than their systematic betrayal of the Negro workers. It has long been the policy of the employers to draw a line between white and black workers, to set one group against the other in order better to exploit them, to cultivate the worst forms of race prejudice among the whites. They have deliberately and systematically discriminated against the Negroes, giving them the worst work, the lowest wages, and subjecting them to the most brutal repression. Were the A, F, of L leaders imbued with even a semblance of real working class spirit, they would take it upon themselves as a first and basic task to defeat the plans of the employers by organizing the Negroes and by mobilizing the whole labor movement behind their elementary demands. But they refuse utterly to do this. On the contrary, true to their role as agents of the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the workers, they fall in line with the program of the employers and join hands with them to oppress the Negroes. They cultivate race chauvinism among the whites, they prohibit Negroes from joining the unions, they cooperate with the employers to keep the Negroes at the poorest paid jobs. All this constitutes one of the most shameful pages in American labor history. But the T, U, L Convention represents the revolutionary forces that will stop this historic treachery. The convention will be made up of a body of workers of both sexes and all nationalities, of Negroes who understand and dare to strike a blow in behalf of themselves and their class, and of whites. Eliminating all white chauvinism from their ranks, recognize the Negro workers as class brothers and who will Fight with and for them all the way to the end for complete social emancipation. The TUEL convention will have more significance to Negro workers than any other trade union gathering ever held in this country. Negroes constantly take on more importance as a force in industry and as a potential factor in the trade union movement. During the past dozen years, hundreds of thousands of them have poured into the mills and factories. For the most part, they are going into the key and basic industries: coal, railroads, steel, meat packing, etc., exactly those industries that play the most decisive role in the class struggle. In a recent number of the Red International of Labor Unions Bulletin occurs the following statement quoting Carol Binder regarding Negroes in the industries of Chicago in 1929. 30% of the labor force in the Chicago packing industry is colored. The Corn Products Company, which employed only one Negro 8 years ago, today employs 350, or 20% of its working force. Beaver's Products, 65%. The American Hide and Leather Company was the first tannery to use Negro workers. Now all the tanneries use large numbers of them. The foundries and laundries are heavy employers of Negroes. 11% of the employees of the Pullman car shops are Negroes. Negro women compose 40% of the workers in the lampshade industry. About 20% of the 14,000 postal workers of Chicago are Negroes. The great importance to industry and the class struggle of this constantly increasing body of Negro workers cannot be too much stressed. It is the special task of the TUEL to organize them as part of its general work of organizing the unorganized. This can only be done in the face of studied opposition of the AFL leaders working hand in glove with the employers. But in order that the necessary progress shall be registered by the TUEL convention in the organization of the Negro workers, real work must be done by the left forces between now and the convention. Special committees must be established in the various important industrial centers to prosecute this particular task. These committees, together with the general organizing forces of the TUEL, must establish contacts with the Negroes in all the important industrial plants and draw them into all the shop committees, TUEL groups, and other organizations formed as a basis for the convention. In every delegation from every industry where Negroes are employed, there must be a heavy percentage of these workers included. There especially must be a large delegation of Negro workers from the coal and iron mines, the steel mills, fertilizer works, railroads, the cotton and tobacco plantations, and other industries of the South. The real mass character of the TUEL convention will be measured pretty much by the number of representative Negro workers present. The Negro workers are good fighters. This they have proved in innumerable strikes in the coal, steel, packing, building and other industries, despite systematic betrayal by white trade union leaders and the presence of an all too prevalent race chauvinism among the masses of white workers. They are a tremendous source of potential revolutionary strength and vigor. They have a double oppression as workers and as Negroes, to fill them with fighting spirit and resentment against capitalism. It has been one of the most serious errors of the left wing to underestimate and to neglect the development of this great proletarian fighting force. Let the TUEL convention therefore be a great mobilization center for the Negro workers. There must be present Negroes from all the important plants and localities. Such a delegation, upon which the success of the convention depends, can and will be assembled. The TUEL convention will be a revolutionary signal and inspiration to the masses of Negro workers, exploited and oppressed in the mills, mines and factories of American imperialism. 1929. As a matter of fact, the new capitalism was only the old capitalism in a fresh guise. The boasted rationalization of industry could not and did not cure the great inner contradictions of the capitalist system, the contradiction between the social mode of production and the private ownership of industry, and the conflict between the rapidly increasing producing power of the toilers and their lagging purchasing power, which are the basic causes of the recurrent industrial crises. On the contrary, rationalization only intensified these fatal contradictions, the huge development of the productive forces during that period greatly hastening the whole system forward to the devastating international crash of 1929. Even a glance at the pages of Marx would have exposed this inevitable outcome. The whole rationalization business was a classical example of the suicide economics of capitalism. The much advertised paradise for the workers never materialized. During the Coolidge period, as we have already remarked, the workers as a class got very little out of the vastly increased wealth that they produced, and their very efficiency was rushing them on to the later holocaust of unemployment and mass starvation. What the workers did get in the Coolidge period, however, was the gravest demoralization, both ideological and organizational. Confused by the bourgeoisification of their upper ranks of skilled workers, they lost much of their fighting spirit. Never in the history of the labor movement were strikes so few and trade union morale so low. For the first time in their entire existence, the trade unions failed to grow during a period of prosperity. On the contrary, they actually lost members. With a relatively good demand for labor power, it should have been an easy matter to organize large numbers of workers. But the unions had all the vitality sucked and beaten out of them by the rationalization campaign, with its accompaniments of speed up, no strikes, surrender of union conditions, suppression of democracy, gangster control, expulsion of militants, and capitalist prosperity propaganda. The Socialist Party, saturated with class collaboration, dwindled away in influence and membership until in 1927 it had no more than 7,425 members. The Farmer Labor Party movement also practically disappeared, except in Minnesota, where it had become an established party. The I.W.W. and such independent unions as the Amalgamated Food Workers, all of which had become penetrated with Coolidge prosperity illusions and lost their former militancy, declined heavily in membership and influence. The Coolidge era was the period of the deepest confusion and demoralization in the history of the American working class. The *A.F. of L. reports show the membership figures practically stationary from 1923 to 1929. But these statistics are illusory, because during this time, many unions, notably the U.M.W.A., lost heavily in members, but kept up their per capita tax in order to maintain their voting strength in A.F. of L. conventions. Demoralization and decay. 185. Class collaboration poison was eating the very heart out of the labor movement. And upon this scene of working class paralysis the capitalists and their hangers-on could and did look with smug satisfaction. Thoughts of industrial crisis and strikes, not to speak of revolution, were far from their minds where America was concerned. They were drunk with power and prosperity. Their great enemy, the proletariat, seemed to be hopelessly drugged into insensibility and bound hand and foot by its official leaders. But they were living in a fool's paradise, as the next few years showed. 1936. Part 3. 22. The A.F. of L. and the Economic Crisis. Less than 2 months after the Trade Union Unity League Convention, the great 1929 world industrial crash took place. The dizzy financial structure of American capitalism collapsed. The intense rationalization of industry and agriculture that was to herald the dawn of universal prosperity had resulted in a huge market glut, a great overproduction which the impoverished and robbed masses could not buy back and which could not be disposed of abroad. Industry swiftly fell off about one half and wages were slashed on all sides. Agricultural prices dropped about 60% and land values declined accordingly. The army of unemployed leaped from the 3 million of the so-called good times to the unheard-of total of 17 million in 1933. Poverty, destitution, and starvation gripped the toiling masses all over the country. The boasted, new capitalism, was giving a graphic illustration of the fact that it was only the old capitalism after all and that, as such, it was hopelessly involved in the worldwide decay and decline of the capitalist system. The onset of the terrific crisis created consternation among the trade union and socialist party leaders. Tumbled in ruins overnight were their glittering dreams of the new wage policy, the higher strategy of labor, organized capitalism, and all the rest of their speed-up, class collaboration, prosperity fantasies. The labor movement under their leadership had been demoralized and confused and the workers poisoned and disorganized by the long continued class collaboration, no strike, B&O, plan propaganda. The unions were weakened by loss of members, suppression of democracy, and the expulsion of their best. L86. The A of L, an economic crisis. 187. Fighters. Hence, as a result of these destructive policies, when the test came, under the shattering blows of the crisis, the masses were quite unprepared to defend themselves and their official leaders knew no other policy than one of precipitate retreat. Consequently, during the first 3.5 years of the crisis, until Roosevelt's New Deal, the great mass of the workers did not develop any real resistance, while the employers brutally shoved the burden of the crisis upon them and their families by mercilessly slashing their wages and reducing living standards generally. And the trade union leaders, by their surrender policies, actually helped the employers in this savage attack. Through this period of wholesale worsening of the workers' conditions there were fewer strikes than there had been for many years previously. In 1930, for example, there were only 1/10 as many strikes as in the corresponding crisis year of 1922. The situation in Chicago was typical of that prevailing throughout the entire United States. Despite the fact that the workers of that city had many militant traditions and strong labor unions and fully 50% of industrial workers were thrown out of work and the rest had their wages cut from 20% to 50%, there was not a single strike of any importance whatever in the first 3 years of the crisis. Unrestrainedly, the capitalists gloated over the widespread working class demoralization, the logical result of long years of AFOFL policy. Their publicists hypocritically declared that it indicated a great harmony between capital and labor, and they slobbered over the workers, patience, and loyalty in facing the trials of the crisis. The capitalists, in their need, were indeed making effective use of their labor lieutenants, the craft union leaders. This period was one of the most shameful in the whole wretched history of the AFO policy. Every major step of the employers to save themselves at the workers' expense actually had the AFO leaders' direct or indirect support. These misleaders lulled the workers' vigilance by repeating all of the capitalists' underestimation of the crisis and ballyhoo about prosperity being just around the corner. Hardly had the crisis begun when President Hoover, on November 2, 1929, called a National Industrial Conference of employers and trade union leaders, presumably to maintain wage standards. At that time, wages were already being slashed in the unorganized mass production industries, and the purpose of the Hoover Conference was manifestly to hogtie the trade unions by a no-wage cut, no-strike illusory agreement until, the masses of unorganized having their wages cut, it would be relatively easy also to reduce the rates of the trade union workers. Instead of adopting a militant strike resistance against the developing wave of wage cuts at the very start of the crisis, as the TUL urged Green and the other AFL leaders served as bellwethers to draw the masses into Hoover's trap. Thus, by their Hoover Agreement, the AFL leaders threw the unorganized workers at once to the wage-cutting wolves. The wage slashing went ahead full blast in the trustified industries, the betrayed and demoralized workers being unable to resist, and meanwhile both Hoover and Green brazenly asserted that there had been no wage reductions. Finally, when the unorganized workers were deflated, inevitably it came the turn of the organized workers to be slashed. Whereupon, the trade union leaders, reflecting the capitalists' interests, became ardent wage cutters themselves, actually arguing that since wage cuts had gone into effect in the unorganized industries, now the organized workers had to accept reductions. So union after union accepted one cut upon another without the slightest resistance. What wage cutters the leaders became was well illustrated when Matthew Wall hailed the acceptance of a 10% wage reduction by the railroad unions without a strike as one of the greatest industrial achievements in the history of the country. In the needle trades, the socialist leaders also followed the general AFL policy of retreat. Never before in an economic crisis had the American working class taken wage cuts lying down, as the great struggles of the 1890s and 1921-22 eloquently show. Because of this aid from their AFO labor lieutenants, the capitalists were able to put through their huge wage-slashing campaign without serious working-class resistance, except what was developed by the weak TUL unions. But the betrayal of the workers' interests by the AFL leadership reached its greatest depths in the case of the hungry millions of unemployed. Hoover's plan to handle the question of unemployment, and this was the plan of finance capital, was twofold. First, a policy of charity work, or share the poverty, which meant to force the great body of workers onto short time and correspondingly reduced wages. And second, a policy of treating unemployment relief as a matter of local charity and no concern of the federal government. It was a most brutal program of organized mass starvation. To their shame, it must be said that the AFL leaders fitted themselves also into this outrageous assault upon working class living. The AFL, an economic crisis 189 standards. They became the greatest champions of Hoover's stagger plan of sharing work, and they were fanatical antagonists of unemployment insurance. With incredible brass and stupidity, they denounced the dole as subsidizing idleness, degrading to the dignity of the American working man, and a hindrance to real progress. They declared that unemployment insurance meant the ruin of the trade unions and the downfall of civilization. In short, they used all the current arguments of big capital against feeding the starving masses. For this reactionary stand, the AFL won glowing praise from the Wall Street rulers of America. At the Boston, 1930, AFL convention, Hoover, together with many generals, bishops, capitalists, American Legion officials, etc., joined with Green, Wall, Fry, and others in repudiating unemployment insurance and denouncing the communists who were so persistently fighting for it all over the country. And while the AFO leaders thus basked in the praise of the enemies of the working class, millions of unemployed workers and their families were sinking deeper and deeper into destitution and actual starvation. The TUL in the crisis. The onset of the industrial crisis came as no surprise to the Communist Party and the TUL. They had long understood the temporary character of the prosperity and foresaw its inevitable crash. While the trade union and socialist leaders were singing the praises of capitalist industrial rationalization in the Coolidge period, the Communist Party and the old TUL had been warning the workers of the bitter reckoning to come. And as the crisis developed, the TUL and the Communist Party undertook to mobilize the workers for the struggle against the growing capitalist offensive against mass living standards. They conducted many strikes and developed a strong campaign for unemployment insurance and relief. Besides, they carried on many other militant activities, such as support of the struggling farmers, the Veterans Bonus Campaign, the student movement, the Mooney and Scottsboro cases, etc. It is an incontestable fact that during the crisis, up to the New Deal period, the only serious resistance made by the workers and other toilers against the monstrous mass pauperization was that organized and led by the Communist Party and T.U.L. The employers and the government countered this left-wing melee fancy with a policy of ruthless brutality. In most industries, known membership in the T.U.L. was a signal for certain discharge and blacklist. T.U.L. strikes were fought by the employers ferociously. Its strike committees were raided and their members jailed. Pickets were viciously slugged, shot, gassed, and arrested. Innumerable injunctions were issued against the Red Unions by the courts. In several states, T.U.L. unions were declared illegal. In Brooklyn, agents of the Department of Labor intimidated employers and warned them not to make agreements with the T.U.L. organizations. And the same department, under the infamous labor trader William N. Doak, deported hundreds of militant workers, including many T.U.L. union officials, often to fascist countries. Especially vicious were the government attacks upon the T.U.L. unemployed demonstrations, its answer being the club, the revolver, tear gas, the charge of mounted police, the prison, and the A.F.L. and old guard. Socialist trade union leaders condoned all these attacks upon the T.U.L. and other militant forces by the combined bosses, police, gangsters, etc. In this T.U.L. baptism of fire, hundreds of workers were beaten up, jailed, deported. Many also were killed. The Labor Research Association listed 23 workers killed in T.U.L. struggles from September 1929 to March 1933. Among these were 8 killed in strikes, including Ella Mae Wiggins in Gastonia, Steve Katovis in New York, Harry Sims, Young Communist League and National Miners Union organizer, in Kentucky, etc. There were 15 killed in unemployment demonstrations, including 5 in the famous Hunger March on the Detroit Ford plant March 7, 1932, 3 Negro workers shot down in a Chicago anti-eviction fight on August 4, 1931, and so forth. The struggle of the unemployed. During the period of the crisis, up until the beginning of Roosevelt's term, the T.U.L. devoted its major activities to organizing and leading the starving multitudes of unemployed. Its organization was the National Unemployment Council. The T.U.L. made the central issue in this work the demand for federal unemployment insurance at the expense of the government and the employers, and on the basis of the average wages of employed workers. Its demands were in line with the T.U.L. Convention. At a local T.U.L. conference in New York in 1931, the Food Workers Industrial Union displayed 110 injunctions issued against its New York strikes. The A.F.L. an economic crisis I-9I. Resolution on social insurance, and it crystallized them eventually in legislative form in the Workers' Unemployment Insurance Bill, H.R. 2827. The T.U.L. also fought for every form of unemployment relief, including local cash relief, public works at union wages, against evictions, for free food for school children, etc. It organized the workers into block, neighborhood, city and national committees and councils, on a non-dispaying basis. Its major method of struggle was the mass demonstration, but it also carried on intense work for relief of individual cases. It ruthlessly exposed all the many false charity schemes of the period, miserable substitutes for effective insurance and relief. Central in its strategy was the linking up of the struggles of the unemployed with those of the employed. A very important feature of the T.U.L. unemployed work was its support of the left-wing AFOFL Committee for Unemployment Insurance and Relief, headed by Louis Weinstock. This rank-and-file body carried on a wide agitation in the trade unions for unemployment insurance and relief and against the reactionary green policies of stagger plan, local charity relief, expulsion of unemployed from the unions for non-payment of dues, etc. At a government hearing in Washington, in February 1934, Weinstock testified that more than 3,000 AFOFL unions had endorsed the Workers' Bill, H.R. 2827. The work of this committee was largely responsible for forcing the A.F.L. at its 1932 convention to reverse its reactionary attitude and to give at least lip service to unemployment insurance. The National Unemployment Council, jointly with the Communist Party and T.U.L., was the first to take up the fight for the unemployed. The A.F.L. openly supporting Hoover, and the Socialist Party toying about with every capitalist fake charity scheme. Thus Norman Thomas joined over the radio with J. P. Morgan in support of the delusive blockade system, and only beginning to organize the unemployed 2 years after our forces had blazed the way. Consequently, great masses of workers rallied to the leadership of the Unemployment Council movement. Under the slogans, "Don't starve, fight," and "Work or wages," it conducted many militant national demonstration struggles. The first of these was the famous one of March 6, 1930, which brought some 1,250,000 workers into the streets, including 110,000 in New York, 100,000 in Detroit, etc. This demonstration definitely raised the issue of unemployment insurance to the level of a living national, political question. In New York, with huge masses of unemployed and with the bourgeoisie in a panic of fear. 192 American Trade Unionism. The situation became very tense just prior to March 6. A few days before this date, Matthew Wall, openly cooperating with the police, lyingly announced far and wide through the press that the T.U.U.L. had received $2 million from Moscow to stage the demonstration. Police Commissioner Wayland forbade the proposed march to City Hall and mobilized the 18,000 police and 7,000 firemen of Greater New York to prevent it. Union Square was saturated with police, and the nearby buildings bristled with machine guns. We attempted to march nevertheless, whereupon the police charged upon the forming procession and clubbed it to pieces, injuring many workers. The Workers' Committee, including Robert Minor, Israel Amter, Harry Raymond and myself, were arrested and sentenced to 3 years in the New York County Penitentiary, of which sentence we served 6 months apiece, except Raymond who did 10 months. The rest we did on parole. Besides this fight, the National Unemployment Council, with the full support of the Communist Party T.U.U.L. and the Young Communist League, etc., carried through many other national unemployed demonstrations, hunger marches, mass delegations and conventions. 3 times there were national petitions of 1 million or more signatures presented to Congress. Some of the more important of these big movements were the National Unemployed Convention in Chicago, July 4, 1930, with 1,500 delegates, National Unemployment Insurance Day, February 25, 1931, with 400,000 demonstrators, and February 4, 1932, with 500,000 demonstrators, the National Hunger March of December 7, 1931, with 1,800 delegates to Washington, the Second National Hunger March of December 6, 1932, with 3,000 delegates and an estimated 1 million participants in various cities, the big national demonstration upon Roosevelt's Inauguration Day, March 4, 1933. The T.U.U.L. also actively supported the famous Veterans Bonus March to Washington in 1932, which was driven out of the Capitol by Hoover at the point of the bayonet. The call for this march was issued by the Workers' Ex-Servicemen's League, headed by Emanuel Levin, although the movement took on such a swift mass character that it largely escaped W.E.S.L. control. But the main field of T.U.U.L. unemployment struggle was in the various localities. Here the Unemployment Council conducted numberless city and state hunger marches, anti-eviction fights, unemployed conventions, etc. Nearly every industrial center saw such activities. The demonstrations were extremely militant, usually facing the A.F.L. an economic crisis. 193. Violent attacks from the police. Altogether, they were a powerful force in compelling the reluctant city authorities to grant relief to the starving masses. To take only a few from many such examples, during the fall of 1932, the City Council of St. Louis decided to cut 17,000 families off the relief rolls, but the Unemployed Council, by a vast and militant demonstration, forced the immediate abandonment of this barbarous proposal. In Chicago in the summer of 1932, the Unemployment Council, in a united front with the Unemployed Citizens League by great mass movements, defeated a projected 50% cut in relief. Similar results were achieved in dozens of other cities by the policy of militant mass struggle. In developing this great fight of the unemployed, the Communist Party, the T.U.U.L., and the Unemployment Council wrote some of the finest pages of struggle in American labor history. The movement was a definite force in saving the masses from actual starvation and eventually compelling federal relief measures on a large scale. It was in brilliant contrast to the deeply reactionary policy of the A.F.L. and the vacillating, dabbling attitude of the Socialist Party. After its reorganization at Cleveland, the T.U.U.L. broadened its strike activities. The continued decline and decay of the A.F.L. in the early crisis years widened the base for independent unionism in the industries generally throughout the country, and it threw ever greater burdens of leadership upon the militant unions. But the T.U.U.L's greatest field of struggle still remained the mining industry. Here the T.U.U.L. conducted several big movements in the crisis period up to the Roosevelt administration. The most important of these was the National Miners' Union strike during the summer of 1931 in western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio, and northern West Virginia. Embracing 42,000 miners, it was the